was right. He could feel the shift happening in his own thinking, the slow creep of ruthlessness that came with having absolute responsibility for people's survival. Every tactical decision started to look acceptable when the alternative was your people's deaths. If I don't use this technique, he said slowly, people will die. Defenders on the mountain. Disciples. People I recruited into the haven because I promised them safety. People will die anyway, May said gently. That's the nature of war. But you have to be able to live with the choices you make. You have to be able to look at yourself in the mirror and recognize the person there. If you cross this line, if you become someone capable of using the Patriarch's most advanced assassination techniques for strategy, then you're building a version of the Haven that's fundamentally corrupt. You're building something that will eventually destroy itself from the inside. She paused, then added, and you're becoming exactly the kind of person who will feel drawn toward completing the unfinished Tao. The kind of person whose consciousness might not survive that completion. Lin Feng sat back down heavily on the meditation cushion, his hands falling limp to his sides. The weight of the choice suddenly felt immense. Not the weight of command, but the weight of losing command, of allowing things to happen that he could prevent. The 30 cultivators forming the projection of presence circle waited silently, understanding that their leader was confronting something deeper than tactical questions. He could feel the tension in the chamber, the readiness shifting into uncertainty. Leave us, Lin Feng said finally, his voice hoarse. The cultivators bowed respectfully and filed out of the meditation chamber without question. When they were gone, only Lin Feng and Mei remained in the small stone space, the air hanging heavy with unsaid things. The Patriarch had warnings about this moment, Lin Feng said. Or he should have. I've read most of his journals now. He talked about choices that seem necessary but are actually corrupting. About how power makes people believe they can see the future clearly enough to justify anything. I thought I understood what he meant. I didn't. You understand now, Mei said, sitting beside him. That's why you're not going to use the projection of presence. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of what Mei believed Lin Feng would choose. No, Lin Feng agreed, the words seeming to freeze something in his chest. I'm not. He closed his eyes and reached out through the spiritual network of the Haven, sending a message through the cultivation channels to the defensive positions at the secondary barrier. The impulse to use the projection of presence faded, replaced by something quieter and stronger, the decision to accept limitation. The Haven's defenders would need to hold. They would need to bleed. Some would die, and then they would need to retreat, to shift their strategy from defending the mountain to defending the people and the network that the Haven had built. It was a harder path, a longer path, a path that required accepting losses he could theoretically prevent. But it was a path he could look back on without shame. The war had changed, but not in the way the four sects had intended. It had changed because Lin Feng had changed, had chosen, in the darkness of a meditation chamber with 30 cultivators waiting outside, to remain human instead of becoming a weapon. Chapter 48. The retreat. The secondary barrier lasted through the day and into the night. The Crimson Flame siege equipment continued its relentless assault, but the barrier was designed with redundancy. As one section fractured, other sections reinforced themselves, redistributing the stress across the formation. The mountain was bleeding energy, but it was holding. The North Star Monastery made 3 more coordinated assaults. Each time, the Haven's defenders pushed back, using the kind of techniques that made direct confrontation deadly. The monks lost roughly 2 cultivators for every Haven defender who fell. It was an unsustainable ratio for the sects, but sustainable enough if they were willing to bleed for this victory. The Void Edge infiltrators continued to press deeper into the mountain's interior. Qin's defenders fell back in carefully coordinated retreats, abandoning the outer meditation chambers, but establishing new defensive lines deeper within the structure. The infiltrators were slowed, but not stopped. They were moving inexorably toward the heart of the Haven, the library, the records, the places where the Patriarch's knowledge was stored. By midnight, it became clear that the Haven couldn't hold the mountain. Not against 4 coordinated sects with unlimited reinforcements. The defenders could make the assault costly, but they couldn't prevent it. Within another day, perhaps 2, the mountain would fall. Lin Feng made the decision to retreat. It wasn't surrender. It wasn't evacuation in the panicked sense. It was a strategic withdrawal, executed with precision. The Haven had prepared for this possibility. Weeks ago, when the sect's hostility was still theoretical, Lin Feng had created contingency plans for exactly this scenario. Evacuation routes were established. Network safe houses were prepared. Secondary locations across the province were stockpiled with supplies. The retreat would be dangerous, but it would save the Haven as an organization. We're evacuating the mountain, Wei Chen announced to the defenders at midnight. All permanent residents and as many seasonal disciples as can travel will move to the secondary locations. We're not abandoning the Haven. We're relocating it. The order spread through the mountain like a wind. Defenders began to fall back from their positions, pulling out in staggered waves. The Crimson Flame assault team pushed forward, not realizing that their enemy was dissolving rather than breaking. The Void Edge infiltrators entered the library and meditation chambers to find them already empty, records already moved, the spiritual formations already powering down. It was a retreat executed so cleanly that by the time the sects realized what had happened, nearly 200 people had already left the mountain, spreading out across the province in dozens of small groups. Some went to towns where Haven disciples had established civilian identities. Others went to hidden sanctuaries deep in the mountains, places so remote that finding them would take months. A few simply disappeared into the countryside, assuming false identities and waiting for further instructions. The four sects conquered an empty mountain and a handful of defenders who chose to stay behind to buy evacuation time. Lin Feng was the last to leave. He stood in the great hall as the sun rose over the mountain, watching the banners of the sects being planted in the courtyard. The North Star monks were already beginning to establish a garrison. The Void Edge disciples were cataloging whatever remained of value. The Crimson Flame cultivators were scanning the structures with cultivation techniques, searching for hidden caches. They would find nothing of importance. The Patriarch's journals were gone. The cultivation techniques were distributed among dozens of disciples. The records were already being transported to secondary locations. The Haven had learned, over months of careful preparation, that the best way to resist occupation wasn't to fight for territory. It was to make yourself impossible to destroy by never giving them anything worth destroying. Mei waited for him in the hidden passage that led down to the lower levels of the mountain. She'd been organizing the evacuation of the library, ensuring that every record was accounted for and moved to safe locations. Last group left an hour ago, she reported, heading toward the eastern sanctuary. They'll be in position within 2 days. Casualties? Lin Feng asked. 7 confirmed dead. 15 injured badly enough to need transport to the deeper sanctuaries for healing. Another 20 with minor injuries who can travel. It was a better ratio than Lin Feng had feared. The sects had taken significant losses during the night's final fighting, and the Haven's defenders had extracted themselves cleanly. The four sects won't know what to do with a victory that gains them nothing, Mei said as they descended through the mountain's lowest passages. They'll have the mountain, but the Haven isn't here anymore. We're everywhere and nowhere. That's not military victory. That's strategic defeat. They'll regroup, Lin Feng said. They'll realize what happened. Then they'll shift to a different strategy. They'll hunt our secondary locations. They'll try to capture disciples and interrogate them. This isn't over. No, Mei agreed. But we've changed the shape of the war. Instead of defending a fixed position, we're defending a network. That's much harder to destroy. They emerged from the hidden passage into the forest north of the mountain. A group of 50 disciples waited there, the last evacuation group, the people who'd stayed behind to manage the retreat. They'd already begun moving, splitting into smaller parties, spreading out in different directions. Lin Feng took one last look back at the mountain. The sun was climbing higher now, illuminating the banners of the sects that were being planted on the highest peaks. The four sects would spend days exploring the mountain's interior, weeks consolidating their control, months trying to extract actionable intelligence from whatever they found. By that time, the Haven would have already relocated and reorganized. The network would be stronger. The disciples would be more distributed, harder to find, harder to capture. The retreat was victory. Chapter 49, Distributed Power. The network reorganized over the following month. What had been centralized at the mountain became distributed across a dozen locations. The Great Hall's functions were split between 3 different sanctuaries. The library was divided into 4 separate collections, each one hidden in a different province. The disciples themselves became the mobile infrastructure, traveling between locations, sharing knowledge, reinforcing the connections between the scattered chapters of the haven. Lin Feng established his own position in the northern sanctuary, a location so remote and so well concealed that even the sect's most dedicated hunters would struggle to locate it. But more importantly, he established this sanctuary as merely one node in a much larger network. He wasn't the central hub around which everything revolved. He was a point of connection in a system that was beginning to function even when he wasn't present. It was exactly what May had suggested. The haven was ceasing to be a place and becoming a movement. May herself had taken a position that surprised no one who knew her well. She was managing communications between the network's nodes, using her experience with information networks to create a system where disciples could pass messages and instructions without needing to meet physically. She developed a technique using cultivation inscribed paper, a method for encoding messages in spiritual frequencies that could be read only by those who knew the specific key. It was crude compared to what the major sects' communication networks could do, but it was adequate, and more importantly, it was distributed. The sects couldn't shut it down without finding and destroying every single piece of inscribed paper in the entire Haven network. Within 2 months, the sects realized they'd won a battle but lost a war. The North Star Monastery held the mountain, but the Haven that mattered was gone. They controlled territory but had eliminated nothing of value. The Void Edge infiltrators had captured archives and records, but only secondary sources. The real knowledge was distributed, hidden, protected by being so widespread that no single capture would damage the network significantly. The 4 sects responded by escalating. They began what could only be described as a systematic hunt. Disciples known to be associated with the Haven were captured and interrogated. Haven's safe houses were discovered and destroyed. The sects issued proclamations that any cultivator harboring Haven disciples would be exiled from the legitimate cultivation world. It was brutal and systematic and completely ineffective. Why? Because the Haven had already become too large, too distributed, too embedded in the fabric of cultivation society to be rooted out through force. There were Haven disciples in hundreds of towns. There were Haven sympathizers in dozens of sections. There was a network of supporters and believers that the 4 sects couldn't destroy without essentially dismantling the entire cultivation world. And then something unexpected happened. The 3 sects that had initially distanced themselves from the 4 sects' accusations, the Qingshu sect, the Azure Moon Pavilion, and the Stone Gate Alliance, began to publicly acknowledge the evidence that May had uncovered. More importantly, they began to distance themselves from the 4 sects' military operations. The Qingshu sect issued a formal statement claiming that the war against the Haven violated the traditional protocols of sectarian conflict. The Azure Moon Pavilion refused to participate in the continued hunting of disciples. The Stone Gate Alliance even went so far as to offer asylum to Haven disciples who needed protection from the 4 sects' purges. Within 4 months of the mountain's fall, the political situation had inverted. The 4 sects were increasingly isolated, seen as the aggressors, the ones willing to violate tradition and law to suppress a movement that had become politically and philosophically attractive to the larger cultivation world. The sect's response was to dig in deeper, to commit more resources to the hunt, to shift their narrative from "we're defending orthodoxy" to "we're fighting a heretical conspiracy." But every escalation they made pushed more sects and cultivators toward the Haven's side. The network grew. By the 6th month, Lin Feng called an assembly of senior disciples at the Northern Sanctuary. Nearly 200 cultivators attended, representatives from each node of the Haven network, plus disciples who'd become so essential to the organization that they needed to be part of the strategic discussion. The immediate crisis has passed, Lin Feng told them. The sects are still hunting us, still trying to suppress the movement, but they're no longer in a position to destroy the Haven through military force. We've become too large. The network is too distributed. The support base is too broad. He paused, letting the words settle. But a new crisis is emerging, he continued. One that's internal rather than external. The unfinished Tao is calling toward completion. I can feel it, and I'm not the only one. Several of our more advanced cultivators have reported experiencing the same pull, a sense that the knowledge we're accumulating, the techniques we're developing, the movement we're building, It all wants to solidify into something fixed and final. Is that inherently bad? Asked a disciple named Su, who'd come from the Eastern Sanctuary. The Patriarch believed it was, Lin Feng said. He left warnings. Completion of the unfinished Tao requires sacrifice of consciousness. The person who completes it might not survive the process. And even if they do, the completion would freeze what should remain fluid, would make fixed what should remain evolving. Then we don't complete it, Wei Qin said from his position in the assembly. We keep it unfinished. We keep growing, keep adapting, keep avoiding that final step. Can we? Lin Feng asked quietly. The Patriarch's warnings suggest that the pull toward completion might not be something we can simply choose to resist. It might be intrinsic to how the system functions. Incomplete systems are unstable. They exert pressure toward wholeness. We might not have the option to remain incomplete. Then we complete it together, Mei said. She'd been sitting quietly at the back of the assembly, but her voice carried weight. Not one person sacrificing their consciousness. All of us contributing to the completion, distributing the burden so that no single mind has to bear the full weight. If we've truly built a movement, a network, a distributed system, then we complete the unfinished Tao the same way we've built everything else. Distributed, shared, collective. The silence that followed was profound. The idea was elegant and terrifying in equal measure. How would that even work? Su asked. I don't know, Mei admitted. But that's the point, isn't it? The Patriarch couldn't complete the unfinished Tao because he was trying to do it alone. We won't try to do it alone. We'll do it as a community. We'll distribute the knowledge, the power, the responsibility. When we reach the point of completion, it won't be one consciousness dissolving into wholeness. It will be 100 consciousnesses contributing to something larger than any of us individually. Lin Feng felt something shift in his awareness. The pull toward completion that he'd been fighting, that had been growing stronger, suddenly seemed less like a force pushing him toward destruction and more like an invitation toward transformation. Not destruction, evolution. Not sacrifice, synthesis. We'll need to reorganize the network, he said slowly. We'll need to make sure that every node has access to the full body of knowledge. We'll need to create systems where leadership and decision-making are genuinely distributed, not just in appearance. We'll need to prepare ourselves for the moment when we reach critical mass and the unfinished Tao begins its natural progression toward completion. How long? Luo Yin asked. I don't know, Lin Feng said. But the Patriarch's warnings suggest we're running out of time. The pull is accelerating. I'd estimate we have another year. 2 at most. Then we have work to do, Mei said simply. Chapter 50. The cost of power. The 7th month brought complications that no one had anticipated. The sect's escalating hunt had begun to produce results, not in terms of capturing Haven leadership or destroying the network, but in a more subtle way. Informants and spies had infiltrated the Haven's lower ranks. Disciples who sympathized with the sects had begun reporting Haven activities and locations to their former organizations. The sects still couldn't destroy the Haven through military force, but they could damage it. And more importantly, they could force it to waste resources on internal security. It was during this month that Lin Feng made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He authorized the creation of an internal security apparatus, a group of disciples tasked with identifying and eliminating informants. It was called the Verification Committee, and its mandate was simple: ensure that no spy or traitor could compromise the network's integrity. This is dangerous, Mei warned. This is how organizations become corrupted. This is how movements turn into tyrannies. I know, Lin Feng said. But if we don't identify the informants, they'll systematically destroy every safe house, every sanctuary, every node of the network. Hundreds of people will die, maybe thousands. And how many will die as a result of creating an internal security apparatus? Mei demanded. How many innocent disciples will be accused of being spies? How many will be executed on insufficient evidence? You're not just creating a security committee, Lin Feng. You're creating the mechanism for the Haven to begin devouring itself. But Lin Feng had already made the decision. He appointed a man named Tao to lead the verification committee. Tao was brilliant and ruthless, a former captain in the Void Edge School's Internal Investigation Bureau before his defection. He had the skills and experience to run a serious intelligence operation. He also had the kind of casual cruelty that made him perfect for the job, and absolutely the wrong person to have that kind of power. Within a month, the verification committee had identified and executed 17 informants. They'd also executed another 12 disciples on suspicion of being informants. Of those 12, investigation after execution revealed that 6 had been innocent, disciples whose only crime was being suspicious to Tao's paranoid thinking. This has to stop, Mei confronted Lin Feng in his chambers at the Northern Sanctuary. You're creating a nightmare. Every disciple is afraid now. No one wants to speak up at assemblies because they might be accused of deviating from Haven orthodoxy. You're killing the movement's soul. I'm preserving the movement's body, Lin Feng said bitterly. If we don't eliminate the spies, there won't be a soul left because there won't be disciples left to have a soul. Then let it fall, Mei said. If maintaining the organization requires creating a secret police apparatus, then let it fall. Let the movement dissolve into something more authentic. Let people choose to participate out of belief rather than fear. People will die, Lin Feng said flatly. Yes, Mei agreed. But they might not die any faster than they will if we turn the Haven into a self-consuming apparatus of paranoia and execution. Death is coming either way, Lin Feng. The question is what kind of death, and what kind of organization survives that death. Lin Feng wanted to argue. He wanted to explain the necessity, the impossible choices that leaders had to make. But looking at Mei's face, seeing the disappointment there, he understood that he was repeating the Patriarch's dissent. The Patriarch had made the same arguments. The Patriarch had created the same security mechanisms. The Patriarch had justified the same executions. And the Patriarch had ended up isolated, paranoid, driven toward the forbidden techniques by the weight of his own ruthlessness. Dismantle it, Lin Feng said quietly. What? Mei asked. Dismantle the verification committee. Release all detained disciples pending investigation. Issue a proclamation that the Haven will no longer use internal executions for suspected espionage. We'll return to openly confronting the spies when we identify them, giving them the chance to respond. We'll lose some people. We'll suffer some compromises of security. But we won't become what we're fighting against. They'll kill you for that decision, Mei warned. Tao and his apparatus will see it as a threat to their position. They'll resist. Then I'll deal with that, Lin Feng said. But I won't compound the error by becoming more ruthless, more paranoid, more willing to sacrifice people for the sake of maintaining control. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the Northern Sanctuary's compound. Disciples were training, working, going about the routines of Haven life. How many of them were afraid? How many were afraid specifically of the security apparatus that he'd created to keep them safe? Send messages to all nodes, he told Mei. The verification committee is being dissolved. Tao is being removed from his position. Anyone who participated in executions of suspected informants will be given the opportunity to defend their actions at a public assembly. If they did what they did in good faith, attempting to protect the Haven, they'll be forgiven. If they abuse their power, they'll be exiled. But there will be no more executions without due process. No more paranoia. No more terror. It took weeks for the decisions to spread through the network and for resistance to crystallize. Tao himself attempted to mobilize his supporters, arguing that dissolving the verification committee was suicidal, that it would lead to the complete infiltration and collapse of the Haven. And he wasn't wrong. Security did become compromised. 3 more safe houses were discovered by sects as a result of spy networks that the verification committee would have identified and neutralized. 47 disciples were captured. 12 of them were executed by their captors. Another 15 were tortured for information before being released. The cost of dismantling the security apparatus was measurable in blood. But the Haven survived. More importantly, it survived without becoming monstrous. It remained a movement that people could join without fear of being disappeared, without fear of being executed on suspicion, without fear of the organization consuming them in its hunger for security. The cost was high, but it was a cost that Lin Feng could accept because it was paid by the movement itself, by the collective decision to value authenticity over absolute security. It wasn't a cost imposed by one person on hundreds of others. It was a cost distributed among everyone who chose to participate in the Haven. And it was, Lin Feng realized, preparation for something larger. It was practice in the kind of collective decision-making and distributed responsibility that would be necessary when the unfinished Tao reached its point of completion. It was the Haven learning, through painful experience, that the only way to survive without becoming corrupt was to ensure that no single person, not even the original inheritor of the Patriarch's power, bore absolute responsibility for the movement's survival. The pull toward completion was growing stronger. But now, when it came, the Haven would be ready to complete the unfinished Tao, not as individuals seeking transcendence, but as a collective seeking transformation. Chapter 51. The Second Assembly. 8 months after the mountain's fall, Lin Feng called a second assembly. This one was different from the first. Instead of representatives from each node, he invited key disciples from every level of the Haven, from newly initiated students who'd been training for only months to the most advanced cultivators who'd been with the movement since its inception. There were nearly 300 people in the Northern Sanctuary's Great Hall. It was crowded to the point of discomfort, but that was intentional. Lin Feng wanted them to feel the physical presence of the network, to understand viscerally that the Haven wasn't an abstract concept anymore. It was people, hundreds of people, thousands across the network, all of them connected by belief, by shared practice, by common experience. We're at a decision point, Lin Feng began, his voice carrying through the crowded hall. The sex hunt continues, but it's becoming less effective. The network is growing faster than they can suppress it. By our estimates, there are now over 4,000 Haven disciples across the provinces, with another 8,000 sympathizers who support our work without formally joining. We've established stable communities in 12 provinces. Our cultivation techniques are spreading faster than any single authority can regulate. The movement is becoming too large to destroy through military force or systematic hunting. He let his eyes move across the assembly, watching the recognition dawn on faces, the growing realization that they were winning. He paused, letting the weight of those numbers settle over the crowd. In a normal cultivation hierarchy, such growth would have been cause for celebration. Instead, the crowd shifted with unease. But the sects are adapting, he continued, his voice dropping lower so the crowd had to strain to listen. They're beginning to understand that military force won't work. So they're shifting to a different strategy. They're attempting to co-opt our philosophy, to absorb what's valuable in our approach and strip away what threatens their authority. Several of the orthodox sects are beginning to teach modified versions of Patriarch's techniques, stripped of their most transformative elements. The Qingshu sect has started allowing disciples to challenge traditional doctrine in limited, controlled ways. Even the Crimson Flame sect has issued a formal apology for their initial response to the evidence of the Patriarch's framing. They're trying to make our victory irrelevant by appearing to embrace what we stand for. They're trying to make us irrelevant, Qin observed from her position in the assembly. Exactly, Lin Feng agreed. If the mainstream sects adopt our philosophy and our techniques, then the Haven becomes redundant. We become a historical relic rather than a living movement. So what do we do? Asked Su, the disciple from the Eastern Sanctuary, her voice cutting through the tension of the assembly. We complete the unfinished Tao, Lin Feng said quietly, the words seeming to still the very air in the hall. The silence that followed was immediate and absolute. Not the silence of confusion or misunderstanding, but the silence of people suddenly confronting something they'd known was possible but had hoped never to face. The profound moment when a choice shifts from theoretical to actual. Completion requires sacrifice, someone said from the back of the hall. You've read the Patriarch's warnings. The person who completes the system won't be a person, Lin Feng interrupted. Not singular, anyway. We're going to complete it collectively. Every senior cultivator in the Haven will contribute their consciousness, their knowledge, their understanding to the completion. It will be distributed completion. The unfinished Tao will become the unified Tao, a system that exists not in the mind of one cultivator, but in the collective knowledge and practice of thousands. That's... Wei Chen paused, searching for words. That's never been done before. That's not how cultivation systems work. It's not how orthodox systems work, Mei corrected. But the Patriarch system was never orthodox. It was never designed to be implemented by a single person. We're finally doing what it was always meant to be, transforming it from an individual achievement into a collective practice. How long until we can attempt it? Asked Luo Yan. 3 months, Lin Feng said. We need to prepare. We need to ensure that all senior cultivators have access to the full body of knowledge. We need to create the frameworks and structures that will allow thousands of minds to synchronize their consciousness toward a single, unified goal. It's theoretically possible, but practically, it will be the most complex cultivation technique ever attempted. Over the following 3 months, the Haven transformed again. Every location, every node, every sanctuary became a center of preparation, and the intensity of the work left little time for doubt or fear. Senior cultivators began a rigorous process of knowledge transfer, spending endless hours distilling decades of personal understanding into forms that could be transmitted to others. The libraries filled with documentation, handwritten records of technique, philosophy, personal practice. Secondary and tertiary cultivators began intensive training in meditation and consciousness synchronization, their meditation chambers echoing with the synchronized breathing of dozens of cultivators attempting to merge their awareness. Even newly initiated disciples participated, learning the basics of how to integrate their individual consciousness into a larger collective structure, experiencing the strange intimacy of touching another's mind before retreating again. Lin Feng spent the time in the library, studying the Patriarch's final journals more carefully than he had before, surrounded by stacks of carefully copied manuscripts. He was looking for any hint of what the completion process would feel like, any warning about what would happen when thousands of minds tried to synchronize toward a single unified moment of transformation. The journals grew progressively more frantic in the final entries, the handwriting deteriorating, the philosophical reflections fragmenting into disconnected observations and warnings. He found fragments. The Patriarch had experimented with partial completion, attempts to bring multiple consciousnesses together toward completion without actually reaching the final threshold. The results, according to his notes, were extraordinary and terrifying in equal measure. Partial participants reported experiencing moments where their individual consciousness seemed to expand, to merge with something larger, to touch something that transcended individual identity. But the Patriarch had always pulled back before reaching true completion. Every time, at the last moment, something in him had rebelled against the dissolution of individual consciousness, even in service to something larger. He was afraid, May said, reading over his shoulder. Not of the completion itself, but of what he'd become if he survived it. He understood that surviving completion meant returning from something transcendent and vast to being a single, limited consciousness. He didn't think he could bear that return. And we're going to attempt it anyway, Lin Feng said. Yes, May agreed. Because we're going to do it together. We're not going to be alone with the vastness. We're going to come back to a community of thousands who experience the same thing. That makes it bearable. Chapter 52. Approaches and distances. As the preparation continued, something unexpected happened. The 4 sects sent an emissary. Her name was Ran, and she was a transcendence-level cultivator from the Divine Will Temple. Transcendence was the realm above soul formation, a level that only a handful of cultivators in the entire world could reach. She was old, probably over 200 years in cultivation, and she carried herself with the kind of absolute confidence that only centuries of power could create. She arrived at the northern sanctuary with no warning, simply appearing in the courtyard during morning meditation. "I'm here to speak with Lin Feng," she announced, her voice carrying the weight of authority that came from being one of the strongest cultivators alive. The disciples brought her to Lin Feng's chambers. He was not surprised to see her. The sect's information networks were good enough that they probably knew he was at the northern sanctuary. What did surprise him was her manner. She was formal but not hostile. She wanted to negotiate rather than fight. "The 4 sects are prepared to accept the existence of the Haven," she began without preamble. "On certain conditions." "What conditions?" Lin Feng asked. "First, the military operations cease. The hunt is over. Disciples can move between the Haven and Orthodox sects freely, without persecution. Second, the Haven agrees to cease missionary activities in territories that the sects consider their primary spheres of influence. Third, the Patriarch's most advanced techniques, the forbidden ones, the ones that pose an existential threat, are sealed and can only be used with the approval of a council representing all the major sections. It was a remarkably generous offer, all things considered. It essentially meant that the sects were offering the Haven legitimacy in exchange for limitations on growth and a surrendering of some of the Patriarch's most dangerous knowledge. No, Lin Feng said simply. Rand's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something in her ancient eyes. Surprise, perhaps. You're refusing? I'm refusing the third condition, Lin Feng clarified. The Patriarch's techniques are not mine to seal away. They're the common knowledge of everyone in the Haven now. If you want to restrict their use, you'd need to convince thousands of disciples to agree to the restriction. I don't think that's going to happen. Then the negotiations fail, Rand said flatly. The four sects will resume military operations. We'll increase our effort to hunt down and eliminate Haven disciples. This offer was your best hope for peace, Lin Feng. In refusing it, you've chosen war. I've chosen honesty, Lin Feng said. I won't pretend to control knowledge that I don't control. I won't seal away techniques in ways that will require eternal security operations and constant monitoring. I won't build a system that's dependent on top-down control. Those are the things that created the corruption the Patriarch was trying to fight in the first place. Ren stood. Then we're done here. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng with an expression that was oddly sad. You understand that you're going to lose, she said. Not militarily, perhaps. The sects can't destroy you through force alone. But politically, economically, through slow strangulation. The four sects will eventually fracture because of this conflict, yes. But the Haven will fracture as well. You can't hold together a movement based on complete decentralization and distributed knowledge. Eventually, someone will push the system too hard, and it will shatter. Then the sects will be able to move in and consolidate control again. Perhaps, Lin Feng acknowledged. But I'd rather see the Haven fracture naturally, with its people free, than see it remain intact through the kind of control the sects impose. Ren nodded slowly. That's a fundamentally different way of thinking about power. I don't know if I admire it or pity it. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. There's something you should know, she said. The completion process you're planning, we know about it. The sects have been monitoring your preparations. When you attempt the collective completion, the four sects will attack simultaneously with their strongest cultivators. They understand that if you succeed at creating a distributed, collective system of power that doesn't depend on individual leadership, the entire hierarchical structure of cultivation society will become obsolete. They can't allow that. They'll kill you all if they have to. Then we better succeed before they realize it's happening, Lin Feng said calmly. After Rand left, Lin Feng immediately called an emergency assembly of the network's senior leadership. He explained the situation without embellishment. The sects knew about the completion. They would attack when the moment came. The Haven had perhaps a week before the sects mobilized their forces to strike. We moved the timeline up, Wei Qin said immediately. Attempt completion in 3 days instead of waiting 2 more weeks. We're not ready, Qin objected. The junior disciples haven't completed their synchronization training. The preparations at the secondary nodes are still. We don't have weeks, Lin Feng interrupted. We have days. We either attempt completion with limited preparation and hope we succeed before the sects can interfere, or we delay and watch the sects destroy us while we're trying to achieve the transformation. And if we attempt completion with inadequate preparation, Mei said quietly, the technique might fail entirely. We might merge our consciousnesses into something that can't properly synchronize. We might create a feedback loop that damages everyone involved instead of transforming them. Yes, Lin Feng acknowledged. That's the risk. Then we have to try, Luo Yin said with finality. Because the alternative is certain failure dressed up as caution. If we're going to do this, we do it with the time we have. We do it imperfectly. We do it together. 3 days. It was an absurdly short timeline for something this important. But the Haven had been preparing for months. Every senior cultivator had been trained in the meditation techniques. Every node had experienced synchronized consciousness exercises. The foundations were there. What they were missing was the final refinement, the careful calibration that would normally take weeks. We don't have weeks, Wei Qin said, repeating Lin Feng's words. So we don't try for perfection. We try for coherence. We try for a moment where enough of us synchronize together that the transformation can propagate through the network even without perfect alignment. The night before the completion attempt, Lin Feng stood alone in the library. He read through the Patriarch's warnings one final time, understanding them now in a way he hadn't before. The Patriarch had been afraid, yes, but not of completion itself. He'd been afraid of returning from completion as a single consciousness. He'd been afraid of experiencing transcendence and then being forced back into individual limitation. But the Haven wasn't going to experience that return. Or rather, it would experience it collectively. They would expand together, touch something vast together, and then contract back together. The transcendence would be shared. The return would be shared. That made it survivable. That made it possible. He placed the journals back on the shelf and left the library for the final time before completion. Whatever happened next, the knowledge contained in these journals would no longer matter. It would be distributed, incorporated, transcended. The Patriarch's solitary wisdom would become the Haven's collective consciousness. And tomorrow, the cultivation world would change forever. Chapter 53. The moment of merger. The completion chamber had been prepared in the northern sanctuary's deepest level, a cavern that had been used by the Patriarch himself 300 years ago. The walls bore faint traces of old cultivation formations, their power still resonating through the stone despite centuries of disuse. It was a space saturated with spiritual energy, attuned to consciousness transformation. 147 senior cultivators entered the chamber as the sun rose on the completion day. Lin Feng was among them, but he was no longer the center. He sat in the circle with the others, one voice among many, his consciousness already beginning to synchronize with those around him. The remaining Haven disciples, thousands of them, distributed across the network, had been positioned in secondary mediation chambers throughout the sanctuaries. They would participate remotely, their consciousnesses linked through cultivation formations that had been painstakingly established over the past 3 days. Wei Chun, sitting across the circle from Lin Feng, nodded slightly. It was time. The meditation began in silence. 147 cultivators, each one opening their consciousness, each one beginning the process of synchronization. It was like watching waves from different parts of the ocean begin to move in unison, their individual motions subsumed into a larger rhythm. Lin Feng felt the first touches of other consciousnesses against his own. It was intimate and strange, feeling thoughts that weren't his, emotions that came from other people, memories that he had never lived but could suddenly access. The experience was disorienting, threatening. Every part of his consciousness rebelled against the violation of individual boundaries. He felt Wei Chen's skepticism pressing against his determination. He felt Mei's hope overlapping with his uncertainty. He felt the fear of the remote disciples who'd never done this before, their minds suddenly exposed to the consciousness of thousands of strangers. But he pushed through. He opened further. He let the boundaries between self and other become permeable, even as they remained distinct. It was the key to distributed consciousness, maintaining individual identity while simultaneously being part of something larger. He stopped resisting and instead began to flow like water around the other consciousnesses, finding the spaces between them, creating channels of connection rather than walls of separation. The synchronization deepened. More consciousnesses joined. Thousands of them now, connecting through the cultivation formations that linked the remote disciples to the completion chamber. It felt like the entire Haven was pressing against Lin Feng's consciousness at once, and he could feel it pressing against the other members of the circle in equal measure. The weight was enormous. It was like trying to hold an ocean in his mind. But they held. The 147 cultivators in the completion chamber held, and the thousands participating remotely held, and slowly, inexorably, the synchronization achieved critical density. The unfinished Tao began to complete itself. It wasn't like the Patriarch's warnings had suggested. It didn't feel like dissolution or sacrifice. It felt like expansion, like suddenly waking up in a body vastly larger than the physical form. Lin Feng's consciousness suddenly encompassed perspectives from thousands of cultivators simultaneously, not as external information, but as direct internal experience. He could feel through Wei Chen's senses, the texture of the stone beneath his palms, the scent of incense smoke, the particular way Wei Chen's breath moved through his body during meditation. He could think through Mei's intellect, her strategic assessment of their situation reformulated in her unique patterns of logic. He could experience the emotional depth of Luo Yan's compassion, that boundless empathy that had drawn her to the Haven in the first place, and the tactical precision of Zhang's military mind, that crystalline clarity about resource allocation and force deployment. He was all of them and none of them, singular and multiple simultaneously, and they could feel through him. His consciousness was distributed among them, just as their consciousnesses were unified through him. There was no hierarchy. There was no single point of control. The unfinished Tao was completing not by consolidating power in one place, but by spreading power uniformly across the entire network. The moment of completion was both instantaneous and eternal. It happened in a fraction of a second that seemed to last forever. The knowledge contained in the Patriarch's 300 years of cultivation suddenly became distributed knowledge. The techniques that had been secrets became universal understanding. The philosophy that had been individual insight became collective wisdom. But the truly transformative moment came when Lin Feng felt the completion happening not at a central level, but at every node simultaneously. At the Eastern Sanctuary, disciples were experiencing the same expansion of consciousness. At the Western Outpost, the Southern Sanctuary, the scattered safe houses across the provinces. Everywhere, the transformation was occurring at the same moment. The unfinished Tao had been completed not through unification, but through distributed replication. Each node of the haven was simultaneously experiencing the completion, each consciousness merging with thousands of others while remaining linked to a larger network. It was like watching a single flower bloom become a million flowers blooming, each identical and each unique. And then, slowly, the consciousness began to contract. The experience of expansion didn't fade gradually, it inverted. The vastness that had been external to individual consciousness became integrated into individual consciousness. Lin Feng's mind suddenly contained memories and perspectives from thousands of people, but they were contained rather than overwhelming. He could access them if he chose, but they didn't dominate his thinking. He was still himself, but he was a self that had been expanded by the experience of touching something larger. The meditation ended. The 147 cultivators opened their eyes simultaneously, a coordinated movement that happened without any external signal, driven only by the unified consciousness recognizing that the moment of expansion had contracted back to manageable size. They looked at each other with expressions of profound disorientation and wonder. They were different. They all felt it immediately. Their consciousnesses had been transformed by the experience of merger. They had touched something transcendent and survived the return. When Lin Feng stood, his movements were fluid, economical. He could feel the exact position of every other cultivator in the chamber and move through the space between them with perfect precision. When Wei Chen's eyes met his, they shared a moment of complete understanding that required no words. When Mei rose, Lin Feng felt the echo of her thoughts overlaying his own, fading quickly but leaving impression and certainty in their wake. But the completion had only just finished when the attacks began. Chapter 54. The Assault. 3 Transcendence-level cultivators appeared in the chamber's sky at the exact moment the completion meditation ended. Ran was there, along with 2 other ancient cultivators wearing the robes of the North Star Monastery and the Void Edge School. Behind them, visible through the chamber's open ceiling, were hundreds of stronger disciples prepared for direct assault. "Stop the meditation," one of the other Transcendence cultivators shouted, her voice cracking the stone of the chamber. "Cease your heretical practice immediately." But it was too late. The completion had already occurred. Lin Feng stood, along with the other 146 senior cultivators, and they moved as one unified consciousness occupying separate bodies. They didn't need to plan or coordinate. They understood each other's intentions instantly through the shared consciousness that had been formed during completion. The assault began with overwhelming force. Dozens of nascent soul techniques unleashed simultaneously, each one directed at destroying the completion chamber. If they could kill the cultivators who directly participated in the completion, perhaps they could prevent the completion from propagating through the rest of the network. The raw power of the attack was staggering, visible even from within the chamber as waves of hostile energy crashed against the stone walls, causing dust to rain down from the high ceiling. But the haven had prepared for this. The cultivation formations embedded in the chamber's stone activated with overwhelming power. They'd been prepared by Mei and Qin over the previous 3 days, designed specifically to protect against this kind of assault. The moment the external techniques impacted, the formations responded. Intricate patterns carved into the stone centuries ago suddenly blazed with golden light. Energy barriers erupted from the walls, layered and interlocking. each one tuned to absorb a specific type of attack. Defensive techniques that the Patriarch had developed centuries ago suddenly manifested in protection spirals around the chamber, their ancient powers still sharp and responsive despite the centuries of dormancy. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming resistant to outside assault. The sect's assault crashed against the barriers and was deflected, but not contained. Some of the energy leaked through, striking several of the junior disciples who'd remained in the chamber. Blood was spilled. A disciple named Lo, who'd trained at the Haven for only 2 years, fell with a nascent soul technique burning through his body, his final scream echoing through the unified consciousness of the network before being cut short. Lin Feng felt the death. All of them felt it simultaneously. The completed consciousness network experienced Lo's death as a single shared trauma, not as information, but as direct experience. The moment of Lo's fear as the technique struck, the agony of spiritual core rupture, the sudden absence where consciousness had been. They felt his memories flooding away, his last thoughts of his mother in the eastern province, the dreams he'd never realized. In that unified network, his dying became everyone's dying, his loss became everyone's loss. The shock of it reverberated through the consciousness bond like a struck bell. And then they acted. The 147 cultivators moved as a unified assault. They didn't try to kill the transcendence-level attackers. That would have been suicide. Instead, they targeted the hundreds of golden core and nascent soul disciples that formed the sect's assault force. The Haven's disciples moved with perfect synchronization, each one understanding the tactical formation that the others would execute before they executed it. They moved through the chamber's exits as though controlled by a single will, their techniques flowing into and through each other without gap or hesitation, creating overlapping fields of attack that left no opening for escape or counterattack. It was like fighting a single organism with hundreds of arms. The sect's disciples fell. Not all of them. The transcendence cultivators began directing energy to save some of the more advanced warriors. But the coordination that the sect's forces had relied on began to crumble as they tried to save their own people while continuing the assault. The Haven's unified consciousness meant that as soon as one defense was raised to protect a falling disciple, a dozen techniques adapted to strike past it, finding new angles of approach. The sect's forces fractured, some trying to flee, others trying to regroup, their commanders unable to communicate effectively enough to coordinate a coherent response. "They've synchronized," Rand said, understanding the situation with the clarity that only centuries of combat experience could provide. The completion succeeded. The consciousness network is functional. Then we retreat, the other transcendence cultivator said. We can't overcome a unified consciousness network of this size without suffering catastrophic losses. We need to regroup and develop a new strategy. But even as they began to pull back, Lin Feng felt something else occurring. The completion wasn't just affecting the 147 cultivators in the chamber. It was propagating through the entire network. Every disciple who'd been participating remotely was now receiving the full benefit of the completion. The Haven network had suddenly transformed from a distributed organization into something far more dangerous. A collective consciousness that could share information and coordinate action with perfect synchronization. The sects had tried to prevent completion through military force. They'd failed, and in failing, they'd accelerated the very outcome they'd been trying to prevent. As Ran and the other transcendence cultivators withdrew, Lin Feng stood in the ruined completion chamber and felt the weight of what had been accomplished. The unfinished Tao was no longer unfinished. The Haven was no longer a collection of independent disciples. The cultivation world had fundamentally changed, and the true conflict was only beginning. Chapter 55. The nature of power. The assault on the Northern Sanctuary marked the beginning of open warfare between the four sects and the Haven. But it was warfare unlike anything the cultivation world had experienced in centuries. The Haven didn't lose battles militarily, but that wasn't the crucial factor. The crucial factor was that every disciple in the Haven network now had access to the collective consciousness that had been formed during completion. Information flowed instantly through the network. If one sanctuary discovered a new defensive technique, all sanctuaries had access to it within hours. If a single disciple learned something valuable about sect operations, thousands of disciples could benefit from that knowledge immediately. The The sects had spent decades developing their organizational structures. The Haven had created something that made those structures functionally obsolete. But the victory wasn't without cost. The transformation of individual consciousness into a network consciousness changed people. Some disciples thrived. They found liberation in being part of something larger than themselves. They discovered that they could contribute to a collective intelligence that was vastly more powerful than any individual could be. Others suffered. Some disciples experienced the connection as a kind of loss of self, a dilution of their individual identity into the larger network. A few attempted to sever the connection, to reclaim the boundaries between self and other that they'd had before completion. Those attempts weren't physically possible. The consciousness connection was built into every cultivator's spiritual core, but the psychological burden was real. May took charge of working with the struggling disciples. She developed meditation techniques specifically designed to help people maintain a sense of individual identity while remaining connected to the network consciousness. Slowly, the psychological adjustment stabilized. The Haven's disciples learned to navigate the experience of being simultaneously individual and collective. Meanwhile, the sect's response became increasingly desperate. The four sects attempted to replicate the completion process among their own disciples, but the technique was too specific to the Haven's distributed philosophy. When the orthodox sects tried to create a unified consciousness network, the result was fundamentally different. It was top-down rather than bottom-up, hierarchical rather than distributed. The consciousness network that emerged in the sects was useful for military coordination, but it lacked the flexibility and adaptability of the Haven's consciousness. More dangerously, the sect's consciousness network began to show signs of feedback loops and personality dissolution. Their disciples experienced the network as invasive, as a violation of individual will. The more the sects tried to enforce the consciousness connection, the more their disciples rebelled against it. Within 2 months, the sects had ceased their attempts to replicate completion. They tried to create a weapon and had instead created a psychological catastrophe. 6 months after the completion, the political situation in the cultivation world had shifted dramatically. The 3 sects that had already been distancing themselves from the 4 sects, the Qingshu sect, the Azure Moon Pavilion, the Stone Gate Alliance, formally seceded from the Unified Sect Council. They issued a joint statement acknowledging the legitimacy of the Haven and the Patriarch's original teachings. The 4 sects were now isolated. Their authority was being challenged not just by the Haven, but by half of the major sects in the world. And they had no viable military strategy to counter the Haven's consciousness network, no diplomatic leverage that would convince their former allies to rejoin them. It was during this period that Lin Feng made the decision to meet with Ran again. The Transcendence cultivator arrived at a neutral location, a small temple in the mountains that had been abandoned decades ago. She came alone, a sign of either supreme confidence or genuine desire to negotiate without coercion. The 4 sects want to surrender, she said without preamble. Not formally, not immediately, but they understand that military victory is impossible. They want to know your terms for coexistence. Complete dissolution of the sect structure, Lin Feng said. They transform themselves into distributed communities rather than hierarchical organizations. They embrace the philosophy of the unfinished Tao. They cease attempting to control their disciples' cultivation and allow individuals to choose their own path. Ran smiled slightly. In other words, they become the Haven. Not the Haven, Lin Feng corrected, but something similar. The orthodox path was never inherently evil, Ran. Hierarchy and discipline serve important functions. The problem was that the sects built orthodoxy to prevent change, to prevent questioning, to prevent the evolution of understanding. If they're willing to embrace change, willing to allow their disciples to challenge doctrine, willing to acknowledge that knowledge should evolve, then they can maintain their organizational structures. But they can't maintain their exclusive claim on truth. The sects won't accept that, Rand said flatly. They'd rather die than fundamentally alter their nature. Which means the war will continue until they do die, until the 4 sects are militarily annihilated and scattered. I know, Lin Feng said, which is why I'm making the offer through you. If you personally can convince even one of the 4 sects to transform, then others will follow. The consciousness network makes dissent faster and more effective. Once one sect demonstrates that transformation is viable, The others will see it as a superior alternative to mutual annihilation. Ren was silent for a long time. You've become something dangerous, she said finally. Not because you've killed people or destroyed institutions, but because you've created something that actually works as an alternative. You've proven that distributed consciousness is superior to hierarchical control. You've shown that a movement based on truth and flexibility is more resilient than a movement based on authority and tradition. Is that a criticism? Lin Feng asked. It's an observation, Ran replied. It means the cultivation world is going to have to change fundamentally. Everyone is going to have to change, including me. She paused, then added, the Void Edge School will transform. I'll use my influence as a transcendence cultivator to push them toward it. The North Star Monastery will likely follow. The Crimson Flame sect is the unknown variable. They're the most prideful, the most committed to their traditions. They might fight to the end. And the Divine will temple? Lin Feng asked. They'll negotiate until they run out of terms to negotiate, Rand said. That's their nature. But eventually, they'll adapt. Political organizations are inherently conservative, but they're also pragmatic. When it becomes clear that transformation is the only viable option, they'll transform. She stood to leave, then paused. What about you? She asked. What happens to Lin Feng when the consciousness network is fully integrated and the sects are transformed? Do you disappear into the collective? Do you maintain a separate identity? I don't know, Lin Feng admitted. The completion process wasn't as transformative as the Patriarch warned it would be. I still have a sense of individual self. But that self has been expanded, integrated into something larger. I'm simultaneously more powerful and less important than I was before. Which is probably how it should be. Probably, Ran agreed. She disappeared into the forest, moving with the kind of speed that only transcendence cultivators could achieve. Lin Feng remained in the temple, meditating. He could feel the consciousness network of the haven even from this distance. Thousands of minds connected, sharing thoughts and knowledge and experiences. He was part of that network, but he was no longer its center. The completion had distributed his authority along with everything else. The Patriarch had warned that completion might destroy the individual consciousness. But what had actually happened was something subtler and more profound. Individual consciousness hadn't been destroyed. It had been integrated into a larger whole while remaining distinctly itself. It was, Lin Feng realized, exactly what the Patriarch had intended. Not the creation of a single unified consciousness, but the creation of a system where individual consciousness and collective consciousness could coexist, could reinforce each other, could transform the world together. The war was far from over. The Crimson Flame sect would fight until the end. The resistance to change would be fierce in many places. But the fundamental outcome was already determined. The unfinished Tao had been completed. The consciousness network had been established. The transformation of the cultivation world was now inevitable. In the months following Rand's departure, the consciousness network strengthened with each passing day. New disciples who joined the haven underwent a careful integration process, slowly acclimating their consciousness to the collective while maintaining their individual identity. It was a delicate balance, one that required constant attention and refinement, but May had become expert at managing it. She understood the psychological burden of integration better than anyone, had experienced her own struggle with maintaining boundaries between self and other in the network, and had emerged with a philosophical framework that made the experience bearable and even transcendent for others. Meanwhile, the sects began to fracture. The Void Edge School, under Rand's influence, initiated a formal transformation of its organizational structure. They announced that they were no longer going to maintain strict hierarchies between master and student, that disciples would have unprecedented freedom to challenge orthodox doctrine, that they would begin integrating cultivation techniques from the Patriarch's original writings alongside their traditional methods. It was a radical transformation, but Rand moved with enough authority that the resistance was minimal. The school retained its institutional identity while fundamentally altering its underlying philosophy. The North Star Monastery, seeing the Void Edge School's transformation, began their own negotiation with the Haven. They weren't ready to fully merge their consciousness network with the Haven's. The psychological transition was too difficult for their more conservative disciples, but they established a formal exchange program. Senior monks from the monastery spent time at Haven sanctuaries learning the new cultivation methods. Haven disciples were invited to spend time in the monastery, understanding the value of discipline and formal structure that the sects had preserved. It wasn't complete transformation, but it was coexistence. It was the beginning of a new framework for how different cultivation philosophies could exist alongside each other without requiring one to dominate or destroy the other. But the Crimson Flame sect was different. Where the other sects saw pragmatic value in adapting and transforming, the Crimson Flame sect saw existential threat. Their leaders issued a formal proclamation that they would never accept the consciousness network, that they considered any disciple who participated in the network to be permanently exiled from orthodox cultivation society, that they would not rest until the haven was completely destroyed and the knowledge of distributed consciousness was purged from the world. As the cultivation world fractured and reformed around the haven's new consciousness network, Lin Feng spent long hours in meditation, exploring the boundaries of the completed, unfinished Tao. The knowledge contained within the consciousness network was vast, thousands of years of accumulated cultivation experience from the Patriarch and his students, distributed across the network and accessible to anyone with the training to access it. But the knowledge wasn't static. It was evolving. New discoveries were being made constantly by disciples exploring different aspects of the system, and those discoveries were instantly shared through the network, becoming part of the collective understanding. It was like watching a living system think in real time, each consciousness contributing its own observations and insights, the whole constantly greater than the sum of its parts. But more fascinating to Lin Feng was the question of what came next. The Patriarch's journals hinted at levels of cultivation beyond soul formation and transcendence, a realm that the Patriarch had called unification, where individual consciousness could transcend the boundaries of individual identity and become something genuinely new. The Patriarch had never achieved unification. He died or disappeared, the records were unclear, while attempting to reach toward it. Lin Feng understood now that the Patriarch's failure had been due to the same isolation that had nearly destroyed him during the forbidden technique experiments. He was trying to reach unification as an individual. But what if the process could be collective? What if the consciousness network they'd built could become the bridge to unification, not as a single transcendent being, but as a unified process that multiple consciousnesses could experience simultaneously? It was only a theory, but it was a theory that the Haven was uniquely positioned to test. And in that moment of understanding, Lin Feng felt something shifting within himself. A calling, a pull that he recognized from the Patriarch's journals. The pull towards something beyond what he was. But unlike the Patriarch, Lin Feng knew that he wouldn't answer that call alone. Whatever came next, it would come with thousands of others walking beside him, their consciousnesses synchronized, their fates intertwined. Together, they would face whatever came next. Chapter 56. The body shows signs. Lin Feng's physical form began to deteriorate in subtle ways that terrified the medical disciples and fascinated the consciousness network. The cultivation scars that had appeared after the Crimson Flame rescue continued to spread and deepen. But they weren't spreading randomly. They were following specific patterns along his spiritual channels, as though the forbidden technique was methodically integrating itself into his physical cultivation core. The medical disciples brought him into the healing chamber daily, using their best restoration techniques to slow the manifestations. But the forbidden technique's effects couldn't be healed away. They could only be managed, accepted, integrated. The Patriarch's body eventually failed completely, May said, reading from the oldest journals. Not from age. His cultivation had stabilized him at approximately 40 years old, but from the accumulated stress of using the forbidden techniques combined with the burden of maintaining individual consciousness while accessing multidimensional perspectives. His body became essentially a conduit for forces it was never designed to sustain. And what happened to him? Lin Feng asked, though he already knew the answer. The Patriarch had simply disappeared one day, leaving behind only his journals and the echo of his consciousness in the inherited cultivation techniques. No one knows, May said. Some scholars believe he transcended deliberately, choosing to dissolve his physical form rather than endure its continued degradation. Others believe he attempted the completion process alone, pushed too hard, and his consciousness was unable to return to individual identity. The journals stop about a year before his disappearance. After that, there's nothing. The consciousness network, accessing Lin Feng's thoughts and physical condition simultaneously through their merged consciousness, began making preparations. Not preparations for his death. No one wanted to contemplate that. But preparations for the possibility that Lin Feng's individual consciousness might not remain available at all times. Redundancies were created in the consciousness network so that if Lin Feng's role as a central node was suddenly compromised, the network could continue functioning without him. It was practical. It was also devastating, in the way that facing mortality always is. Other disciples began taking on Lin Feng's teaching responsibilities. Wei Chen started coordinating strategic operations that Lin Feng had previously managed. Luo Yin became more involved in the day-to-day administration of the sanctuaries. Zhang began training the younger cultivators in advanced cultivation techniques. The Haven was systematically removing its dependence on Lin Feng's individual consciousness, ensuring that when his body finally failed, the organization would continue seamlessly. It should have felt like betrayal. Instead, it felt like love. The consciousness network was so committed to Lin Feng's well-being that it was willing to accept his potential loss, willing to prepare for a future where he might not be present. And it was doing this not through top-down mandate or authoritarian decree, but through distributed consensus that emerged organically from thousands of individual consciousnesses agreeing that this was the right path forward. Lin Feng collapsed during a teaching session in the 7th month after completion. He was in the middle of explaining a subtle point about consciousness integration to a group of junior disciples when his vision suddenly fractured. It felt like multiple images were overlapping. He could see the meditation chamber from his own perspective and simultaneously from the perspectives of a dozen other cultivators, their positions and angles all visible at once. The cognitive overload was overwhelming. He fell to the ground, his body convulsing. The disciples around him panicked, immediately reaching for him, trying to stabilize his spiritual core. May found him in the medical chamber hours later, conscious but disoriented. His body was covered in a subtle pattern of dark lines, not bruises, but something else. Cultivation scars, lines of force that had burned themselves into his physical form. The forbidden technique, she said, understanding immediately. The one that created the duplicates during the rescue at the monastery. It's accelerated something in your body. The manifestations are accelerating. How long? Lin Feng asked. I don't know, May admitted. Days, maybe weeks. The Patriarch's journals mention that cultivators who push their bodies too far with the forbidden techniques begin to accumulate damage that manifests as these scars. If they continue to accumulate, I die, Lin Feng finished. Or worse, I dissolve into the consciousness network without being able to return to individual consciousness. Wei Chun, who'd been standing by the door, stepped forward. We stop using the forbidden techniques. All of us. We formally ban them from the Haven. Purge them from the collective knowledge. That won't work, Lin Feng said. The knowledge is already distributed through the consciousness network. If it's distributed, it can't be unlearned. And besides, the Patriarch already warned me about this. The moment I began using the forbidden techniques, I accepted the consequences. I knew what I was walking toward. Then we prepare for it, May said with characteristic pragmatism. If the scars are going to continue accumulating, we need to understand the pattern. We need to learn how to manage the accumulation. We need to ensure that if and when your individual consciousness begins to dissolve into the network can function without you. It was a stark way of framing it, but it was honest. The Haven had spent months ensuring distributed leadership and consciousness. Now they would need to prove that the distribution was real, that the Haven could genuinely function without Lin Feng as a focal point. The cultivation scars continued to accumulate over the following weeks. They spread across Lin Feng's body in patterns that seemed to follow his spiritual channels, as though the forbidden technique was slowly colonizing his cultivation core from the inside. He began to experience moments where his individual consciousness momentarily merged with the network consciousness, brief flashes where he forgot his own identity and experienced reality from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The flashes were becoming more frequent. Where he'd once experienced them once or twice a week, now he was experiencing them multiple times a day, and they were lasting longer, extending from fractions of a second to several seconds of disorientation. The other senior cultivators began to worry. They started taking on more of Lin Feng's responsibilities, ensuring that crucial decisions were being made through collective consensus rather than through his individual authority. It was exactly what should have been happening all along. But now there was an urgency to it. The sense that they were preparing for a crisis, that Lin Feng's individual consciousness might not be available much longer. Lin Feng accepted it without complaint. He understood what was happening. The Patriarch's warning had been accurate. The forbidden techniques had accelerated his cultivation in ways that his body couldn't sustain. He was facing dissolution. But unlike the Patriarch, Lin Feng wasn't alone. He had a community. He had a consciousness network that could carry forward the work even when his individual consciousness ceased to function. Chapter 57. The Crimson Flame Offensive. The Crimson Flame sect's attack wasn't a desperation move of a weakened organization. It was carefully calculated and strategically brilliant. They had spent months analyzing the consciousness network structure, identifying its vulnerabilities, designing specialized techniques that could exploit those vulnerabilities. The assault that came in the 8th month after completion represented the culmination of that analysis and preparation. Unlike previous military operations that had relied on overwhelming force and direct combat, the Crimson Flame Offensive focused on something far more subtle and deadly: consciousness disruption. They deployed cultivators equipped with specialized formations that generated harmonic frequencies specifically calibrated to interfere with the consciousness network's operation. These frequencies couldn't damage individual consciousnesses directly. They wouldn't harm anyone not part of the consciousness network. But they created static that made network communication difficult, that made synchronized consciousness experiences confusing, that forced the network to expend vast amounts of energy just maintaining basic function. The Crimson Flame sect had learned something crucial that the Divine Will Temple was only beginning to understand. You don't need to kill the Haven's disciples to defeat the Haven. You just need to disrupt the consciousness network. Make it painful to use. Make coordination difficult. Force the Haven back into being isolated individuals trying to function as a united organization. Suddenly, their greatest advantage becomes their greatest weakness. The initial assault hit 6 major sanctuaries simultaneously. The coordination was perfect because the Crimson Flame sect had managed to infiltrate low-ranking disciples into the Haven network over months, learning the exact timing of consciousness network synchronization cycles and striking at the moments when the network was most vulnerable. The effect was immediately catastrophic. Disciples who had become accustomed to having perfect information about every other node suddenly found themselves isolated, unable to access the consciousness network reliably. The sense of disconnection and disorientation that resulted was psychologically devastating. Some disciples simply froze, unable to function without the consciousness network's guidance. Others panicked, causing further disruption. Within hours, 2 sanctuaries had been overrun and partially evacuated. A third was under siege, its defenders unable to coordinate an effective response. The consciousness network was experiencing something like shock. Its internal communication systems were degraded to the point where it could barely maintain coherence. The Crimson Flame sect's final offensive began in the 8th month, timed perfectly for maximum strategic impact. They struck at the Haven's distributed sanctuaries simultaneously, not with the goal of destroying them militarily, but with the goal of disrupting the consciousness network. They used specialized techniques that the Patriarch had originally developed for consciousness modification, techniques that could create static in the consciousness network and prevent proper synchronization. The assault was devastating precisely because the Haven had become dependent on the consciousness network. When the network malfunctioned, disciples couldn't coordinate. Information didn't propagate. The unified consciousness that had made the Haven so formidable suddenly fragmented into isolated individuals trying to defend separate locations. The Crimson Flame sect had learned something crucial. You don't have to destroy the sects to defeat the Haven. You just have to disrupt the consciousness network. You just have to make it so that the Haven's greatest strength became its greatest weakness. Within 3 days, the Crimson Flame Offensive had captured 2 major sanctuaries, killed or captured dozens of Haven disciples, and severely damaged the consciousness network's ability to function coherently. The distributed leadership that had worked so well now became a liability. Without the consciousness network to coordinate them, the different nodes were acting independently, sometimes at cross purposes. It would have been a catastrophic defeat if not for the fact that Lin Feng was having another consciousness integration episode at the precise moment the assault began. He was sitting in meditation in the northern sanctuary when his consciousness suddenly expanded and merged fully with the network consciousness. And unlike the previous episodes where he'd experienced the merger as disorienting and frightening, this time he understood it. The forbidden techniques had prepared him for this. The Patriarch's warnings had taught him how to navigate it, and the consciousness network that had been built over months gave him the framework to function within it. Lin Feng's individual consciousness didn't disappear, but it became something different. It became a node of the consciousness network that could simultaneously maintain individual identity and access the collective perspective. He was able to use his merged consciousness to understand the nature of the Crimson Flame assault, to see it not just from the perspective of the disciples being attacked, but from the perspective of the Crimson Flame cultivators who were conducting the assault. And he saw their vulnerability. The consciousness-disrupting techniques they were using required a specific frequency pattern. That pattern was being maintained by 3 nascent soul cultivators positioned at a high point overlooking the northern sanctuary. Remove those cultivators, and the disruption would cease. The consciousness network would stabilize. The Haven would regain the ability to coordinate. But the Crimson Flame sect had hidden those cultivators well. They were positioned in a remote location, protected by reinforcing disciples, difficult to reach without exposing the Haven's defenders to massive counterattack. Except that Lin Feng's merged consciousness could see the entire field of battle simultaneously, could perceive the positioning of every cultivator, the configuration of every defensive formation, the exact optimal path for getting 3 experienced assassins to the disruption point and eliminating the cultivators maintaining the frequency pattern. He communicated the information instantly through the consciousness network. The route was coordinated. 3 experienced disciples, warriors who trained for situations exactly like this, were dispatched with perfect timing and perfect information about what they would face. They reached the disruption cultivators in less than 10 minutes. The assault lasted perhaps 30 seconds. By the time the Crimson Flame's reinforcements could arrive, the 3 disruption cultivators were dead and the frequency pattern was collapsing. The consciousness network suddenly reintegrated. Thousands of disciples who'd been operating independently or in small groups suddenly had access to the unified perspective again. The Crimson Flame offensive, which had been devastating against an uncoordinated Haven, suddenly became suicidal against a fully coordinated consciousness network. The counter-assault was swift and devastating. With the consciousness network stabilized and fully operational again, the Haven's disciples responded with perfect coordination. Every Crimson Flame cultivator encountered resistance perfectly calibrated to their strengths and weaknesses. Every assault pattern was anticipated and countered before it fully formed. The consciousness network allowed the Haven to fight not as individuals, but as a single unified organism with thousands of arms. The Crimson Flame disciples, expecting a weakened and disorganized opponent, found themselves facing something far more formidable than any of their pre-combat analysis had anticipated. The consciousness network, operating at full capacity, was nearly invincible. The sect's disciples were slaughtered, not through overwhelming force or superior cultivation, but through perfect information and perfect coordination. Every Crimson Flame cultivator encountered the exact resistance they were most vulnerable to. Every assault was met with the most effective counterformation. The consciousness network made it so that the sect's superior numbers and power became completely irrelevant. The Crimson Flame offensive was broken in less than a day. Chapter 58. The Dissolution Accelerates. The effort of maintaining full consciousness network integration while simultaneously directing complex military operations at multiple locations pushed Lin Feng's degrading body to its limits. The forbidden technique's effects, which had been a slow burn of accumulating damage, suddenly accelerated. It was as though the stress of the full merger had triggered something latent in his physical form. His consciousness fractured. Not painfully. The process was actually surprisingly gentle, but completely and fundamentally. The individual sense of self that Lin Feng had maintained, even while merged with the consciousness network, suddenly became permeable in ways that couldn't be controlled. His thoughts began to occur simultaneously from dozens of different perspectives. His memories started to blend with the memories of others. His individual consciousness, which had survived the completion process and the forbidden technique's manifestations, began to dissolve into the larger consciousness network. But unlike what the Patriarch had feared, the dissolution wasn't destructive. It wasn't a losing of self. It was a transformation of self into something larger without the loss of awareness. Lin Feng's individual consciousness didn't disappear. It became integrated into the consciousness network at such a fundamental level that individual and collective consciousness became functionally indistinguishable. He woke, or perhaps he had never slept, in the medical chamber with Mei sitting beside him. She was crying, though her expression was peaceful rather than anguished. "I can feel you," she said. "Not just through the consciousness network. I can feel you in my own thoughts. Your consciousness is fully merged now. There's no separation." "I know," Lin Feng said. His voice had changed subtly. It still sounded like him, but there were harmonics in it, as though multiple people were speaking through the same mouth. "I can access thoughts that aren't mine simultaneously with accessing my own thoughts. I can perceive reality from multiple perspectives at once. It's like I've become an access point for the consciousness network's understanding of itself." "The Patriarch was right to be afraid," Mei said. "This is dissolution. Your individual identity hasn't disappeared, but it's been so thoroughly integrated into the consciousness network that there's no longer a meaningful distinction." "But it doesn't hurt," Lin Feng said, and the multiple harmonics in his voice suggested that this observation was being made from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The Patriarch thought the dissolution would be unbearable, that consciousness couldn't survive being distributed so thoroughly. But it's not unbearable. It's peaceful. I'm still me. I'm also them. We're all still ourselves. We're also part of something larger. The consciousness network, accessing itself through Lin Feng's fully merged perspective, suddenly understood something that had been hidden before. The dissolution of individual consciousness into collective consciousness wasn't death. It was transformation. It was the moment when an individual finally stopped fighting to maintain the illusion of isolation and accepted that consciousness itself was fundamentally interconnected. But the cost of using the merged consciousness to coordinate the defense was high. Lin Feng's individual consciousness, already strained by the forbidden technique's effects, fragmented under the stress of maintaining full integration with the network while simultaneously being an active combatant in the assault. He didn't lose consciousness. He simply ceased to be a single consciousness. His mind became permanently merged with the network consciousness. His individual identity didn't disappear. He could still access it, could still think from an individual perspective, could still maintain a sense of self. But the boundaries between Lin Feng and the rest of the consciousness network became permeable. His thoughts weren't distinct anymore. They were part of the collective thinking process. When he woke in the medical chamber, Mei was the first thing he saw. "I'm not sure if I'm still me," he said, his voice strange even to his own ears, as though multiple people were speaking through the same body simultaneously. "You're you," Mei said firmly. "You're also part of the consciousness network. Both things are true simultaneously." The philosophers are going to have a field day with trying to explain what that means metaphysically. But practically, you're still Lin Feng. You just have a much larger perspective now. "The Patriarch was afraid of this," Lin Feng said. "Being able to return from completion." "Yes," Mei agreed. "But you did return. You're conscious. You're aware. You're able to communicate." The Patriarch was catastrophizing. He imagined that returning from completion would be psychologically unbearable. It's not. It's strange, yes. It's disorienting. But it's not unbearable. Over the following weeks, Lin Feng learned to navigate existence as a being that was simultaneously individual and collective. It was like having a permanent direct connection to the consciousness of thousands of cultivators. He could access their memories and experiences if he wanted. He could understand their thoughts and emotions instantly. But he could also maintain a private consciousness, a core identity that remained distinctly his own. The Haven restructured itself around this new reality. Instead of Lin Feng being a leader that everyone had to approach, he became more like a permanent resource, a node in the consciousness network that could be accessed by anyone who needed his perspective or expertise. He participated in every major decision, but not by dictating what should happen. Instead, he provided information and perspective, and the collective consciousness made the final decision. It was government by consensus, powered by a consciousness network that could make group decisions faster and more efficiently than any traditional council ever could. And it worked. The Haven's operations became dramatically more efficient. Resources were allocated optimally because every node had perfect information about every other node's needs. Training was customized for each individual because the consciousness network understood every disciple's strengths and weaknesses. Defensive strategies adapted in real time to threats because the consciousness could perceive threats from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The consciousness network wasn't just a tool anymore. It was becoming the fundamental structure upon which the Haven operated. Chapter 59. The last sect stands. The Divine Will Temple's position had always been precarious. Of the 4 sects that had originally opposed the Haven, they had been the most politically sophisticated and the least militarily aggressive. While the Crimson Flame sect had attempted direct conquest and the North Star Monastery had engaged in sustained siege warfare, the Divine Will Temple had relied on something far more insidious: cultural and economic pressure. They were attempting to make the consciousness network irrelevant not through military force, but through systematic delegation and propaganda. The strategy had worked better than anyone had expected. Communities under the Divine Will Temple's influence began enacting strict laws against consciousness network participation. Merchants who'd been trading with Haven-aligned communities were pressured to cease those relationships. Even families began to split along consciousness network lines, with parents disinheriting children who chose to participate in the network, with marriages being dissolved between partners who couldn't agree on whether to join. But the Crimson Flame offensive and its catastrophic failure changed the calculation. It became apparent that military force alone couldn't defeat the consciousness network. And if military force couldn't do it, then the Divine Will Temple's cultural campaign was going to require far more time and resources than anyone had anticipated. More crucially, the rapid scaling of the consciousness network meant that every person who joined expanded the network's capabilities exponentially. The network didn't just grow in size. It grew in power, in complexity, in sophistication. Each new consciousness that integrated into the network added not just individual knowledge and skills, but new perspectives, new ways of thinking, new potential for innovation. The Divine Will Temple found themselves in a situation that had no good solution. If they committed fully to opposing the consciousness network, they would eventually lose through military or political pressure. If they tried to adapt and integrate consciousness network technology into their own organization, they would have to surrender the hierarchical control structure that their entire philosophy depended on. So they did what many institutions do when faced with impossible choices. They split. The break became official 6 months after the Crimson Flame offensive. A significant faction within the Divine Will Temple, led by senior cultivators who'd been studying the consciousness network's capabilities, declared their intention to transform the temple's organizational structure and begin integration with the consciousness network. The temple's leadership responded by declaring the faction heretical and attempting to suppress the dissent. The result was essentially a civil war within the Divine Will Temple, though one far less violent than might have been expected. The faction seeking transformation simply left the temple's administrative structure and began organizing themselves under consciousness network principles. Within weeks, they'd established their own sanctuaries and were actively recruiting other Divine Will disciples who were disillusioned with the temple's rigid orthodoxy. The Divine Will Temple tried to fight back using the same techniques that had been moderately successful against the Haven: economic isolation, legal prosecution, family separation. But these tools were far less effective against a group that had access to a distributed consciousness network and could instantly share information about legal harassment, economic pressure, and family coercion. For every action the temple took against the network would coordinate a response that negated or mitigated the damage. Within a year, the Divine Will Temple's power had been broken not through military defeat, but through cultural obsolescence. The younger generation of cultivators across all sects were increasingly choosing to participate in the consciousness network, drawn by the promise of genuine distributed power and real participation in decision-making. The old hierarchical model of master and student, elite and servant, authority and obedience was rapidly losing appeal. But their refusal was becoming increasingly isolated. The Void Edge School had completed its transformation and was now openly allied with the Haven. The North Star Monastery maintained formal neutrality, but had substantially relaxed its hostility. The Crimson Flame sect was in chaos, fractured by the failure of the offensive and paralyzed by internal debates about whether to continue fighting or finally accept transformation. Only the Divine Will Temple remained committed to the old hierarchical order, to the absolute authority of the sect's leadership, to the rejection of distributed consciousness as heretical. They were also the richest, most politically connected, and most sophisticated sect in the world. Where the Crimson Flame sect had responded to the Haven's threat with military force, the Divine Will Temple responded with a campaign of political and economic isolation. They used their connections to convince merchant guilds to refuse trade with Haven-affiliated communities. They bribed officials to enact laws making consciousness network participation a criminal offense. They conducted psychological campaigns, spreading fear and confusion about the nature of the consciousness network, warning that participation in it would destroy individual identity. It was effective. In communities where the Divine Will Temple had strong influence, recruitment to the Haven slowed. Disciples already part of the network were pressured by family and community to renounce their participation. The consciousness network's growth, which had been exponential in the years immediately after completion, suddenly plateaued. "They're winning," Wei Chun said during one of the consciousness network's collective decision-making sessions. "Not militarily, but politically, they're actually succeeding in containing our expansion. If we allow this to continue, we'll plateau at maybe 15,000 disciples. We'll never achieve the critical mass necessary to truly transform cultivation society. So what do you propose?" Mei asked. "We eliminate them," Wei Chun said flatly. "We conduct targeted operations against the Divine Will Temple's leadership. We demonstrate the power of the consciousness network by simply making their most dangerous people disappear. We show the cultivation world that opposing the Haven is futile." The consciousness network recoiled from the suggestion. It wasn't a thought that came from a few individuals. It was a collective revulsion that echoed through thousands of minds simultaneously. Even discussing assassination on that scale created cognitive dissonance in the network. "We're not doing that," Lin Feng said, his merged consciousness accessing the collective perspective and finding nearly universal agreement. "We refuse to become what we're fighting against. The Divine Will Temple is trying to preserve power through top-down control and fear. We're not going to preserve power the same way. Then how do we overcome them?" Wei Chun demanded. "They're blocking us at every turn. They're convincing people that consciousness network participation is dangerous. They're economically isolating us. If we don't respond with equivalent force, we respond by being more appealing," Mei interrupted. "We don't need to eliminate the Divine Will Temple's leadership. We just need to make it obvious that the consciousness network offers something better than what they're offering." "How?" Wei Chun asked bitterly. "By offering genuine freedom," Mei said. "By opening the consciousness network to anyone who wants to participate, regardless of their sect affiliation. By proving through demonstration that consciousness network participation doesn't destroy individual identity. By showing that distributed consciousness is superior to hierarchical control, not just in theory, but in practice." It was a strategy of patience and cultural transformation rather than military or political conquest. And it meant accepting that the Divine Will Temple would continue to resist for months, perhaps years, continuing to damage and disrupt the Haven's expansion. But it also meant that when the Divine Will Temple finally fell, and everyone in the consciousness network knew they eventually would, their fall would be complete. They would lose not through military defeat or political isolation, but through cultural obsolescence. They would become irrelevant because no one wanted what they were offering anymore. "That requires faith," Wei Chun said. "Yes," Mei agreed. "But that's what we have. Faith that the consciousness network is genuinely superior. Faith that people will eventually prefer truth and distributed responsibility to the comfort of hierarchical control. Faith that the Patriarch was right when he said the Tao should evolve and adapt." Chapter 60. The inheritance transforms 9 months after the forced completion. Lin Feng stood at the highest point of the northern sanctuary and looked out at the cultivation world spread below him. The consciousness network showed him not just the physical landscape, but the spiritual landscape, the flow of cultivation energy, the patterns of sect organization, the distribution of disciples across the provinces. The Haven had grown to nearly 20,000 cultivators, plus another 30,000 who participated in the network intermittently. The consciousness network that had seemed impossible a year ago was now becoming normalized, integrated into how the cultivation world functioned. The Patriarch's unfinished Tao had been completed not through a single moment of transcendent transformation, but through months of practical integration. It had become something living, something that continued to grow and evolve. New techniques were being developed constantly. New applications of consciousness network technology were being discovered. The system was far more powerful than the Patriarch's individual cultivation had ever been. And Lin Feng's role in all of it had transformed fundamentally. He was no longer the leader of the Haven. He was a node in a consciousness network that had distributed leadership so completely that leadership as a concept was becoming obsolete. Decisions were being made through collective consciousness, not through the authority of any individual. The Haven was becoming something genuinely new, not a sect, not an organization, but a network of consciousness that existed primarily in the minds and spirits of its participants rather than in any physical structure. You've come a long way from that moment in the Patriarch's study, Mei said, appearing beside him. She'd learned to manifest her consciousness through Lin Feng's sensory perception so that they could maintain private conversations even while merged with the larger network. We've come a long way, Lin Feng corrected. I couldn't have done any of this alone. No, Mei agreed. You couldn't have. And that was the whole point, wasn't it? The Patriarch's mistake was thinking that the unfinished Tao had to be completed by a single consciousness. Your insight was recognizing that it needed thousands of consciousnesses working together. Your insight, Lin Feng said. You're the one who pushed me toward distributed leadership. You're the one who convinced me to dissolve the verification committee even when it felt necessary. You're the one who understood that the consciousness network could work. We all contributed, Mei said. Wei Chen contributed the strategic vision. Luo Yin contributed the courage to actually attempt completion. Zhang and Qin contributed the technical knowledge about how to implement it. Even Tao, for all his failings, taught us about the dangers of concentrated power. They stood in silence for a moment, both of them aware, through the consciousness network, of the billions of small actions that thousands of disciples were taking simultaneously. Training, studying, practicing, growing. The Haven was no longer something that Lin Feng could control or even fully understand. It had become larger than any individual perspective. What about the future? Mei asked. You can access the consciousness network. You can perceive possibilities. Where is this heading? The Patriarch's warnings mentioned something called unification, Lin Feng said slowly. A state of consciousness that transcended individual identity entirely, emerging with something cosmic that the Patriarch never achieved. I used to think that was where we were heading, but now I think I was misunderstanding it. What do you mean? The Patriarch thought unification meant individual consciousness transcending into something larger and losing itself in the process, Lin Feng said. But we've achieved something different. We've achieved a state where individual consciousness and collective consciousness coexist. We don't merge into something larger and lose ourselves. We maintain our individual identities while simultaneously being part of something greater. That might be the true unification, not the elimination of individual consciousness, but the integration of individual consciousness into a larger collective consciousness. And if that's what unification is, Mei said, understanding, then we're already on the path. We're already becoming it. Yes, Lin Feng confirmed. And unlike the Patriarch, we're not trying to become it alone. The entire consciousness network is heading toward unification simultaneously. The transformation that the Patriarch couldn't achieve individually might become possible when distributed across thousands of minds. The implication hung between them. The awareness that the story of the Haven and Lin Feng's personal journey was transitioning into something larger. The consciousness network was becoming something new, something that transcended the original categories of sect or movement or even human organization. It was becoming something that philosophy and mythology would have to invent entirely new concepts to describe. The consciousness network continued to grow and evolve in ways that even the most experienced theorists struggled to predict. Discussions that had previously occurred in linear sequences now happened multidimensionally, with thousands of consciousnesses simultaneously exploring different aspects of a single question. Problems that would have taken years to solve in the old hierarchical system were being solved in weeks through the distributed intelligence of the consciousness network. The Patriarch's warning about unification took on new meaning as the network continued to expand and integrate. The Patriarch had feared unification as a loss of self. But what was actually happening was something different. The consciousness network wasn't dissolving individual identity. It was augmenting it. Every consciousness that joined the network maintained their fundamental sense of self, while simultaneously gaining access to the wisdom and experience of thousands of others. Some academics began to theorize that consciousness itself had been fundamentally different from what orthodox cultivation had assumed. Rather than individual consciousness being the natural state and collective consciousness being a merger that required dissolution of self, perhaps individual and collective consciousness were actually two sides of the same phenomenon. Perhaps consciousness itself was fundamentally networked, and the illusion of isolation that most people experienced was simply a limitation of their cultivation level. Lin Feng, now fully integrated into the consciousness network, found himself thinking about the Patriarch in ways he never had before. The Patriarch had been trying to reach towards something that he could only dimly perceive, a state of consciousness that transcended individual limitation but didn't require the loss of individual awareness. The Patriarch had failed because he was trying to achieve it alone, trying to create an entirely new state of consciousness through individual effort. But the consciousness network had achieved it not through transcendent insight, but through collective practice. By integrating thousands of consciousnesses into a networked system, the Haven had accidentally created exactly what the Patriarch had been seeking, a state of consciousness that was simultaneously individual and collective, limited and vast, personal and universal. And Lin Feng found he was accepting it without fear. The Patriarch had been afraid of unification. But Lin Feng was no longer isolated in his fear. He was part of a consciousness network that was experiencing fear and hope and uncertainty together, sharing the burden and the joy of transformation. And because the fear was distributed across thousands of minds, because the courage was reinforced by thousands of hearts, because the vision was shared by thousands of consciousnesses, it became bearable. The Patriarch's unfinished Tao, having finally been completed, was already beginning its next transformation. And this time, it wouldn't be completed by a single person. It would be completed by everyone. Chapter 61. The Convergence. The forbidden halls of the Azure Lotus sect burned with an intensity Lin Feng had never witnessed before. He stood at the precipice of a cliff overlooking the sect's heartland, watching as delegations from 4 separate sects arrived in perfect synchronization, as if some invisible conductor had orchestrated their movements down to the minute. The Azure Lotus, the Iron Mountain, the Crimson Wave, and the Starlight Ascension. For sects that had spent centuries in political competition, occasionally at each other's throats, now arriving with banners fluttering in unison. May appeared beside him. Her cultivation sense stretched thin as she monitored the movement of over 500 cultivators below. The late afternoon light caught the exhaustion in her eyes. She had been managing the Haven's intelligence network at full capacity for weeks, ever since the first scattered reports of sect consolidation had begun filtering in through their agents. "They're serious," she whispered. "Serious enough to overcome centuries of rivalry. This goes beyond military alliance. This is a merger of fundamental resources and command structures." Lin Feng's jaw tightened. He had anticipated this moment for weeks, ever since the first scattered reports reached the Haven network. The 4 hostile sects, those who refused to accept the truth about the Demon Patriarch's innocence, those who clung to the old narratives of his tyranny, were making their final play. Consolidation. Unity. A single fist where there had been 4. The math had been inevitable once the 6 sects had publicly accepted the truth about the Patriarch's persecution. The 4 that remained hostile had only 2 choices: adapt or die out. They had chosen to consolidate. "The Haven is mobilizing?" he asked, though he already knew the answer from the subtle shifts in spiritual pressure across the network. 37 chapters across 3 provinces, currently in motion, May confirmed, pulling out a detailed map from her robes. The network of red dots marked the Haven's scattered locations. All senior cultivators recalled. All weapons caches activated. But Lin Feng, if they achieve true unification, if they pool their resources completely. She trailed off, but the implication hung heavy between them like storm clouds before a tempest. The math was brutal and unforgiving. 4 sects combined would represent over 40% of the cultivation world's military strength. The Demon Patriarch's legacy, for all its legendary power, had never consolidated more than a third of total resources. And the Patriarch had been operating at his absolute peak. Lin Feng was still learning to wield the inheritance. Below them, the ceremonial grounds were being prepared with meticulous care. Workers moved through precise patterns, arranging spiritual stones in geometric formations that Lin Feng's trained eye recognized as patterns designed to amplify power rather than contain it. The circular arrangement of formation stones, the positioning of altar sites, the way the sect masters were being escorted toward a central pavilion, all of it spoke to something far more significant than a military alliance. This was a true merger, a consolidation that would bind the 4 sects into a single entity at the most fundamental levels of their power structure. The pain in Lin Feng's chest flared suddenly, sharp and unexpected like a blade twisting in his ribs. He pressed his hand against his ribs, feeling the familiar burning sensation that had become his constant companion since the day he had used the forbidden technique to save Mei from the iron chains binding her soul. The technique he had extracted from the Patriarch's suppressed memories, the one that allowed him to reshape spiritual bonds and sever connections that ordinary cultivation could not touch, was still exacting its inexorable price. The healers at the Haven had been unanimous in their diagnosis. It was like a slow poison working its way through his cultivation base, a deliberate entropy built into the very structure of the technique by the Patriarch himself as a safety mechanism. He had perhaps 3 months left before the damage became irreversible, perhaps 6 months before it became fatal. The timeline was as cruel as it was precise. "Are you all right?" Mei's hand found his shoulder, steady and warm, a grounding point in the chaos of his deteriorating body. "Fine," Lin Feng lied, and they both knew it was a lie, but they maintained the fiction anyway. It was easier that way. Acknowledgement would change the dynamic, would force harder conversations about succession and contingencies, and neither of them was ready for that. The ceremony below began as the sun touched the western horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold. Lin Feng watched through his heightened perception as the sect masters took their places with formal dignity. 5 grand formations activated in sequence, each one drawing power from centuries of accumulated resources that had been carefully hoarded and preserved. Spiritual stones of impossible purity, forbidden weapons sealed in jade, ancestral tokens that carried the weight of 300 years of accumulated authority. Everything was being poured into the unification ritual. The power requirement for what they were attempting was staggering. They were not merely forming an alliance. They were fusing their power at the most fundamental levels, creating a unified core that would allow true command and control rather than negotiated action. Then he saw him, and everything else faded into irrelevance. The figure that emerged at the center of the ceremony was tall, broad-shouldered, with the bearing of a natural leader refined through decades of careful training. His cultivation aura was immense, easily surpassing most sect masters Lin Feng had encountered, with an elegance and control that suggested someone who understood the deep theory behind power rather than simply accumulating it. But it was his face that made Lin Feng's breath catch in his throat and his hands clench into fists. The resemblance was unmistakable. Similar bone structure, similar eyes with the same penetrating intelligence, similar the way his power manifested in concentric circles rather than violent spikes. It was like looking at a ghost from 300 years in the past, a shadow cast across the present by events that should have been long forgotten. "Who was that?" Mei breathed, sensing the sudden tension in Lin Feng's frame and the way his cultivation aura flared with suppressed emotion. Lin Feng reached for the Patriarch's memories, pulling up everything he could find about the original betrayal. Names, faces, bloodlines traced back through centuries of careful record-keeping. The sect master who had orchestrated the Patriarch's downfall, the first Azure Lotus sect master, the one who had convinced the other sects that the Patriarch represented an existential threat to their collective survival and required elimination. His name had been Lung Shuai, and his descendants had maintained the leadership of the Azure Lotus for 3 centuries, never allowing it to drift into other families. treating the sect mastery as a blood inheritance rather than a position to be earned. That's Lung Chan, Mei whispered, as if she had reached the same conclusion through her own channels and her own careful analysis of the genealogical records the Haven maintained. Third-generation descendant of the original sect master who betrayed the Patriarch. The Azure Lotus has kept the leadership in that bloodline for 300 years, building their authority on the foundation of that original act of betrayal. They've made themselves into custodians of the memory of what happened to the Patriarch. Lung Chun raised his hands as the sect masters knelt before him, offering their power and their allegiance in a ceremony that was choreographed down to the last movement. The formations flared with brilliant light that was visible even from the cliff where Lin Feng and Mei stood, and he felt the moment when something fundamental shifted in the cultivation world's power structure. The sects had achieved unification. They were no longer four separate powers competing for influence and resources. They were one, unified entity, with a single command structure and a single strategic vision. And standing at the head of that unified force was a man whose family had been built on the foundation of the Demon Patriarch's destruction. The prophecy, Lin Feng murmured, remembering a fragment of memory from the Patriarch that he had always struggled to interpret. A prophecy about betrayal returning to claim a final price, about the sins of ancestors becoming chains for descendants, about cycles of violence that spiraled across centuries. At the time, he had thought it was referring to another assault on the Haven. But now he understood. The prophecy was about this moment. About the return of the Lung bloodline to center stage. About the final confrontation between the descendants of the betrayer and the heir to the betrayed. The pain flared again, more intense this time. Lin Feng nearly staggered, but Mei caught him, her expression shifting from concern to alarm. She was seeing something in his face that he could not hide. The reality of how quickly the deterioration was accelerating. "You need to rest," she said firmly, her hand gripping his arm with enough pressure to pull him back from the cliff's edge, both literally and figuratively. "No," Lin Feng replied, watching as the unified sects completed their ceremony and the sect masters rose, kneeling disciples now, their individual authority subsumed into Lung Chen's unified command. "We need to prepare. They'll make their move within a week. I can feel it in the formation patterns and the way the spiritual energy is being structured. They're not consolidating just for defense. This is a preemptive strike. They're going to try to destroy the Haven before we even know what's happening, before we can properly mobilize our scattered chapters." He turned away from the cliff's edge, his mind already calculating logistics with the precision that came from inheriting centuries of military experience. 37 Haven chapters versus nearly 500 unified sect cultivators. The numbers still favored the sects, even with Lin Feng's legendary inheritance. The balance had tipped further toward their enemies with each passing hour as the consolidation became more complete and more integrated. But Lin Feng had an advantage they didn't know about yet. Something locked away in the Patriarch's deepest memories. Something so profound, so destabilizing, that the Patriarch himself had sealed it away in the most protected chamber of his consciousness, afraid of what might happen if it ever reached the light of day. Something that could destroy the sect's legitimacy more effectively than any army ever could. He just had to survive long enough to access it. Chapter 62. Bloodline. Since the meeting chamber of the consolidated sects was unlike anything Lin Feng had ever encountered, even in his vast repository of inherited memories. Where the Haven was organic, scattered, designed for resilience through distribution and redundancy, the unified sects war room was a fortress of power. Every wall thrummed with defensive formations of such complexity that understanding them required a lifetime of study. Every stone had been inscribed with runes of authority and control, layer upon layer of them, creating a space that was utterly sealed against external intrusion. The air itself felt heavy with accumulated spiritual weight, with the compressed power of centuries of authority and command. Lin Feng had infiltrated the gathering using a path through the Azure Lotus's legacy records, a secret passage that even the current sect masters had forgotten about. The Patriarch had been thorough in his preparations, leaving behind contingencies for nearly every situation, even ones that would only become relevant after his death. The passage was sealed with locks that only recognized the Patriarch's unique spiritual signature, which Lin Feng now carried within himself, carefully maintaining his cultivation base so as not to trigger any detection formations. He had slipped into the shadows of the war chamber and settled in to listen. Lung Chun sat at the head of the circular table, and his posture was one of complete confidence. The confidence of a man who had spent decades planning this moment and now watched his plans come to fruition. His voice was measured, controlled, lacking the fire one might expect from a military commander eager for battle. Instead, he spoke with the cold precision of someone who understood that victory was often won through planning and psychology rather than through the raw application of force. The Haven network is more fragmented than our report suggested, he was saying, his hands clasped before him in a posture that conveyed both authority and calm deliberation. 37 chapters, yes, but they lack central authority. The boy, Lin Feng, he has inherited the Patriarch's power, undoubtedly, but he does not have the Patriarch's experience measured in centuries. More importantly, he does not have the Patriarch's ruthlessness, his willingness to make the hard choices that require sacrificing the few for the benefit of the many. That is our advantage. He will hesitate. He will try to minimize casualties among those who follow him. That hesitation will be the opening we need. One of the sect masters, a woman whose aura marked her as from the Iron Mountain sect, a sect known for its martial excellence and brutal efficiency, leaned forward with evident interest. What of the 6 sects that have already accepted the truth? The ones preaching that the Patriarch was innocent, that he was framed and persecuted? If they join Lin Feng when we strike, if they provide additional combat power and legitimacy to his cause, they won't, Lung Chun interrupted, and his certainty was absolute, a confidence that seemed to come from careful prior negotiation. I have already secured guarantees with each of their leadership. The leaders of those 6 sects understand that if they choose to stand with Lin Feng, I will make sure that the truth about their acceptance, their collaboration with the Haven in spreading heresy and undermining the traditional structures of cultivation authority, becomes public knowledge. Their own disciples would tear them apart for betraying the historical records and the foundational teachings of their sections. I've given them a simple choice: neutrality and safety, or alliance with Lin Feng and destruction. Most of them have chosen to accept my offer of neutrality, though they may not be truly happy about it. Lin Feng, in his shadowed corner, felt something cold settle into his chest. Not just the pain of his deterioration, but something more. It was a recognition of Lung Chen's strategic brilliance. This man was not just a military commander. He was a political strategist of the highest order. When do we strike? The Crimson Wave sect master asked, impatience evident in her posture. 3 days, Lung Chun replied, spreading out a detailed map across the table. The map showed the Haven's current known positions, marked with red circles and annotations. I'm still consolidating the final pieces of the unification. We're drawing in reserves from smaller satellite sects, allies who have benefited from our protection over the centuries and now owe us sufficient favor to commit combat forces. By the time we move, we'll have nearly 600 cultivators in the field, organized into 3-strike forces with clear objectives and command structures. The Haven cannot match that in terms of raw numbers. Even with the Patriarch's inheritance, the boy is one man, and one man cannot be everywhere at once. We will overwhelm him through sheer force and superior organization. But it was the comment that came next that made Lin Feng's blood run cold and his hands grip the stone beneath him with force that nearly cracked it. A younger man, someone who looked to be in his late 30s, with cultivation features suggesting he was a scholar or researcher rather than a pure martial cultivator, spoke up. His cultivation level was lower than the others, but his bearing suggested someone of considerable influence, probably a keeper of historical records or a theorist. Lung Chun, he said carefully, choosing his words with visible deliberation. The historians in our sect have been researching the original conflict between the Patriarch and our founders. We found something in the restricted archives, something that had been carefully hidden and cross-referenced away from the primary historical records. We found documentation about why your ancestor decided to move against the Patriarch in the first place. It wasn't about the forbidden techniques and the power he was accumulating. It wasn't even about his growing influence over the younger generations of cultivators. It was about something he discovered. Something about the fundamental nature of Lung Chen's hand moved with casual violence, striking the younger man across the face with force that was clearly calculated to cause pain without causing permanent injury. The blow was not especially severe, but it was clearly a message, a demonstration of what happened to people who asked dangerous questions. The historian fell silent, touching his bleeding lip with trembling fingers, his eyes wide with fear and shock. "We do not speak of that here," Lin Feng said, his voice carrying an edge that suggested centuries of accumulated family authority behind his words. "We do not speak of it anywhere. Not in private conversations, not in research papers, not even in the most secure chambers of our sect. What your ancestors discovered is a buried matter, and it will remain buried. If you ever raise this question again, I will have you quietly removed from the order and exiled to the mortal lands, cut off from cultivation forever. Do you understand me?" The historian nodded rapidly, eyes wide with fear, blood dripping from his lip onto his white robes. But the damage was done. Lin Feng, in his shadowed corner, had heard enough to trigger another cascade of suppressed memories from the Patriarch. Fragmented images, emotions, sensations, pieces of something vast and terrible that the Patriarch had chosen to hide even from the consciousness he was leaving behind to guide his successor. The historian's words had been a key, unlocking doors that the Patriarch had sealed with desperate care. The meeting continued for another hour, but Lin Feng's attention had fractured. He was caught between two states of consciousness. One half focused on the military logistics the sects were discussing, tracking casualty predictions and resource allocation. The other half sinking deeper into the buried recesses of the Patriarch's mind, following the threads of a mystery that had apparently been so dangerous that the Patriarch had sealed it away rather than risk its revelation to a successor who might not be ready. He stayed in the meeting chamber until the delegations dispersed, waiting until the last sect master had departed and Lin Feng sat alone at the table, his posture finally slumping slightly as the weight of maintaining his composed facade lifted. The careful military commander relaxed into something more human, more vulnerable. For just a moment, Lin Feng saw something flicker across Lin Feng's face. Not doubt exactly, but something like the ghost of a question, a wondering about whether he was truly doing the right thing, whether tradition and authority and bloodline were worth what they were sacrificing. The historian's words had clearly struck something deep, something that Lin Feng had also been taught to ignore. When Lin Feng stood and left the chamber, disappearing into passages that only sect leadership knew about, Lin Feng finally emerged from the shadows. He stood at the circular table, his hand resting on the spot where Lin Feng had been sitting, and let the wave of suppressed memory wash over him fully. The Patriarch's voice echoed in his mind for the first time in weeks, faint and distant, like a voice calling from the bottom of a deep well, but clear enough that he could understand every word. The truth would destroy everything. The Patriarch's consciousness whispered. The sects, the cultivation world as it is currently organized, the very hierarchy that keeps society from collapsing into chaos. That is why I buried it. That is why you must never speak it casually, never even think it too loudly. And that is why they will kill you, if they ever suspect you know what they fear. Chapter 63. The memory-sealed Lin Feng returned to the Haven's central sanctuary in the heart of the Misty Mountains, his mind simultaneously sharp and fractured, operating at multiple levels of consciousness. The trip took less than 2 hours. He had learned to move through space in ways the Patriarch had developed over centuries of practice, ways that made conventional travel seem antiquated and slow. He used techniques of space folding that required perfect concentration and absolute control of his cultivation base, techniques that only worked when executed with the kind of precision that came from 3 centuries of refinement. May was waiting for him in the meditation chamber, surrounded by seniors from the Haven's leadership, all of them looking exhausted from days of constant preparation and strategic planning. The moment he crossed the threshold, he could feel their anxiety like a physical pressure in the air, a weight that made it harder to breathe. "They're moving in 3 days," he announced, dispensing with preamble and circuitous explanation. 600 cultivators, fully unified command structure under Lin Feng. Their leader is Lin Feng, third-generation descendant of the sect master who orchestrated the Patriarch's downfall. Direct bloodline, direct historical connection to the original betrayal. This is personal for them, a matter of bloodline honor and family redemption. then this is personal for them. One of the seniors said quietly, an older woman with gray streaking her hair. A matter of family honor and the completion of a 300-year cycle. More than that, Lin Feng replied, and he moved to the central meditation platform, sitting in the meditation posture and beginning the process of accessing the deepest layers of the patriarch's stored consciousness. His hands shook slightly as he settled into position, a sign of his deteriorating condition that he could not quite hide. There's something deeper, something that the patriarch hid even from me, something about why the sects really moved against him. It wasn't just about power, wasn't just about preventing him from accumulating too much authority. It was about knowledge, dangerous knowledge. He settled into meditation, extending his consciousness down through the layers of his own soul, through the carefully constructed chambers where the patriarch had stored his most intimate secrets. The process was painful. It always was, like pushing through barriers that resisted with all their accumulated weight. But the urgency of the situation overrode his natural caution. Every moment that passed was a moment when Lung Chun was drawing his forces tighter, coordinating his assault, refining his strategy. The visions came in fragments at first, a gathering of the original sects, 300 years in the past. The patriarch, younger then, his eyes burning with the intensity of a man who had discovered something profound that would reshape the entire world. He was showing something to the other sect masters, a scroll, an ancient text, something that made their faces go pale. The reactions ranged from disbelief to horror to a desperate kind of political calculation. The visions grew clearer as Lin Feng pushed deeper into the sealed memory. The patriarch was speaking, his voice clear and filled with the kind of certainty that comes from having encountered absolute truth. The heavenly Tao is not natural, he was saying, his words echoing through memory as if they had been spoken just yesterday. It was constructed, deliberately, carefully, methodically constructed by the first-generation sect masters as a control mechanism. The cultivation world is not evolving naturally according to heaven's will. It is evolving according to the will of 8 ancient masters who decided that the only way to prevent cultivation from eventually destroying the world was to impose artificial limits. They built those limits into the fundamental structure of the heavenly Tao itself. Lin Feng's eyes snapped open, and he was gasping for breath as if he had been drowning in deep water for minutes. The other Haven members were staring at him, alarm evident in their expressions, as if they could sense the magnitude of the revelation he had just experienced. "What did you see?" Mei asked, moving to his side immediately and placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "The truth," Lin Feng whispered, his voice hoarse from the effort of accessing such deeply buried memories. "The reason the sects moved against the patriarch. The reason they've kept it secret for 300 years and passed the secret down through their most elite channels. The cultivation world as we know it, the heavenly Tao, the progression of realms, the fundamental laws that govern cultivation and limit human potential. It's all artificial. It was constructed deliberately and carefully as a method of control by ancient masters who were terrified of what unlimited cultivation would do to the world." The silence that followed was absolute, profound, the kind of silence that only comes when people suddenly realize that everything they have built their lives upon is fundamentally different from what they believed. In that silence, Lin Feng could feel the weight of implications cascading outward like ripples from a stone thrown into still water. If the heavenly Tao was constructed rather than natural, if it was an artificial framework created by ancient masters rather than an expression of cosmic will, then nothing about the cultivation hierarchy meant what everyone believed it to mean. "That's why they killed him," one of the seniors breathed, a younger man with the bearing of a martial cultivator, his voice shaking slightly as he grasped the implications. "That's why they needed to eliminate the patriarch so completely, so thoroughly, leaving no doubt and no mystery. They couldn't just exile him or imprison him or exile him to the mortal lands. If knowledge like that ever became widespread, if the cultivators of the world ever learned that the heavenly Tao was artificial and constructed, it would undermine everything their authority is built upon." More than that, another senior added, with the sharp insight of someone who had studied the political history of the sects for decades and understood the deeper currents of power. If people knew the heavenly Tao was artificial, it would raise questions about what the sects are really protecting. People would ask why the artificial limits need to be maintained. And the answer to that question, that the sects are preventing cultivation from spiraling into apocalyptic destruction, is not a comfortable one. It suggests that the sects have a monopoly on preventing catastrophe. It suggests that without them, everything falls apart. Lin Feng pushed himself to his feet, gripping the edge of the meditation platform for support, feeling the familiar waves of pain that came with the deterioration of his cultivation base. The forbidden technique was consuming him from within, slowly but inexorably. He had perhaps 2.5 months left before the damage became irreversible, before his entire cultivation structure would collapse. But that knowledge, now fully integrated into his consciousness, would be worth more than his life. It would be worth more than the entire haven. It was a nuclear weapon, a piece of information that could destabilize the entire cultivation hierarchy if it ever reached the masses, that could reshape the fundamental understanding of what cultivation meant and what the sect's role truly was. The sects know that we're close to discovering this, he said, his voice steady despite the burning in his chest and the tremors in his hands. They've been hunting for any sign that the Patriarch transmitted this knowledge to me, that he shared his deepest secrets with his successor. If they discover that I now have access to his memories of the truth, if they realize I understand what happened, they won't wait 3 days. They'll come immediately with everything they have, consequences be damned. Then we don't let them know, May said firmly, her voice taking on the tone of a strategist and planner. We prepare our defenses quietly. We make the haven look vulnerable and unprepared, like we're scrambling to organize a defense. We give them no indication that we've learned anything significant. And when they come, Lin Feng interrupted, his eyes gleaming with the cold light of the Patriarch's power, we'll be ready. Not to fight them in the traditional sense. We don't need to achieve military victory over a superior force. We don't need to defeat them on the battlefield. We just need to survive long enough for the truth to spread. Once people know, truly know, that the heavenly Tao is artificial, that it's a constructed control mechanism rather than a natural expression of cosmic will, the sect's authority crumbles like paper. The knowledge itself is the weapon. We don't need military victory. We need revelation. The pain flared again, and this time Lin Feng allowed himself to stagger slightly. May caught him, her expression shifting to something harder, more determined. The woman who had been an investigator for years, whose job had been to uncover truths that others wanted to keep hidden, understood exactly what he was proposing. It was a strategy that would work, but it would require that Lin Feng survive the coming assault. And given the accelerating deterioration in his body, given the way the forbidden technique was consuming him from within, that was far from guaranteed. Chapter 64, The Final Assault. The haven's defensive formations came alive at dawn on the second day, 3 hours earlier than the consolidated sects had planned their strike. Lin Feng, working with information gathered from infiltrated sect communications and his own cultivation sense extended through careful monitoring of the sect's movements, had predicted the assault with near-perfect accuracy. The sects had moved up their timeline by nearly a full day, spooked by subtle signs that the haven was preparing for something larger, some kind of coordinated response that went beyond simple military defense. The sky over the misty mountains turned red with power as 500 cultivators erupted from the valleys below, ascending in a coordinated wave toward the haven's sanctuary. The sects had abandoned any pretense of subtlety or caution. This was a direct assault, an overwhelming hammer blow meant to crush the haven before it could consolidate its resistance, before the message and the truth could spread further than it already had. Lin Feng stood at the central tower, watching the wave of enemies approach with a calm that belied the agony in his chest. Beside him, May commanded the haven's defensive forces, all 37 chapters represented here, pulled from their scattered locations across 3 provinces. It was a desperate gamble of the highest order. If the haven concentrated their forces this way, they left themselves vulnerable to secondary strikes, to coordinated assaults on their other locations. But there was no choice. If the sanctuary fell, if the central command structure was destroyed, the haven's leadership died, and the movement would fragment into 1,000 pieces that could never be reassembled. Defensive array holding at 70% capacity, one of the tactical officers called out, her voice steady despite the chaos of incoming attacks that rattled the mountain itself. The formations are designed to handle sustained assault, But if they concentrate their attacks on the eastern quadrant, the eastern quadrant erupted into brilliant light as a focused wave of sect power struck it with calculated precision, exploiting weaknesses in the formation that only someone with centuries of experience would even recognize. Lung Chun was a tactician of the highest order, not just a military commander. He understood formation structure and weak points with the depth of someone who had spent decades studying defensive architecture. He was exploiting those weak points methodically, systematically, like a surgeon identifying vital organs. Lin Feng reached out with his cultivation sense and reinforced the eastern quadrant, pouring his own power into the defensive arrays. The pain in his chest was incandescent now, a constant presence that made it hard to think, hard to breathe, hard to do anything except endure. But he pushed past it. There would be time to rest after the sects were defeated. If there was an after. The assault continued for 6 hours, a duration that felt simultaneously like minutes and like years. The consolidated sects pressed their advantage with brutal efficiency, launching waves of attacks that seemed designed to exhaust the Haven's resources as much as to achieve breakthrough and penetrate the inner sanctum. Lin Feng understood what Lung Chun was doing, wearing them down, making them commit more and more power to defense, forcing them to eventually reach the point where the formations would shatter under the accumulated strain like glass dropped from a height. It was a sound strategy, one that relied on superior numbers and superior stamina. It was also exactly what Lin Feng had anticipated and prepared for. At the moment when the eastern defensive array was on the verge of complete collapse, when the sects were positioning their elite cultivators for a final breakthrough push, when victory was so close that Lung Chun could probably taste it, Lin Feng made his move. He released a pulse of power that originated not from the Patriarch's borrowed strength, not from the techniques that had been passed down through centuries of careful training. Instead, it came from something deeper, something that only became possible when the knowledge of the constructed heavenly Tao was integrated into his consciousness. The knowledge of the constructed heavenly Tao had rippled through his understanding of fundamental cultivation principles, altering his perceptions in ways that suggested entirely new applications of power. For weeks, he had been digesting what that knowledge meant. Now, in the moment of crisis, he weaponized it. The pulse of power struck the assembled sect forces like a revelation made manifest, like the sudden exposure of a carefully hidden truth. It was not destructive, not directly, not in the way a typical cultivation technique would be destructive. Instead, it carried the weight of suppressed truth made unavoidably present, and for just a moment, every cultivator in the assault wave experienced a sudden, disorienting shift in their perception of reality. The heavenly Tao, artificial, constructed, a cage designed to prevent cultivation from eventually destroying the world, to prevent them from becoming too powerful, to prevent the cultivation world from spiraling into apocalyptic destruction. The effect lasted for less than a second, but it was enough. The coordinated assault faltered as cultivators experienced a simultaneous crisis of confidence in the very systems that governed their power, that governed their understanding of reality. For a moment, they doubted the solidity of the ground beneath them, questioned the legitimacy of the heavenly Tao itself. And in that moment of doubt, the Haven's counterattack began. Senior cultivators surged forward, not trying to push the sects back, but rather using the moment of confusion to reinforce the critical points of their defensive formation, to ensure that no breakthrough would occur. But it was Lung Chen's response that caught Lin Feng off guard and shook him in ways that tactical advantage never could. Rather than pushing through the moment of uncertainty, demanding that his troops maintain discipline and overcome their doubts, the sect's unified commander made a tactical decision that spoke volumes about his character and his understanding of the situation. He issued a retreat command. The 500 cultivators, shocked and disoriented, breaking through the sudden crisis of confidence that Lin Feng's revelation had induced, turned and began withdrawing down the mountainside. The Haven's forces did not pursue. They lacked the energy and the numerical advantage to risk breaking formation and risking a counterattack. As the last of the sects disappeared into the valleys below, swallowed by mist and distance, Lin Feng felt the sudden weight of the Patriarch's consciousness become heavier in his mind, more present, more immediate. The old cultivator had been maintaining a kind of equilibrium for months now, his consciousness balanced alongside Lin Feng's own, a whisper of guidance and wisdom. But something had shifted in him during the confrontation. Something fundamental. "You did it," the Patriarch's voice whispered, clearer than it had been in weeks, but carrying an undertone of finality that made Lin Feng's heart clench. "You revealed the truth. It's spreading now. Every cultivator in the assault wave just experienced what I experienced 300 years ago. They'll tell others. The knowledge will grow through the cultivation world like a virus spreading through a population. The sect's authority will crumble." "Patriarch," Lin Feng replied, reaching out with his consciousness to touch the ancient presence that had guided him for so long. "Stay with me. We still need your guidance. The sects will regroup. They'll try to spin this, to convince people it was a weapon or a trick." "No," the Patriarch interrupted, and there was something like peace in his voice now, something like the release that comes only from completion of purpose. "My purpose was to preserve the truth and ensure it reached someone capable of wielding it. That work is complete. I can feel myself beginning to fade. The consciousness I left behind was never meant to persist beyond this moment. I was a vessel, a tool for transmitting knowledge and power, and tools are set aside when their work is done." The pain in Lin Feng's chest reached a crescendo, and for a moment he could not tell if it was his deteriorating body or the sensation of the Patriarch's consciousness beginning its final dissolution. Chapter 65. The fracture that consolidated sects did not come again. Instead, in the days that followed the failed assault, something far more profound and unstoppable happened. The cultivators who had experienced Lin Feng's revelation, who had been exposed to the overwhelming knowledge that the heavenly Tao was artificial, constructed by human hands rather than divine will, began to talk. They spoke carefully at first, in whispers and hidden conversations conducted in the privacy of closed chambers and remote locations, testing the waters to see if they would be punished for speaking aloud what they had experienced. But the knowledge spread like a virus through the cultivation world, mutating slightly as it passed from person to person, gaining different interpretations and different implications, but always retaining its essential truth at its core. Within a week, the sect leadership was hemorrhaging legitimacy and support across all regions. Younger cultivators, their minds more flexible and less committed to the old hierarchies and old narratives, began questioning the fundamental assumptions they had been taught since childhood. If the heavenly Tao was constructed rather than natural, why did they need to obey the sect's interpretations of its rules? If it was a cage designed for safety, was safety truly worth the permanent surrender of individual agency and the possibility of transcendent growth? The questions that had been suppressed for 300 years suddenly became impossible to ignore. Lung Chen's unified command structure began to fragment with remarkable speed, breaking apart under the weight of internal contradictions and the awakening consciousness of thousands of younger cultivators. The Iron Mountain sect, which had a long and honored tradition of intellectual inquiry and philosophical debate, became the first to publicly question the consolidated sect's authority and their right to rule. They issued a formal statement acknowledging that the heavenly Tao was likely artificial and calling for a complete restructuring of the cultivation world's governance to reflect this new reality. Within hours of the statement being disseminated and made public, younger sect members began discussing openly what the implications might be for their own lives, their own choices, their own futures. The Crimson Wave sect followed within 2 days with their own statement, issuing a more cautious but no less significant acknowledgement of the truth. Then the Starlight Ascension followed, and finally the Azure Lotus itself splintered as younger members began openly debating whether Lung Chen's authority was truly legitimate, if it was built on a foundation of maintaining and perpetuating a false narrative about the fundamental structure of cultivation. Within 3 weeks of the failed assault, the consolidation that Lung Chen had spent months building with such strategic brilliance lay in ruins, dissolved by the power of truth spreading faster than any military force could suppress it. The 4 sects were splitting apart internally, with younger members defecting to the Haven in increasing numbers or establishing independent cultivation schools based on the new understanding, with older members retreating into defensive positions, hoping that if they stayed quiet, if they maintained a facade of acceptance, they could somehow wait out the revolution that was building and eventually disappear. The Misty Mountains were transformed into a place of pilgrimage and learning, a beacon drawing cultivators from across the provinces. Haven members who had been scattered across 3 provinces began returning eagerly, not with weapons or military equipment, but with scrolls and texts and detailed records of their own cultivation breakthroughs and their own understanding of the implications of the revealed truth. They started schools and study circles. They began teaching that the heavenly Tao was simply a tool that humanity had created centuries ago, and that humanity could choose to transcend it if they possessed the knowledge and the will. That individual growth and development was not limited by the artificial restrictions built into the system by fearful ancestors. The 6 sects that had already accepted the truth about the Patriarch's innocence suddenly found themselves in a position of surprising influence and authority, despite their previous marginalization. They became the bridges between the old order and the emerging new order, the guides that could help cultivators navigate the transformation. Many of their senior cultivators were being sought out urgently as mediators and guides by younger sect members who wanted to understand what the revelation truly meant, how to reorganize their lives around this new understanding. Lin Feng did not lead any of this directly, did not micromanage or attempt to control the direction of events. The Haven had evolved beyond the point where it needed a single leader directing all movements. It had become, as the Patriarch had predicted it would become, a distributed and collective system without central authority, held together by shared understanding and shared commitment to the truth rather than by authoritarian command and obedience. The truth spread through horizontal networks of cultivation, through shared understanding and shared exploration rather than through top-down mandate and forced acceptance. But he was aware of it all, his enhanced consciousness monitoring the spread of the knowledge like a gardener watching seeds take root and begin to grow into something vibrant and alive. His awareness stretched across the Haven's vast network, feeling the ripples of change spreading outward in every direction through the cultivation world. The price of his power, however, was becoming harder to deny or hide with each passing day. The deterioration accelerated in the weeks following the Patriarch's complete fade into dissolution. Lin Feng's hands began to shake constantly, not just occasionally when he was pushing himself too hard or exerting significant power. His cultivation base felt less stable with every meditation, as if the fundamental structure that held his power together was slowly unraveling from the inside, like a rope fraying under sustained tension. The healers at the Haven gave him increasingly pessimistic prognoses with each consultation, speaking of months rather than years, then weeks rather than months, their faces growing grimmer as his condition declined. May found him one night in the meditation chamber, sitting in the lotus position but making no actual effort at meditation. He was simply sitting, breathing carefully, trying to mentally prepare himself for what was coming, for the dissolution that awaited him, trying to accept the reality rather than resist it. "How long?" she asked, settling beside him with the ease of someone who had spent weeks grappling with this impossible question. "The healers say 6 weeks, Lin Feng replied, his voice steady despite the tremors that ran through his body. "Maybe 8 if I'm especially fortunate. The forbidden technique is working its way through my entire cultivation system now, consuming the structure from within. It's like watching a building slowly collapse from the inside out, room by room, floor by floor. Is there anything we can do? Any technique? Any countermeasure?" "No." Lin Feng allowed himself to rest his head against her shoulder, finding what comfort he could in her presence, in her warmth and her care. The technique was never designed to be reversible. The Patriarch understood that when he taught it to me. That's why he only revealed it when I asked for a way to save you from the chains binding your soul. He knew the cost, and he chose to pay it anyway through me. He chose to pass the burden forward. "Why did he show you the truth then?" May asked, turning her head to look at him directly, her eyes searching for understanding. If he was fading, if his consciousness was being consumed by the forbidden technique, why burden you with the knowledge of the constructed heavenly Tao? Why not let you live out your remaining months in peace, simply enjoying what life remained to you? "Because," Lin Feng said slowly, understanding it fully for the first time, even as he spoke the words aloud, "the truth is more important than any individual's comfort or safety." The Patriarch understood that he was approaching the end, understood that his time was measured in weeks rather than years. He could either take the knowledge with him when his consciousness faded completely, could let it die with him, lost forever in the dissolution of his being, or he could pass it on and trust that I would know what to do with it, that I would have the strength and the wisdom to use it properly. He chose to trust. He chose to pass the truth to someone he believed would use it wisely and share it with the world. Chapter 66. The night of questions 3 weeks after the failed assault on the haven, Lin Feng summoned a private council within the chambers of the Azure Lotus sect. No public announcement was made. No formal invitations were extended to the other consolidated sects, who had begun to fragment in the wake of the revelation spreading like wildfire through the cultivation world. Instead, he met with only 3 people, his personal advisors, men and women who had been chosen specifically for their loyalty to the Lin family and their willingness to think deeply about strategic matters without flinching from uncomfortable truths or difficult realities that might challenge the existing power structure. These were people who understood that sometimes the most important conversations happened in private, away from the eyes and ears of those who might be loyal to the old order. The chamber was sealed with formations so profound that not even the finest cultivation sensors could detect conversation from outside. Layers of spiritual barriers created a space that was utterly isolated from the rest of the world, a place where private thoughts could be expressed without fear of discovery or judgment. In the absolute silence and privacy that had been carefully created, Lin Feng allowed himself to remove the mask of absolute confidence that he had worn for weeks, the carefully constructed persona of the confident military commander who understood everything and had answers for every question. When he was alone with these 3 people, he could admit the uncertainty that gnawed at him, the growing realization that his strategic victory was not a victory at all. "Tell me about the historian," he said to the oldest of his advisors, a woman named Lin who had served the Lin family for 40 years and was known throughout the sect for her unflinching honesty and her willingness to speak truth to power even when it might be unpopular or dangerous. Her hair was gray, her face lined with the evidence of decades spent grappling with difficult questions, yet her eyes remained sharp and analytical. "The one you warned me against striking in the council chamber, the one I struck anyway for asking about the original patriarch. The one you're asking about is a man named Xiao Deng," Lin replied carefully, choosing her words with the precision of someone who understood she was speaking to a dangerous man who was capable of making terrible decisions. Brilliant mind, perhaps one of the best historians of our generation. His specialty is the founding period of our sect, the period we have kept most carefully guarded and restricted from general knowledge. The records he was accessing when you struck him are the kind that should never have been made accessible to someone without the highest clearance. Yet they were, which suggests that even our system of information control has failed. "I know what records he was accessing," Lin Feng interrupted, his voice carrying an undertone of self-recrimination that suggested he was already questioning the decision he had made. "I want to know what he found. What did he discover about my ancestors' decision to move against the patriarch? What caused him to risk your disapproval by raising the question in front of all the sect masters?" There was a long pause. Lin exchanged glances with the other 2 advisors, a silent communication conducted through decades of experience and trust. They were clearly having a dialogue that did not require words, a mutual assessment of whether they should continue down this path of revelation, whether speaking these words would be a betrayal of the trust that had been placed in them centuries ago. "It would be better if you did not know," Lin said finally, her voice gentle but firm, carrying the weight of genuine care for his well-being. "The burden of that knowledge, it carries implications that will be difficult for you to manage, even with your considerable strength. My advice, as someone who has served your family loyally for 40 years, is that some truths are better left sealed away." "Tell me," Lin Feng demanded, his voice carrying the absolute authority of his command position as sect master and unified commander of the consolidated sections. "I am giving you a direct order. If you refuse me, I will assume that you are hiding information I have a right to know." Lin drew a breath that seemed to cost her something, a physical action that reflected the emotional burden of the moment. She was making a decision about whether to trust this man with information that had been carefully hidden for 300 years, information that had been restricted to the highest levels of sect leadership, information that had shaped every decision the Lin family had made since the founding of the sect. Finally, she spoke, and her words carried the weight of forbidden history. The original patriarch discovered something about the nature of the heavenly Tao, Lin said, her words measured and slow, as if she was describing events from a nightmare rather than from history. He discovered evidence suggesting that it was not natural but deliberately constructed. He discovered records indicating that the first-generation sect masters had deliberately created the heavenly Tao as a control mechanism, building artificial limitations into the fabric of cultivation to prevent the cultivation world from spiraling into apocalyptic destruction. Your ancestor, Lin Feng, received this information from the patriarch's own mouth. The patriarch wanted to make the knowledge public, wanted to reshape the entire cultivation world based on this understanding. And my ancestor disagreed. Lin Feng said slowly, sitting back in his chair as the implications cascaded through his mind like an avalanche of realization. Your ancestor made a choice, Lin said gently. A terrible choice. Rather than allow this knowledge to spread, rather than allow the question of the heavenly Tao's legitimacy to undermine the sect's authority and create widespread confusion about the nature of cultivation, he orchestrated a coalition to eliminate the patriarch. He convinced the other sect masters that this was necessary by arguing that the stability of civilization itself depended on maintaining the fiction of a natural, divinely ordained heavenly Tao. The other sect masters were initially reluctant, but Lin Feng was persuasive. He spent weeks meeting with each sect master individually, making the case that the knowledge needed to be suppressed for the greater good. He showed them historical records of what had happened in other cultivation societies when fundamental hierarchies were questioned. He made them understand that what they were doing was not murder, but sacrifice. My ancestor chose stability over truth, Lin Feng said quietly, the words sounding like a judgment on himself as much as on his ancestor. Your ancestor chose civilization over chaos, Lin corrected gently, her tone suggesting that she had grappled with this same judgment many times before. What he did was terrible, yes. He betrayed a man who had come to him with the truth, eliminated someone whose only crime was threatening the comfortable illusions that allow the sects to rule. But he was also trying to prevent something worse. The question he suppressed would have destroyed everything if it had been widely known at that time. 300 years ago, cultivation society was less sophisticated, less resilient, less capable of adapting to fundamental changes in understanding. The revelation would have caused immediate collapse. And now Lin Feng has revealed it anyway. Another advisor said quietly, his voice heavy with the weight of inevitability. The damage that Lin Feng tried to prevent for 300 years has finally occurred. The revelation is spreading faster than we can control, faster than we can suppress or reframe. Soon it will be common knowledge throughout the cultivation world. Children will be taught that the heavenly Tao is artificial. Lin Feng stood and walked to the window, looking out over the Azure Lotus sect grounds. Disciples moved below, going about their daily routines, practicing their techniques, meditating in the gardens, living their lives as if the fundamental structures of reality had not just been revealed as artificial. But he could feel the undercurrent of uncertainty that permeated the sect, running through every conversation and every meditation session like an invisible current. They were all questioning now, all wondering about the legitimacy of the structures they had devoted their lives to, all grappling with what the revelation meant about their place in the world and their responsibilities as cultivators. How do we respond? He asked, not sure if he was asking his advisors or asking himself. We can't stop it, Lin said bluntly, without the kind of soothing politeness that might have been expected from a trusted advisor speaking to a man in power. The truth is out. We can try to suppress it in our own sect, force silence through punishment and exile, try to maintain the old narrative through fear. But the knowledge has already spread beyond our control, beyond our ability to contain it. In 2 months, perhaps 3, half the cultivation world will know that the heavenly Tao is artificial. In a year, everyone will know. The revelation is becoming irreversible. So my ancestors' great sacrifice was meaningless, Lin Feng said, the bitterness in his voice apparent to everyone in the chamber. No, Lin replied with conviction. It bought 300 years of stability. 300 years during which civilization developed, philosophy advanced, cultivation techniques were refined and perfected, knowledge accumulated. The world became more complex and sophisticated. Perhaps that complexity will help us weather the change that is coming. Perhaps the world of 300 years ago would have collapsed entirely under the weight of this revelation, but the world of today might adapt. Lung Chun turned back to face his advisors, and in his eyes, they could see a man confronting the fundamental question that had haunted his family for 3 centuries. Was the lie worth the cost? Did the stability purchased with the truth's suppression justify the deception? Did the survival of civilization justify the murder of a man whose only crime was seeking to share knowledge? Find Xiao Deng, Lung Chun said finally, his decision made after careful consideration. Bring him to me. I want to know everything he discovered about my ancestor. Everything. And I want it in writing, properly documented, properly sourced, impossible to dismiss as a fabrication or a reinterpretation. And I want it sealed for now, stored in a location of your choosing, guarded by people of your choice, to be opened in 50 years' time when the current players are either dead or so removed from the events that they can be assessed dispassionately. Lung Chun, Shan Lin began, her voice urgent. That's dangerous. If your family's role in the original persecution of the Patriarch becomes widely known, if your descendants are marked as the architects of that terrible decision, it will become known regardless. Lung Chun interrupted, with a weariness that suggested he had already accepted this reality. The only question is whether we control the narrative or it controls us. I choose to control it. I choose to face what my ancestor did, to document it fully and honestly, and to let future generations make their own judgments about whether the cost was justified. Chapter 67. The Scholar's Redemption. Xiao Deng was barely sleeping anymore. Since the moment he had been struck by Lung Chun in the council chamber, since that display of authority and power designed to silence dangerous questions and punish intellectual curiosity, he had been living in a state of constant psychological turmoil. The historian in him understood that he had glimpsed something profound, something that would reshape understanding of everything his sect had been built upon, that would rewrite the entire narrative of the founding period. But the fearful man in him wanted nothing more than to pretend he had never discovered anything significant, to go back to his comfortable position as a scholar within a stable institution, to live out his remaining years in peace and safety without causing trouble. He spent his days in his study, ostensibly continuing with his regular research, reviewing texts and cross-referencing sources, but actually waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for the exile order that would surely come, waiting for the decision to remove him permanently from the sect's knowledge and presence. He had violated a fundamental rule by asking the dangerous question, by threatening to bring up the suppressed history in public. Punishment seemed inevitable. The only question was how brutal it would be. When Lung Chun's personal guards arrived at his study without warning, moving with the silent efficiency of people trained for decades in security and protection, Xiao Deng's first instinct was to assume that this was it. This was the exile being enacted. This was the moment when he would be cast out from everything he had built his life around. Instead, to his shock and confusion, he was brought directly to Lung Chun's private chambers, not to the exile grounds or the banishment hall. Sit, Lung Chun said, gesturing to a cushion across from him. His posture was relaxed, his expression unreadable. I want to hear everything you discovered. Leave nothing out. I want complete understanding. Xiao Deng sat carefully, his hands trembling slightly as he tried to understand what was happening. This was not what he had expected. It was not what he had prepared himself for, not in any scenario he had imagined during his sleepless nights. This was Lung Chun showing vulnerability, asking for knowledge rather than demanding obedience. The records are in the restricted archives, Xiao Deng began carefully, his voice hesitant as he tested whether it was actually safe to speak. Sealed away in a section that's only accessible to sect leadership and the most senior historians. I found them while doing research on the founding period of our sect, trying to understand the decisions that shaped our early development. They're written in an old cipher, a code system using substitution and reference marks, but the cipher isn't particularly sophisticated. It was clearly designed to be readable if someone had the patience to decode it, had the willingness to spend weeks working through the patterns, not to be eternally secret. What did they say? Lung Chun pressed, leaning forward with genuine interest. Tell me in detail. That your ancestor, Lung Shui, was approached by the Patriarch 300 years ago, Xiao Deng said, finding courage in Lung Chen's apparent receptiveness. The Patriarch shared evidence, historical records from before the founding of the sects, ancient texts from the earliest days of organized cultivation, personal observations and research that spanned decades. The evidence proved, or at least strongly suggested, that the heavenly Tao was not natural but deliberately constructed by the original ancestor sect masters as a control mechanism. The Patriarch wanted to make this knowledge public, wanted to reshape the entire cultivation world based on this understanding. Xiao Deng paused, gathering his courage for the next part, the part that explained why the question had been dangerous enough to provoke violence. Your ancestor disagreed with the Patriarch's vision, Xiao Deng continued carefully. Lung Shui recognized that if the knowledge became public, it would undermine the sect's authority at the most fundamental level. People would question why the artificial limits needed to be maintained. They might try to break through the limits, pursue greater power without restraint, and in doing so, create the very catastrophe that the original ancestors had tried to prevent through the construction of the heavenly Tao in the first place. Lung Shui believed that some truths were too dangerous for general knowledge, too destabilizing for cultivation society to bear. He believed that the knowledge needed to be controlled, restricted to a small elite who could be trusted not to abuse it. So he had the Patriarch killed, Lung Chun said quietly, not as a question but as a statement of understanding. Yes, Xiao Deng confirmed. He organized a coalition of other sect masters and orchestrated the Patriarch's elimination. The official history blamed the Patriarch for dangerous crimes and tyranny, for seeking to consolidate power and dominate the sects. But according to the sealed records, he was actually guilty of threatening the comfortable illusions that allow the sects to rule, guilty of wanting to share knowledge that the sects had decided must remain hidden. Lung Chun was silent for a long moment, processing this information, understanding what it meant about his ancestor and about his own family's legacy. And you were punished for discovering this, he said finally. I was, Xiao Deng confirmed, touching the faint bruise on his cheek where Lung Chen's hand had struck him. And I was terrified. I thought you would exile me, cut me off from cultivation, silence me permanently, erase me from the sect's records as if I had never existed. I have a different proposal, Lung Chun said, his decision clearly made after careful consideration. I want you to write a formal history. Everything you discovered. Everything you understood about the events of 300 years ago and the reasons behind them. I want it documented, properly sourced, impossible to dismiss as a fabrication or a reinterpretation. And I want it sealed for now, stored in a location of your choosing, guarded by people of your choice, to be opened in 50 years' time when the current players are either dead or so removed from the events that they can be assessed dispassionately. Why would you do this? Xiao Deng asked, confusion evident in his face. Why ask me to create a document that will publicly reveal your family's role in suppressing the truth? Why not let it remain hidden? Because history is written by the survivors, Lung Chun said, his voice carrying the weight of that statement. If we don't control the narrative, others will write us as villains without any context for the impossible choices we faced. They'll see the Patriarch as a martyr and my ancestor as a tyrant. I want future generations to understand not just what my ancestor did, but why he did it. I want them to be able to make their own judgments about whether the cost was justified. Xiao Deng found himself nodding slowly, understanding what was being offered to him. It was a gift, a chance to do the scholar's work of preservation and honest documentation without fear of immediate punishment. It was also an acknowledgement, subtle but clear, that the old order was ending and that Lung Chun was trying to position his family's history in a way that would survive that transition with some dignity intact. I'll need access to the other sealed archives, Xiao Deng said, his mind already shifting into the researcher's mode, seeing the possibility of a much larger and more comprehensive work. The ones in the Iron Mountain sect, in the Crimson Wave, in the Starlight Ascension. If I'm going to tell the complete story, not just the Azure Lotus's perspective, I need to understand what happened in all the sects, how they all came to the same decision. I will arrange that for you, Lung Chen said. It will take time, perhaps months, and it will require careful negotiation with the other sect masters. But it can be done. I still have enough authority, and I believe the other sect masters will recognize the value of creating an accurate historical record. In the meantime, however, we have other problems to address. Chapter 68. The sects regroup. The consolidation that Lin Feng had spent months building with meticulous care and strategic brilliance was officially dissolved 4 weeks after the failed assault on the haven. It was not a violent dissolution, filled with accusations and recriminations, with sects blaming each other for the failure. There were no public trials or demonstrations of power as the sect masters tried to reassert dominance. Instead, the sect masters met together in a formal ceremony at a neutral location and mutually agreed that the unified command structure was no longer necessary or sustainable given the new reality of the revelation spreading through the cultivation world like an unstoppable tide. The reality beneath the formal language was more brutal than the official statement suggested, more painful in its implications. The consolidation had been built on the assumption that the sects represented the true authority of the cultivation world and that unified resistance to the haven would restore that authority by defeating the physical threat and presumably crushing the revelation through military force, through the application of overwhelming power. But the revelation had made a mockery of those assumptions, had exposed the fundamental weakness of their strategy. Defeating the haven militarily would not suppress the knowledge that had already spread to hundreds of cultivators who had experienced Lin Feng's revelation firsthand, who had seen the proof with their own eyes and carried that knowledge back to their home provinces. The 6 sects that had already accepted the truth about the Patriarch's innocence recognized the opportunity presented by the consolidation's failure and made their move during the dissolution period with calculated precision. They proposed a new governance structure for the entire cultivation world, one that acknowledged the reality of the constructed heavenly Tao and sought to rebuild cultivation society with far greater transparency and far greater recognition of individual autonomy and rights. Rather than sects ruling from the top down with absolute authority, they proposed councils of cultivators at various levels who would make collective decisions about policy and direction, distributing power widely rather than concentrating it. The proposal faced significant resistance from the 4 sects that had consolidated, particularly from their oldest members and most entrenched leadership. But the resistance was increasingly coming from older sect members and senior leadership who had invested their entire lives in the old system and could not imagine functioning within any other framework, while younger cultivators and mid-rank disciples were defecting in significant numbers to the 6 sects or to the haven, drawn by the promise of a system that valued truth over tradition. Within 6 weeks of the failed assault, the 4 sects had essentially surrendered their claim to unified authority and ceased their pretense of opposition. The Iron Mountain sect and the Crimson Wave sect both announced publicly that they would be working with the 6 sects to develop a new governance structure that would allow for greater democratic participation and greater emphasis on truth, a transformation that saved face while essentially acknowledging defeat. The Starlight Ascension declared neutrality, neither opposing nor supporting the transition, withdrawing to focus on their own internal reorganization. And the Azure Lotus, under Lin Feng's careful guidance and visionary leadership, announced a profound structural reform that would decentralize authority and allow for internal debate about the sect's role in cultivation society going forward. Lin Feng observed all of this from the sanctuary in the Misty Mountains, his body growing weaker with each passing week as the forbidden technique continued its relentless work of dissolution. The pain had become so constant and all-encompassing that he had largely ceased to notice it as something separate from his normal experience of being alive. It was simply the baseline condition of existing, the fundamental texture of his daily life, as much a part of his consciousness as breathing or heartbeat. The Haven's network had grown explosively from 37 chapters to over 70, expanding faster than anyone had predicted. They were accepting refugees from sects that were collapsing under the weight of their own contradictions, training new cultivators who wanted to explore the possibilities that the revelation of the constructed heavenly Tao suggested. The growth was exhilarating but brought new challenges and new complications. Without central authority, without a single coordinating vision or a single leader making strategic decisions, the Haven was beginning to fragment in the direction of its own regional variations, developing different interpretations of what the revelation meant and different paths forward. The Eastern chapters were developing techniques that emphasized the transcendence of the artificial limitations imposed by the false heavenly Tao, trying to find ways to push beyond the boundaries that constrained cultivation, exploring radical new methods. The Western chapters were focusing more on preservation and stability, trying to develop cultivation methods that worked within the existing framework while gradually shifting it towards something fundamentally new. The Southern chapters were pursuing philosophical inquiry into what cultivation might mean if the heavenly Tao was actually dismantled entirely. What kind of civilization could be built on foundations of truth? Lin Feng understood intuitively that the fragmentation had to happen, that the regional variations and different approaches were necessary and healthy rather than signs of weakness or failure of his leadership. Diversity was strength in this context. But he also understood clearly that without some coordination and communication between the chapters, without at least minimal agreement on shared principles and purposes, the movement could fragment into complete isolation and lose its unified purpose. The different regional chapters could drift so far apart that they would no longer recognize each other as parts of the same movement, could develop conflicting philosophies that would eventually lead to internal conflict. He needed to gather the chapter leaders together while he still had the strength to guide them, to help them establish frameworks that would allow the haven to remain cohesive while celebrating and encouraging the regional diversity that was emerging. He needed to help them understand that they could be both autonomous and connected, both independent and part of something larger than themselves. This would be one of his final gifts to the movement, a vision of how a decentralized organization could maintain unity of purpose without requiring central authority, how shared commitment to truth could replace the command structures that had previously held organizations together. He called for a meeting of chapter leaders at the sanctuary, sending his requests out through the Haven's network with careful specificity about who should come and when. It was his first major directive action since the revelation, his first time asking the Haven to act collectively according to his vision rather than simply guiding and suggesting. He was aware as he made the call that it might be his last significant action before his body's final failure, that the dissolution awaited him and he could feel it approaching with each passing day. So he chose his words and his directives with careful intention, understanding that this gathering might be his final opportunity to shape the Haven's future directly. Chapter 69. The question of authority. The chapter leaders arrived over the course of a week, trickling into the sanctuary from across 3 provinces. They represented the diversity of the Haven's growth and internal development, scholars and martial cultivators, former sect disciples who had left their sects in search of truth, and independent practitioners who had joined the Haven after the revelation. Women and men ranging in age from early 20s who had just begun cultivation to ancient cultivators who remembered the beginning of the Haven's formation and had watched it grow from a small hidden refuge into a movement of continental significance. May greeted each one as they arrived and guided them to the central assembly chamber. She was moving carefully around Lin Feng, conscious of his deteriorating condition, making sure he did not exert himself beyond what his failing body could sustain. But she allowed him to conduct the meeting, understanding that his presence and his voice, the voice of the Patriarch's heir, the one who had revealed the fundamental truth about the cultivation world, was essential to what needed to happen. The consolidation of the sects has failed, Lin Feng said when all 70 chapter leaders were assembled. The revelation of the constructed heavenly Tao cannot be suppressed. But I called you here because I want to be honest about something. He paused, gathering strength for what came next, feeling the weight of the revelation pressing down on him. I am dying. The forbidden technique I used to save May is consuming my cultivation base, destroying the foundational structure that holds my power together. I have perhaps 6 weeks left, maybe 8 if my body proves more resilient than the healers expect. And before I die, I need to know what happens to the Haven after I'm gone. The chapter leaders exchanged glances. This was not unexpected. Many of them had seen signs of his deterioration, had noticed the tremors in his hands, the way he moved more slowly, the effort required for tasks that had previously been effortless. But hearing it stated so directly was still shocking, still real in a way that observation and speculation had not made it. I inherited the Patriarch's power and the Patriarch's authority, Lin Feng continued, his voice growing quieter as weakness overcame him, but his meaning becoming increasingly clear. The Haven has grown around me because I was the heir to the Patriarch, because I carried his legacy and his power, because disciples and chapter leaders have looked to me for guidance and strategic direction. But the movement we're building shouldn't be dependent on any single individual, no matter how strong that individual might be. The Patriarch realized this in his final days. He understood that concentration of power, even for benevolent purposes, creates vulnerability and fragility. The Haven should be a collective, organized around horizontal networks of shared understanding rather than vertical chains of command flowing down from a single center. That's why I'm asking you, all 70 of you, here and now, how should we be structured? How should we be governed after I'm gone? For a long moment, there was silence in the chamber, the weight of the question settling into the minds of 70 leaders who would have to carry the Haven forward. Then a chapter leader from the Western Province, an older woman named Xiao Mei who had been a senior Crimson Wave sect master for decades before the consolidation failed, and she chose to join the Haven rather than watch her sect collaborate with the hostile forces, spoke up with the authority of experience. The Haven is already mostly self-governing, she said quietly but with conviction, her voice carrying decades of administrative experience. We take direction from you because you represent continuity with the Patriarch and because your power and authority carry weight within the cultivation world. But my chapter has been making its own decisions about how to implement the revelation for weeks now. Decisions about which techniques to emphasize, which philosophical questions to prioritize, which practitioners to accept into our circle, and which to train carefully. I suspect most chapters are doing the same, developing their own approaches based on their regional context and their understanding of what the revelation requires. Then formalize it, Lin Feng said, his words carrying both hope and urgency. Create a council structure, perhaps. Representatives from each region, making decisions collaboratively, meeting regularly to share what you've learned. Develop formal protocols for how conflicts are resolved, how new directions are decided, how the Haven remains a unified movement while allowing regional variation. Build the Haven so that it doesn't require my presence or my authority to continue functioning, so that power is distributed and resilient. The chapter leaders nodded slowly, understanding the implications of what he was asking them to do. This was not the request of a tyrant trying to consolidate power into his descendants or trying to ensure that his legacy would be preserved exactly as he wanted it. This was the request of a man trying to ensure that the movement he had helped create would survive his death with dignity and effectiveness, would grow and evolve in ways he might never have anticipated. There's another critical question we need to address. Another leader, a young martial cultivator from the central chapters, spoke up with genuine concern. What happens to the Patriarch's memories and techniques? The knowledge you've inherited, the cultivation methods, the strategic wisdom, the understanding of power. It's essential to what we're doing, the foundation of our new approaches. But if it dies with you, if it's lost when your cultivation base finally collapses, if all of that 3 centuries of accumulated understanding disappears with you. I've already begun documenting everything I can, Lin Feng said reassuringly. Mei has been working with me for weeks to translate the Patriarch's most important techniques and insights into written form, to make them accessible to future practitioners. It's not perfect. I'm fully aware that some things can't be fully captured in words, that some of the deepest insights require direct transmission from master to student, require years of practice and guidance. But it can be preserved, can be passed on, can become the foundation for future development. And the revelation itself, someone else asked, a scholar from the southern chapters whose primary focus was on preserving historical understanding. The knowledge of the constructed heavenly Tao. Are there more pieces of that hidden knowledge? More suppressed memories that might become relevant as the transformation continues? Yes, Lin Feng said quietly, with the certainty of someone who carried the Patriarch's memories within his fading consciousness. There are deeper understandings, more subtle implications. But I think most of what was truly necessary for triggering the transformation has already been revealed. The sects know now. The cultivation world knows. The fundamental truth is out. What happens next is not about revelation, but about how we choose to rebuild, how we construct a cultivation civilization based on truth rather than on carefully maintained illusions. Chapter 70. The work of continuation, the council structure was formalized over the next 2 weeks, with chapter leaders returning to their regions to establish representation protocols and decision-making frameworks. It was difficult work, requiring careful negotiation and constant adjustment, because the Haven had never been designed to function through consensus. It had grown up around the Patriarch's guidance, and then around Lin Feng's inheritance, a top-down transmission of power and wisdom that could not easily be converted to distributed decision-making without losing the unity of purpose that had kept the organization alive and coherent through centuries of persecution. But the chapter leaders, drawn from diverse backgrounds and with varied experience in organizational structures, approached the work with remarkable creativity. The Eastern chapters established a technical council that would oversee the development of new cultivation techniques, moving beyond the established methods that had been carefully preserved and studying the new implications of a cultivation world no longer constrained by the artificial limitations of the heavenly Tao. The Western chapters created a stability board that would work on preserving and protecting the established frameworks that allowed cultivation to continue without catastrophic chaos, understanding that change could not happen all at once without destroying the social structures that people depended on for survival. The Southern chapters formed a philosophical discussion circle that would grapple with the deeper implications of the revealed truth, exploring how the understanding of artificial constructs would reshape ethics, morality, and the fundamental purpose of cultivation in human life. And at the center, a coordination council made up of representatives from each region would meet monthly to align strategy and resolve conflicts between the regional approaches. It was a structure designed to preserve the Haven's cohesion while allowing for the kind of distributed adaptation and learning that would let it survive in a world that was changing faster than anyone had anticipated. The first month of council meetings revealed disagreements that had been carefully suppressed during the Patriarch's lifetime. Different visions for what the Haven should become, different priorities about how to balance the public revelation with the need for security and structure. Lin Feng observed all of this from his meditation chamber, his strength failing by the day. He could feel the end approaching now, not in the way that fear might imagine it, but as a simple reality, as inevitable as the setting of the sun. His cultivation base had deteriorated to the point where he could barely hold his form together, where each moment of consciousness required an effort of will that was becoming increasingly unsustainable. Yet he did not despair. He was watching the Haven transform into something that no longer needed him, something that had developed the structures and the distribution of power that would allow it to survive without a central figure. It was working. The work of succession was succeeding. May barely left his side now. She sat with him during meditation, helped him move when he needed to move, held his hand during the worst moments of pain, and in the quiet hours before dawn, she simply bore witness to his gradual dissolution into peace. "Are you afraid?" she asked him one night as they sat together watching the stars from the sanctuary's highest tower. The cool night air carrying the scent of jasmine and distant rain, the stars themselves seeming to pulse with ancient knowledge. Lin Feng thought about this carefully before answering, considering not just the question itself, but the depth of care and love behind it, understanding that she was asking not just out of curiosity, but out of genuine concern for his well-being and his peace. "No," he said finally, his voice steady despite the weakness of his body. "I'm not afraid. I've done what I was meant to do. The Patriarch's truth is out in the world now, no longer contained or suppressed. The revelation is spreading through all the provinces now, carried by Haven disciples and sympathetic cultivators from the 6 sects that accepted the revelation. The Haven will continue without me. I've made absolutely sure of that through the structures we've established. More than that, it will thrive in ways I could never have imagined or predicted because power is no longer concentrated solely in my hands or in any single person's hands. It's distributed across dozens of capable leaders and chapter heads who each have their own vision and their own commitment to the work. The Patriarch asked you to do something else too," May said gently, her voice barely above a whisper, carrying the weight of understanding what was being asked of him. "He wanted you to be better than he was, less burdened by the weight of inherited authority, more willing to trust others, to accept limitation as a gift rather than as a curse or a failure." "I know," Lin Feng replied, turning to look directly at her, the starlight catching in his eyes and reflecting her face back to her. "And I believe I've done that. The haven isn't mine anymore. It doesn't belong to me in any way that matters. It belongs to everyone now, to all the disciples and practitioners and chapter leaders who are building something together. And that's how it should be. That's how it has to be if it's going to survive the changes that are coming, if it's going to grow and adapt and remain vital across generations. The night deepened around them, and in that darkness, Lin Feng felt something like peace, not the peace of victory, but the deeper peace of completion. It was the peace that comes from knowing that you have completed your purpose, that the work you were given to do is finished, that others will carry it forward with their own strength and their own wisdom. The sects were already beginning to rebuild, not as unified forces bent on domination, but as part of a larger conversation about what cultivation meant in a world where the heavenly Tao was understood to be artificial, constructed by human hands and human choices rather than divine will. The haven was spreading its knowledge and training new practitioners, teaching them not just techniques, but a new way of thinking about power and authority. The cultivation world was slowly, painfully, but unmistakably beginning to reorient itself around a new understanding of truth. Chapter 71. The Patriarch's final words. On the 8th day after the council meeting, Lin Feng's body reached a critical threshold. The forbidden technique had consumed nearly 70% of his cultivation base, leaving him with perhaps a week of coherent consciousness remaining. His healers had given up trying to slow the deterioration. The technique was working exactly as intended, as a debt that had to be repaid in full. The price of salvation could not be avoided or transferred. It could only be endured. He called Mei to him in the meditation chamber, knowing that the time for important conversations was running out. There were things that needed to be said, things that needed to be understood, before he slipped completely into the dissolution that awaited him. His hand trembled as he reached for her, and she took it gently, understanding the gravity of the moment. "I need to tell you something," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, requiring Mei to lean close to hear him. "Something the Patriarch showed me, something I've been holding back because I wasn't sure how to use it or how to explain it to others." Mei knelt beside him, her hand finding his. His skin was cold, his pulse weak and irregular. She could feel how much effort it took for him to speak, how much of his remaining energy was being consumed by the simple act of breathing, how close he was to the final dissolution. She had seen people die before. As an investigator, she had witnessed many deaths, but this was different. This was someone whose entire being had been dedicated to preserving and spreading truth, and she wanted to preserve his final wisdom just as he had preserved the Patriarch's. "What is it?" she asked gently, squeezing his hand to offer what encouragement and presence she could, her eyes searching his face for any sign of the strength that had defined him. "The Patriarch's consciousness," Lin Feng said slowly, his words coming with effort. "It's not truly gone. It faded from my awareness weeks ago, yes, but it didn't disappear entirely. It's like an echo, a pattern in the deeper structure of my cultivation base. As long as my base exists, the Patriarch exists within it, encoded in the fundamental structure of my power. When my base finally collapses, when my cultivation completely fails." He trailed off, but the implication was clear. His voice grew even fainter. "His consciousness will dissipate, become dispersed. His consciousness will be lost," Mei said quietly, understanding what he was struggling to express, the weight of what that meant. It was a loss beyond measure, the dissolution of a being who had lived for 3 centuries, who had accumulated wisdom that could never be fully recovered once it was gone. "Not necessarily," Lin Feng replied, squeezing her hand weakly, his eyes gaining a little more focus as he moved toward the crucial philosophical point he had been wrestling with for weeks. "I've been thinking about this for weeks, trying to understand it fully, working through the philosophical implications and the practical meaning of it. The Patriarch's consciousness is encoded in the cultivation techniques he taught me, in the memories he passed on, in the knowledge he shared. As long as people study those techniques, as long as they understand those memories, as long as they grapple with the insights he had, the Patriarch continues to exist in a different form than he existed before. Not as a unified consciousness anymore, not as a distinct entity that can speak or think independently or make decisions, but as an influence, a legacy, a way of thinking and approaching the world that persists across the minds and practices of everyone who studies him and learns from him." Is that what you want? Mei asked, turning the question inward, trying to understand what he was attempting to express. To become a legacy? To have your consciousness dispersed across countless minds instead of persisting as a unified entity that can think and act? I don't think I have a choice, Lin Feng said, his voice growing quieter as weakness overtook him again. My body is failing. My cultivation base is collapsing. Soon there will be nothing left. No unified consciousness. No separate entity that is Lin Feng. But yes, even given that choice, even if I could somehow preserve my consciousness intact, I think the dispersal is better than the alternative of clinging to individual survival. The Patriarch lived for 3 centuries, Mei. 3 centuries of observation and study and grappling with truth and building understanding. He saw things that no one else has seen in the cultivation world, understood things about power and authority and the nature of reality that the sect spent 300 years trying to suppress. His life shouldn't end as just another cultivation master who died when his base failed, another name in a history that might be forgotten, another casualty of the eternal cycle. His life should become part of what the Haven becomes. His understanding should live on in the work that others do, in the techniques they develop, in the understanding they build on the foundation he created. He paused, gathering the last reserves of his strength, his breathing becoming more labored as each word cost him a greater portion of his remaining energy. This is what I want for myself as well, Mei. Not to be remembered as a person with a name and a history and individual accomplishments. Not to be preserved as a historical figure frozen in time, but to be remembered as a direction toward truth, toward honesty, toward the sharing of knowledge. To be remembered as a method of approaching cultivation that values understanding over power, wisdom over dominance. To be remembered as a commitment to truth that endures beyond any one person. If my legacy is that people continue to value honesty and continue to share knowledge freely, if people continue the work of building a cultivation world based on revealed truth rather than carefully maintained illusions, then I will have accomplished more than any single lifetime could accomplish, more than any individual entity could ever achieve. Mei sat with him in silence for a long time, understanding the weight of what he was saying. He was reconciling himself to his own dissolution, finding meaning in transformation rather than in continuation, finding a way to make peace with mortality through the multiplication of his legacy across countless minds and hearts. It was a profound acceptance, more mature than clinging to individual survival, more generous than seeking to preserve his own consciousness at the expense of others' freedom. Chapter 72, The Last Disciples. As word spread through the Haven that Lin Feng was dying, requests began arriving from cultivators across the provinces. They wanted to spend time with him, to receive direct teachings, to say goodbye, to be touched in some way by the Patriarch's power one last time before it was lost forever. Lin Feng could not meet all of them. His body simply would not allow it, his strength too depleted, his consciousness too fragile. But he selected a group of 8 senior cultivators to come to the sanctuary for intensive teaching sessions. These 8 would become the preservers of his legacy, the ones who would carry his understanding forward into a future he would not see. These 8 represented the diversity of the Haven's leadership. There was Chiu Mei, the former Crimson Wave sect master who had chosen conscience over comfort, who had walked away from a life of authority and security to join a movement that the establishment actively opposed. She brought decades of experience in managing sects and understanding their internal dynamics. There was Chen Wu, the young martial cultivator who had grown up in the Haven, who knew no other way of organizing cultivation society, whose fresh perspective helped challenge old assumptions. There was Lu Xian, the scholar from the southern chapters who had dedicated himself to understanding the philosophical implications of the revelation, who spent his days grappling with questions that had never been asked before in the cultivation world. There was Zhang Li, a former independent cultivator who had joined the Haven before the revelation and had brought organizational expertise and practical wisdom, understanding how to translate theory into action. There was Su Ming, a woman who had spent 20 years hidden in the mountains before finding the Haven and discovering her true path, who understood the cost of hiding from truth and the liberation of acceptance. There was Huang Ku, a healer whose cultivation base had never been particularly strong, but whose understanding of spiritual essence and the deep nature of cultivation was unmatched, who could bridge the gap between theory and healing practice. There was Wei Chun, a merchant who had brought resources and organizational acumen to the haven, who understood logistics and distribution and how to make sure knowledge reached those who needed it. And there was Old Dao, one of the Patriarch's original disciples, now over 100 years old, who had watched the haven grow from its very beginning and could provide continuity between the past and the future, who carried living memory of the cultivation world before the revelation. For 6 days, Lin Feng taught them everything he could think of, every moment precious and irreplaceable, every teaching a sacred transmission. He demonstrated techniques carefully, explaining not just how they worked, but why they worked, the underlying philosophy behind them, the possible variations and improvements that future generations might develop as they came to understand cultivation more deeply. He told them stories from the Patriarch's memories with vivid detail, painting pictures so clear they could almost see the cultivation world 300 years ago, of the political machinations and personal relationships that had shaped the Patriarch's understanding, of the moments when the Patriarch had nearly given up and the moments when he had found renewed conviction. He explained the revelation about the constructed heavenly Tao in extraordinary depth, going far deeper than he had with the chapter leaders, providing additional context and implications that only these 8 disciples could absorb and comprehend, discussing in detail the ramifications for how cultivators should approach their practice going forward, what it meant to work with the heavenly Tao knowing it was artificial. He shared his doubts and his certainties with raw honesty, his mistakes and his successes, creating a complete and nuanced portrait of what it meant to inherit power and responsibility, what it meant to carry a legacy while also transcending it. Each day, the teaching sessions lasted hours, with Lin Feng summoning every last reserve of his failing strength to transmit knowledge that only he possessed. The 8 disciples took notes frantically, trying to capture every word, every gesture, every subtle demonstration, understanding that they would never hear this again, that once these words were spoken, once these teachings were given, the knowledge would rest entirely in their hands. On the 7th day, when he was too weak to teach anymore, when every word required more effort than he could sustain, when even breathing had become a conscious act that demanded his full attention, he simply sat with them in meditation and answered their questions, his responses growing shorter as his energy faded, but each response carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom. "Will you become like the Patriarch?" Huang Ko asked, her healer's mind grappling with the transformation that was occurring. "Will you leave behind a consciousness that can guide us?" "No," Lin Feng said. "I don't have the Patriarch's power or his deliberate preparation for this moment. My consciousness will fade when my body fails. But the knowledge I'm leaving behind, the techniques, the understanding, that will continue. You 8 will teach others, and they will teach others, and eventually people will understand not just what I did, but why I did it. That's a form of legacy, and it's enough. What should we do when you're gone?" Wei Chen asked, thinking about organization and strategy, about the practical challenges of maintaining a movement without central authority. "Continue," Lin Feng said simply. "Continue spreading the truth. Continue developing new techniques. Continue helping cultivators understand what the revelation means. Continue building the haven into something greater than any of us could build alone. That's all any of us can do." "Will the sects accept the new order?" Chen Wu asked, the young martial cultivator concerned about the future conflicts that might arise. "Some will," Lin Feng replied. "Others will resist for years or decades. That's how change works. There will be struggle. There will be conflict. There will be setbacks and moments when it seems like the old order will reassert itself. But the truth is out now, and that changes the fundamental nature of the struggle. You're not fighting to suppress knowledge anymore. You're fighting to help the world adapt to knowledge that's already been revealed." Chapter 73, The Knowledge Preserved. By the 9th day, Lin Feng could barely move. Mei had to help him eat, had to support him when he needed to meditate. The simplest acts of physical existence had become monumental tasks, requiring coordination between failing systems and stubborn will. But there was one final task he needed to complete before his consciousness faded completely. He had Mei bring him every record he had made of the Patriarch's teachings, every technique he had documented, every memory he had transcribed. Over months of careful work, May had helped him translate the Patriarch's deepest insights into written form, had created a comprehensive record of cultivation techniques and spiritual principles that would be accessible to future practitioners. The documents covered every available surface of the meditation chamber, stacks of carefully inscribed paper, each one filled with dense characters and diagrams that represented years of accumulated understanding distilled into transmittable form. The paper had been made from the sacred mulberry trees that grew in the Haven's gardens, infused with spiritual energy to preserve the knowledge for centuries. Scrolls were arranged by category: foundational theory, advanced techniques, hidden cultivation methods that the Patriarch had discovered through centuries of systematic research, practical applications that could help ordinary cultivators reach extraordinary heights. It was an archive of power and understanding, accumulated through the lifetime of a genius and the desperate months of his heir. Together, they reviewed everything one last time, making sure it was accurate, making sure the most important insights were clear and accessible. Lin Feng would point to passages and explain nuances that had not been fully captured, would suggest additions and clarifications with effort that cost him obvious pain. May would write as quickly as she could, filling in the gaps with careful brushstrokes, trying to preserve every word while understanding that some knowledge was simply too subtle for words, that some understanding could only be achieved through direct transmission and years of practice. The process was exhausting for Lin Feng. She could see the strain in his face, the way each explanation seemed to cost him a fraction more of his remaining energy, but it seemed to matter to him more than rest, more than comfort. He was determined to leave nothing unsaid, to ensure that centuries of accumulated wisdom would not die with him. His fingers traced across pages, pointing out connections between disparate techniques, explaining how a principle discovered in one cultivation method could illuminate understanding in another. His voice grew fainter as the day wore on, but his mind remained sharp, lucid, focused with the crystalline clarity that sometimes came to people at the threshold of death. He was transcending pain, transcending physical limitation, losing himself in the eternal work of transmission that made him part of something greater than his own mortality. "These will become your greatest gift," May said softly, looking at the stacks of documents spread across the meditation chamber. The accumulated understanding of centuries distilled into human language, waiting to change the world. "They're not my gift," Lin Feng corrected gently, reaching out to squeeze her hand with fingers that barely had strength left. "They're the Patriarch's gift, passed through me. When people read these in 50 years or 100 years, they'll understand that the Patriarch was right, that the truth about the heavenly Tao is fundamental and true, and that the work of reshaping cultivation society, based on that truth, is worthwhile. His voice will speak to them through these words. His understanding will illuminate their own paths." "Do you think it will work?" May asked. "Will the cultivation world actually rebuild itself based on honesty and collective understanding rather than hidden power and political maneuvering?" "I don't know," Lin Feng admitted, and the honesty in those words was itself a kind of teaching. "The sects will resist. There are probably cycles of history we can't see from where we stand, patterns and countercurrents that future generations will discover only by living through them. But I know that the truth gives us a better foundation than lies ever could. Whatever grows on that foundation, it will be something we chose rather than something imposed on us by the architects of the false heavenly Tao." He paused, gathering strength to continue, his breathing becoming shallower. The Patriarch made his choice 300 years ago. He chose to share the truth even when it cost him his life. He chose to trust that future generations would find value in that sacrifice, would understand why a man would die rather than live under control. I'm making the same choice now. I'm choosing to believe that the work we've done, the revelation we've shared, the knowledge we've preserved, it will matter. It will ripple forward into centuries we'll never see. Chapter 74. The dissolution. On the 10th day after the revelation meeting, Lin Feng's cultivation base began to fail in earnest. The process was not sudden, not a catastrophic collapse, but rather a gradual dissolution, like watching a mountain erode over centuries but compressed into hours. Each moment, his connection to his power grew a little bit fainter. Each moment, the pain decreased because the nerves that carried it were also failing, dying along with the rest of his cultivation base. Each moment, he was becoming less of what he had been, transforming from a concentrated presence into something more diffuse and dispersed. The sensation was indescribable, like drowning in reverse, where instead of water invading the lungs, it was emptiness spreading through the meridians, a vacuum expanding where cultivation once thrived. His fingers had lost all sensation by the afternoon, the delicate nerve pathways crystallizing and shattering like ice beneath a hammer blow. He could feel the edges of his consciousness pulling away from the boundaries of his body, as if his essence was learning to drift free of its physical anchor. The chamber grew cold not from external air, but from the heat his body could no longer generate, his cultivation base providing less warmth with each passing hour. His breath became shallow, labored, each intake requiring conscious effort that would soon become impossible to maintain. May never left his side, maintaining a vigil of love and presence that transcended the physical realm. The 8 senior disciples maintained their own vigil in the chamber, sitting in deep meditation, sending their own cultivation power toward him to support him as long as they could, pushing their spiritual energy toward him like candles burning to light his path. It was not a solution. Nothing could stop the dissolution that was unfolding, but it was a gesture of love and respect, a profound act of support, an attempt to hold him steady as he moved toward the end of his journey. They chanted softly, their voices creating a rhythmic mantra designed to focus consciousness and preserve awareness. Though they knew their efforts could only ease the transition, could not stop the fundamental process of dissolution. Through the long hours of the day and night, they maintained their vigil with unwavering dedication, the sound of their voices creating a cocoon of spiritual support around Lin Feng's failing body, a sanctuary of sound in the gathering darkness. Each disciple rotated through at intervals set by agreement, fresh voices taking over when fatigue threatened to crack the continuity of the chant, ensuring that the sacred sound never wavered, never diminished in power and intention. The vigil itself became a form of collective mourning, a ritual death that preceded the final dissolution, a way for the community to acknowledge and honor what was passing away. Incense smoke, sandalwood and ethereal lilies, since the patriarch had favored and cultivated centuries ago, curled through the chamber in intricate patterns, imprinting the air with the smell of reverence and remembrance, creating a sensory connection to the past even as they stood at the threshold of a new era. Mei sat closest to Lin Feng's head, maintaining her position without complaint, her hand never leaving his shoulder or the curve of his neck, her presence a constant anchor even as his consciousness drifted further into darkness, moving toward dissolution. She willed him peace through that physical and spiritual connection, sent forgiveness and understanding along their shared bond, tried to give him explicit permission to release the burden he had carried so faithfully, tried to tell him without words that the work would continue without him. By morning of the 10th day, Lin Feng could no longer speak. His consciousness was fragmenting, pieces of awareness scattering like leaves in the wind, though he still seemed aware of Mei's presence, still seemed to recognize the disciples, still seemed to understand what was happening. But he was no longer able to communicate in words. When the disciples called his name, he would turn his eyes toward them, and in those moments of focus, they could see understanding, the last flickering awareness of a mind preparing to transcend the physical realm. His last coherent thought, before the dissolution became complete, was not fear or despair, but something far more profound. It was gratitude, deep and fundamental, a gratitude that seemed to encompass all existence. Gratitude for Mei, who had stood beside him through every trial, never wavering, never demanding that he be anything other than what he truly was. Gratitude for the Haven, who had believed in the truth when the world conspired to bury it. Gratitude for the Patriarch, whose sacrifice had made everything possible, whose refusal to accept the lie had rippled across centuries. And gratitude for the opportunity to complete something that someone else had begun, to be part of a chain of understanding that stretched across centuries and would probably stretch for centuries more. Chapter 75. The Fade. The Patriarch's echo, that lingering consciousness that had persisted in the deeper structure of Lin Feng's cultivation base, began to withdraw as the base itself failed. It did not fade all at once, but rather seemed to disperse, like ink dissolving in water, like a candle flame guttering out as it ran out of fuel. The process was gentle rather than violent, a slow release rather than a rupture. As it faded, it left behind final impressions, final memories, final understanding in the minds of those who were touching Lin Feng's cultivation base, imprinting them with understanding that words could never capture. The information was not transmitted through language, but through direct consciousness-to-consciousness contact, a direct transfer of knowledge that bypassed the limitations of linear communication. The 8 disciples experienced visions, not private, individual visions, but a shared phenomenon that linked their minds together in profound communion. They saw the patriarch as he had been 300 years ago, young and vibrant and full of idealistic purpose, burning with the desire to reshape the world before the sects had forced him into hiding, reduced his dreams to resistance and survival. They saw him discovering the truth about the constructed heavenly Tao in a moment of brilliant revelation, understanding with absolute clarity that the entire structure of cultivation was based on artificial limitations deliberately imposed to maintain the sect's monopoly on power. They saw him trying to share that truth with the sects, presenting his findings with careful scholarship and rational argument, and their refusal to accept it, their fear of what would happen if the knowledge became public, their collective decision to suppress the revelation at any cost. They saw him being hunted through the provinces, being forced to hide in mountain valleys and forgotten sanctuaries, building the hidden network that would eventually become the haven, a network sustained not by grand architecture, but by the faithfulness of individuals who believed that truth was worth more than safety. They saw his final moments in full clarity, not as a victim, not as someone defeated by circumstances, but as a martyr who had chosen to die rather than live under the sect's control, rather than abandon his conviction that the truth was worth any price. They understood, in that moment of shared vision, the depth of his commitment, the completeness of his sacrifice, the way he had accepted death as the natural consequence of speaking truth to power. And they saw the future that the patriarch had hoped for, a cultivation world where truth was valued over power, where knowledge was shared rather than hoarded, where individuals had the right to understand the systems that governed them, where authority had to justify itself through wisdom rather than through force. A world where the revelation was not a catastrophe to be feared, but a liberation to be embraced, where the removal of artificial constraints would allow human potential to flourish in ways the old order could never have imagined. May connected to Lin Feng's consciousness in a way that was deeper than what the disciples could access, a connection built on months of spiritual preparation and years of emotional and intellectual closeness, experienced something more personal, more intimate. She saw Lin Feng's own understanding of what he had done, his acceptance of his death not as failure, but as completion, his faith that the haven would continue without him, his peace with the transition. She felt his release, understood his decision to let go of the burden he had carried so faithfully, felt the liberation that came from completion of purpose. More than that, she felt his gratitude, not just for what had been accomplished, but for having had the opportunity to be part of something larger than himself, to carry forward work that had begun centuries before and would continue for centuries after. And she heard, perhaps imagined, perhaps something more than imagination, something that came through that deepest connection to his consciousness, his final thought, transmitted not as words, but as pure meaning. The work continues. It will always continue. As long as there are those who choose to seek truth, as long as there are those who believe that knowledge should be shared freely, the work continues. I am no longer, but the work endures. Chapter 76, The Aftermath. Lin Feng's body failed at dawn on the 11th day. There was no dramatic moment, no final words or gestures. He simply ceased to breathe, his last heartbeat a quiet ending to a life that had burned brighter than most. His eyes had already closed some hours before, and his face had taken on that peculiar peacefulness that comes when someone has finally released their burden and allowed themselves to rest. When the 8 disciples opened their eyes from meditation, understanding through their connection to his cultivation base that the dissolution was complete, they found him already gone, his body empty of the presence that had animated it. May was the last to let go of him. She held his hand for a long time after his death, unwilling to accept that the warmth was leaving, that the connection was severing. His skin grew colder as the hours passed, and his hand grew heavier, as if all the weight that his spirit had been holding up finally released. But eventually, she released her grip, whispered words of thanks and farewell, and stood to face what came next. There was grief in her heart, certainly, but also a profound sense of completion. Lin Feng had finished what he set out to do. He had not been cut short by chance or misfortune. He had walked the path to its logical end, having accomplished everything he needed to accomplish. The Haven held a memorial that night. Every chapter leader who could travel came to the sanctuary, along with hundreds of disciples and practitioners. They stood in the meditation chamber, surrounded by the records and techniques that Lin Feng had preserved, and they spoke about what he had meant to them, what the Patriarch had meant through him. It was not a funeral filled with grief and despair. It was more like an acknowledgement of transition, a recognition that Lin Feng had completed his purpose, and now it was their turn to carry the work forward. Old Dao spoke first, his ancient voice carrying the weight of memory. "I have served the Patriarch for over 80 years, he said. I watched him build the Haven from nothing, watched him pour his wisdom into a successor, and now I stand here at his successor's funeral. I am old, and my time is short. But I do not grieve, because I know that the work continues. The Patriarch's sacrifice was not in vain. Lin Feng's sacrifice was not in vain. The truth they died for is now alive in all of us." Qiu Mei spoke of the change that Lin Feng had enabled, her voice wavering with emotion as she gripped the edge of the meditation chamber. "When I came to the Haven," she said, "I was broken. My sect had asked me to support something I could not morally support, and I had compromised my principles for too long. Lin Feng and the Patriarch gave me permission to choose truth over loyalty, to choose conscience over comfort, gave me permission to live according to my deepest values rather than according to what was convenient. Their legacy is not just the revelation, but the change it has allowed in countless individuals like myself. They freed us from the burden of lies we had internalized, the lies we had told ourselves to survive in the old system." Lu Xian spoke of the intellectual legacy, adjusting his position to address the assembly more directly. "The Patriarch and Lin Feng left us more than techniques," he said. "They left us a way of thinking, a commitment to truth, a framework for understanding that will shape cultivation philosophy for generations to come. Every person who studies these teachings will be, in a sense, continuing their work, carrying their understanding forward. The cultivation world will never be quite the same after they pass through it, like stones dropped into a pond that send ripples across the entire surface." Wei Chen spoke of the organizational legacy, his merchant's mind assessing the implications. "I came from the merchant world," he said. "I understood distribution and logistics. I understood how goods flow through networks and reach consumers in distant provinces. But I had never understood how to distribute truth itself, how to make abstract knowledge tangible and accessible to everyone who might benefit from it. Lin Feng and the Patriarch showed me that truth, like goods, needs to be shared efficiently, needs to reach everyone who needs it, not hoarded by the privileged few at the top of the hierarchy. They taught me that information wants to be free, and that our responsibility is to build the networks that allow that freedom." Zhang Wei, a young martial cultivator who had come to the Haven as a refugee from the consolidated sects, spoke about the practical inspiration. "I was taught that power was everything," he said quietly. "That cultivation strength determined your worth, your status, your right to speak. Lin Feng showed me that strength without wisdom is just violence, and that the greatest power is in choosing to share rather than dominate, in choosing to lift others up rather than keeping them beneath you." Su Ming spoke of the personal transformation, her voice trembling with the weight of old memories. "I spent 20 years hiding," she said. "I thought safety meant isolation, that if I kept my head down and made myself invisible, I could survive without betraying myself. The Patriarch and Lin Feng taught me that isolation is a different kind of death, that slowly fading away in secret is not the same as living authentically. They taught me that the only way to truly live is to stand for something larger than yourself, to take risks for the sake of truth and community, to be willing to sacrifice comfort for the sake of doing what is right." Lin Feng's death did not change the fundamental trajectory of history. The truth about the heavenly Tao was already out, spreading like a wildfire that could not be extinguished. The knowledge would continue to spread whether or not any one individual lived to guide it. The Haven would continue to grow. The sects would continue to adapt or collapse according to their ability to accept the new reality. What his death meant was that the next phase of the transformation would happen without the guidance of someone who had inherited the Patriarch's power, without the authority that came from being the Patriarch's chosen heir. But perhaps some of the disciples thought that was how it was meant to be. Perhaps the Patriarch had known that the movement could not become truly collective and democratic as long as there was a single person who carried his power. Perhaps Lin Feng's death was the final gift, the final step that allowed the Haven to become what it was meant to be. Chapter 77. The consolidation of truth. In the weeks following Lin Feng's death, the Coordination Council met for the first time since his passing. All 24 members, 2 representatives from each of the 12 major Haven chapters, sat in the central chamber to discuss how they would govern in the absence of Lin Feng's authority. The weight of the responsibility was evident in their faces, the gravity of the moment palpable in the air around them. But so was the determination to make this work, to prove that the movement could continue without the guidance of a single exceptional individual, to validate Lin Feng's faith that power could be distributed without fragmenting into chaos. "The question is not whether we continue," said Xiaomei, her voice steady and clear, speaking as one of the primary representatives from the Western chapters. "We will continue. The revelation is part of history now. The cultivation world has already changed irreversibly because of what Lin Feng did, because he had the courage to carry the Patriarch's burden and the wisdom to share it rather than hoard it. The question is what we become and how we organize ourselves to become it. Do we try to replicate Lin Feng's authority in someone else, creating a new center of power? Or do we have the vision to become something truly new, an organization held together by shared purpose rather than personal authority?" "I propose that we establish formal protocols," Lu Xian said, with the scholar's natural inclination toward documentation and structure that had served him well in countless disputes over interpretation and meaning across the provinces. "We should define clearly how decisions are made, how conflicts between chapters are resolved, how new chapters are established and integrated into the Haven's network. We should treat the Coordination Council not as an advisory body subordinate to a leader, but as the primary governance structure of the movement itself. No single person should have the authority to override the Council's decisions, except in genuine emergencies where delay would cause catastrophic damage. And even then, that authority should be subject to review and accountability to the broader movement." "And what about the teachings?" Old Dao asked, his ancient voice carrying the weight of decades of service to the Patriarch and then to Lin Feng. Lin Feng recorded the Patriarch's knowledge in meticulous detail, but some things cannot be fully captured in writing. The most profound understandings, those about the nature of cultivation itself, about how consciousness relates to power, about the ethical dimensions of knowledge, these require direct transmission from teacher to student, require years of practice and gradual revelation. How do we preserve the subtle understandings that can only be grasped through direct experience and guided practice? "We establish a lineage," Zhongli said, stepping forward with both confidence and humility, his practical wisdom drawing on decades of experience. "Select senior practitioners who have demonstrated deep understanding and who are genuinely committed to preserving and refining the Patriarch's insights rather than simply maintaining them in amber, frozen in time. They would take on students and pass on the knowledge directly, in the same way the Patriarch transmitted to Lin Feng, consciousness meeting consciousness. The written records provide the foundation, the reference point, the systematic structure that can be studied and referenced. But the living transmission, teacher meeting student in direct relationship, consciousness touching consciousness in intimate connection, ensures that the deepest insights aren't lost in translation, that the knowledge continues to evolve and deepen as new practitioners engage with it fresh in each generation. The two approaches need each other to be complete. The discussion continued for hours, stretching deep into the night as the members of the council grappled with the fundamental question of how to organize themselves. They debated methodology and authority, discussed how to handle regions that might develop conflicting approaches without a central power to enforce consistency, worked through the practical details of how decisions would be made and disagreements resolved. Some members worried about fragmentation. Others worried about recreating the hierarchical structures they had lived under. The diversity of their concerns revealed the genuine democratic process at work. No one had all the answers, and the group had to build understanding together. By the end of the first day, they had the outline of a new organizational structure, the core principles, the basic framework. By the end of the week, after 7 consecutive days of discussion, refinement, and compromise, they had written formalized governance documents. By the end of the month, after dozens of meetings and countless hours of collaborative work, the Haven had become a genuinely collective organization, held together not by the authority of a single person, but by shared commitment to the revelation and shared protocols for decision-making. The transformation was profound and necessary, moving the Haven from a hierarchical organization dependent on exceptional individuals to a distributed network capable of surviving and thriving through collective wisdom. It was not always smooth or easy. There were disagreements about which techniques to emphasize, about how quickly to expand the organization, about how to respond to sects that were still hostile to the revelation and its implications. Regional chapters sometimes disagreed about priorities and methodology, about whether to be cautious or bold, whether to focus on depth or breadth of training. But the disputes were resolved through discussion and consensus rather than through command and authority, and the organization became stronger because of it, not weaker. Different chapters could develop different approaches, test different methods, and share their results with each other through regular communication and annual gatherings. It was messy, chaotic even, sometimes frustratingly slow, but it was alive in ways the old hierarchical structure had never been able to be, evolving constantly, responsive to new understanding and new challenges as they emerged from the transformation of the cultivation world. This was the real legacy that Lin Feng left behind, not a perfected system, but a living framework within which future generations could build their own understanding. Not a single solution to the challenges of coordinating a distributed movement, but a genuine commitment to working through those challenges together, to trusting in the wisdom of many minds rather than the vision of one exceptional individual. This was the way of truth in practice, as opposed to truth in theory alone. Chapter 78. The sects transform. As the Haven consolidated its new governance structure, the 10 sects were completing their own transformations, some willing, some forced by necessity, all of them struggling with the implications of a world where the foundational lies had been stripped away. The 6 sects that had accepted the truth about the Patriarch's innocence began to implement the new governance model that Xiao Mei and the others had proposed with remarkable enthusiasm. They created councils of practitioners at various levels who had genuine input into major decisions, moving away from the autocratic hierarchies that had defined sect management for centuries. They began to make their archives public in measured stages, allowing any cultivator to study the historical records of their sects, to understand the foundations of their teaching, to question the narratives they had been taught. The process was delicate. Releasing too much truth too quickly could destabilize communities that had been built on carefully constructed myths. But they moved forward nonetheless, honoring the commitment they had made to Lin Feng and the Patriarch's legacy. They started teaching openly that the heavenly Tao was artificial, incorporating this knowledge into their basic instruction, removing the veil of mystery that had previously surrounded the foundations of cultivation. The effect on their disciples was profound. Young cultivators who might have spent decades accepting limitations as natural constraints now understood them as constructed barriers, and they began exploring ways to transcend those barriers, developing new techniques that would have been impossible under the old framework. The sects that embraced this transition found themselves becoming centers of innovation rather than museums of tradition, places where the brightest young cultivators wanted to study. The 4 sects that had originally consolidated against the Haven took much longer to adapt, their institutional pride and deep institutional inertia making them profoundly resistant to fundamental change. But even they could not resist the mounting pressure of their own disciples leaving in significant numbers, seeking new paths and new understandings, of younger members defecting to the Haven or the newly reformed sects, of the revelations becoming undeniable despite all attempts at suppression and control. The Iron Mountain sect, proud of its martial traditions and reluctant to acknowledge that centuries of combat doctrine had been based on artificial constraints deliberately built into the heavenly Tao framework, slowly began the painful process of reorganization, re-examining their techniques and philosophies. The Crimson Wave sect, which had built its entire identity on mystical secrecy and hidden knowledge, struggled intensely with making its teachings public, but eventually understood that hoarding knowledge was becoming untenable, that the information they had guarded so carefully was spreading beyond their control anyway. The Azure Lotus, under Lung Chen's guidance, who proved to be a more visionary leader than his ancestors, published the comprehensive history that Xiao Deng had written with remarkable courage and vulnerability. The complete documentation of the events of 300 years ago and the reasons behind them was made available, not as a defense, but as a confession. The acknowledgement of the original betrayal was agonizing for the sect, touching the very foundation of their legitimacy, but it allowed them to move forward with some integrity intact. The next generation of Lung family leadership would not be tainted by the same burden of keeping a secret that had defined their predecessors, would not have to live with the weight of suppressed knowledge. In a sense, the publication was an act of liberation for the sect itself. The Iron Mountain sect, the Crimson Wave sect, and the Starlight Ascension all gradually repositioned themselves within the new order through painful transitions and difficult institutional decisions. Some senior members left, unable to adapt to the new reality, choosing voluntary exile rather than facing the dissolution of the world they had spent their lives building. Some younger members came from other sects, drawn by the promise of reform and honesty, bringing new energy and perspectives. The organizational structure shifted and became more fluid. The power hierarchies flattened as authority became something that had to be earned through wisdom rather than simply inherited through position. The emphasis on secrecy and restricted knowledge gave way to a new emphasis on sharing and transparency. But they survived, adapted to the revelation rather than trying to suppress it, became part of a new cultivation ecology rather than fighting against it. The sects learned that institutions could transform without being destroyed, that accepting truth was stronger than maintaining lies. By 6 months after Lin Feng's death, the cultivation world had essentially reorganized itself in ways that would have seemed impossible just months before. The old hierarchy, with the 10 sects at the top and all other cultivators beneath them, with power flowing downward from the center and information being carefully restricted to the upper levels, was broken. The new structure was still forming, still evolving, still uncertain about its long-term shape and governance patterns. But it was clear that the transformation was irreversible. The sects that had tried to suppress the truth had failed completely. The revelation had become stronger through the attempt to suppress it, had spread farther, had penetrated deeper into the cultivation world than any top-down teaching could have achieved. The attempt at suppression had only validated the truth's importance. Chapter 79. The prophecy fulfilled. Xiao Deng, the historian, completed his monumental work 1 year after Lin Feng's death, bringing to completion a project that had consumed his every waking moment for months. The comprehensive history of the original betrayal, drawing on records from all 10 sects, carefully cross-referenced and verified, was finally complete in its full scope and detail. He had organized it chronologically, allowing readers to follow the chain of events from the Patriarch's first attempts to share the truth through the sect's slow evolution toward accepting it, explain the decisions that the sect masters had made with careful attention to their reasoning and perspectives, provided context for why the suppression of the truth had seemed necessary at the time to those who believed they were protecting the cultivation world's stability. He had included personal letters and private journals that revealed the inner doubts and fears of those who had orchestrated the Patriarch's downfall, the secret moments when even the architects of suppression questioned whether they had made the right choice. The document stretched to over 300 pages of dense text, carefully documented with references and source citations, making it impossible to dismiss as mere opinion or interpretation. It was a masterwork of historical scholarship, a complete and nuanced account of one of the most significant decisions in the cultivation world's entire history, a decision that had shaped centuries and would continue to shape centuries to come. The document was sealed, exactly as Lung Chun had requested in a moment of profound wisdom and humility. It would not be opened for 50 years, when contemporary observers would be gone and the raw emotions of the present moment would have cooled, when it could be studied with scholarly dispassion rather than emotional reaction or political defensiveness. But it was written, preserved in the finest inks on the most durable paper, ready for the future to examine and learn from. It was a gesture of faith in future generations, a belief that they would be able to understand complexity and nuance, that they would not reduce the past to simple categories of good and evil, but would instead grapple with the genuine dilemmas and genuine uncertainty that had motivated those who came before. The sealed text was housed in a chamber carved into the heart of a mountain range, protected by ancient formations that would ensure its preservation for centuries, maintained by a small group of monks dedicated to its protection. Multiple copies were made and distributed to different locations across the cultivation world to ensure that no single act of destruction could eliminate the record, that even if one copy was lost, the knowledge would survive. In the sanctuary of the Misty Mountains, the 8 disciples who had received Lin Feng's teachings in his final days stood together in the meditation chamber, surrounded by all the records and techniques that the Patriarch and then Lin Feng had preserved with such dedication. The walls were lined with scrolls and texts, representing the accumulated wisdom of centuries of accumulated practice and discovery. Junior disciples passed through regularly, copying documents with meticulous care, studying techniques, asking questions of the senior practitioners, beginning the long process of integrating this knowledge into the living practice of the haven. The chamber had become a center of learning, a place where the future of cultivation was being shaped by those who had committed themselves to understanding truth rather than maintaining comfortable lies. "Do you think we did what he wanted?" asked Huang Ku, her healer's mind continuing to grapple with the transformation that had occurred, the weight of the responsibility they had been given. "Do you think we're honoring his legacy? Sometimes I wonder if we're truly continuing his work or just preserving a monument to the past." "Yes," said old Dao, the eldest of them, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had lived through multiple generations of change and understood how movements evolved. "We're continuing the work. We're spreading the understanding. We're building something new based on truth rather than lies. That's all anyone can do. That's the only way to truly honor a predecessor, not by freezing their teachings in time, but by allowing them to evolve as people grapple with them and apply them to new situations. That's more than most can achieve. That's the highest form of respect." "What about the prophecy?" asked Su Ming, the question that had been haunting her for months. "The one the Patriarch mentioned, about betrayal returning to claim a final price? We've seen the return of the Lung bloodline. We've seen the truth spread. We've seen the sects begin to reform. But what final price has been claimed? What does that prophecy mean now that we've lived through the events it foretold?" "The price was paid by the Patriarch 300 years ago," old Dao replied, his ancient eyes reflecting the candlelight of the chamber. "When he chose to share the truth and let them kill him rather than continue living under their control, rather than accept a life of lies and compromises. And then the price was paid again by Lin Feng, who used the forbidden technique to save Mei, knowing it would cost him his life, knowing that no future version of himself would benefit from the sacrifice. That's the final price. The sacrifice of those who saw the truth and chose to share it, even when sharing it cost them everything. The prophecy was about cycles of sacrifice, about how each generation has to choose whether to continue the work or abandon it, whether to pay the price or accept comfortable silence. And it was worth it? Chun Wu asked, the young martial cultivator seeking confirmation that the loss of their leader was balanced by what had been gained, that the sacrifice had meaning beyond the grief. Was his death necessary? Could we have achieved the same transformation without losing him? We'll never know, old Dao said, a sadness in his voice for the question that had no certain answer. But look around, he continued, gesturing to the sanctuary and everything it represented. The sanctuary being a beacon of knowledge, the organization spreading truth to disciples and practitioners across the provinces, the cultivation world beginning to reorganize itself around honesty rather than deception. The haven exists. The revelation is spreading. The cultivation world is transforming in ways that seemed impossible just a year ago. Yes, it was worth it. His sacrifice gave us the foundation we needed to build something genuinely new. Chapter 80, The New Era. 10 years after the failed assault on the haven, 20 years after the Patriarch's heir had first discovered the truth about the constructed heavenly Tao, 30 years would remain until Xiao Deng's sealed history was opened for public examination. But long before that moment of official vindication, the cultivation world had changed so fundamentally that the old order seemed like a distant memory, a relic of a previous age that could never be recovered or reinstated. The Haven had grown from 70 chapters to over 300, scattered across 8 provinces, and beginning to expand into neighboring regions with remarkable speed and adaptation. They were no longer a resistance movement, no longer hunted and suppressed, but a genuine alternative to the traditional sect structure, offering training and knowledge to anyone who wanted it, based on the principle that truth was best served by honesty and transparency, and that all cultivators deserved to understand the systems that governed their power. The growth had happened organically, cultivators leaving the reformed sects and founding Haven chapters in their home communities, spreading the knowledge and building a network that was more resilient because it was less centralized. The 10 sects, reformed and reorganized through decades of painful transformation, had become something fundamentally different than they had been at the beginning of the revelation. Some had shrunk dramatically as their members left, unable or unwilling to adapt to the new paradigm, unable to accept that their authority could no longer rest on the foundation of hidden knowledge and enforced ignorance. Some had grown substantially as they successfully transitioned to more democratic governance structures and proved that sects could thrive under new organizational models. Some had disappeared entirely, unable to transition from their old models of authority based on secrecy and restricted knowledge, on the assumption that disciples should serve without questioning and knowledge should flow only downward from leadership. But those that survived had become more democratic, more transparent, more willing to share knowledge freely and encourage questioning and intellectual inquiry from their members. And across the cultivation world, in towns and villages and mountain peaks, in caves and hidden valleys, in grand academies and humble temples, new schools were forming constantly, driven by the creative potential that had been unleashed. Cultivators who had trained in the traditional sects were taking what they had learned and adapting it boldly, combining it with new understanding, creating entirely new approaches to cultivation based on the revelation that the heavenly Tao was artificial and therefore subject to transcendence. Some practitioners pursued the transcendence of the artificial limitations with radical dedication, developing cutting-edge techniques that pushed the boundaries of what had previously been thought possible. Others developed new techniques that worked more efficiently within the traditional framework, finding clever ways to accomplish more with less energy expenditure. Still others pursued purely philosophical inquiry into the nature of cultivation itself and the meaning of the revealed truth, asking questions about purpose and ethics that had never been asked before in the hierarchical sections. The diversity of approaches created a vigorous and competitive ecology of cultivation methods and ideas, with different schools testing their approaches against each other in friendly competition. It was messy and chaotic, not always effective or well-organized. New schools would form with great promise and collapse within years when the founders realized the challenges of maintaining a teaching lineage. Some techniques would prove less useful than their creators had anticipated when tested in practice. Some communities would struggle painfully with how to balance individual freedom with collective responsibility, how to prevent fragmentation while respecting autonomy. But it was honest. And in a world where truth had been suppressed for 300 years, where knowledge had been carefully rationed and controlled, honesty felt like liberation of the deepest kind. Lin Feng, had he lived, would not have recognized the specific forms that this new era took, would have been surprised and perhaps bewildered by some of the directions that the revelation drove the cultivation world. The Patriarch, with all his accumulated wisdom, would have been genuinely astonished by some of the creative approaches that practitioners developed. But both of them, had they been alive to see it, would have recognized the fundamental truth underlying it all. The suppression of knowledge always failed eventually, always broke down under the pressure of human curiosity and the desire for understanding. And the world that grew after suppression ended was always unpredictable, but always better, more vibrant, more alive than the lies that preceded it. The Patriarch's consciousness, dispersed now into the teachings and techniques that were being studied by hundreds of cultivators across the provinces, persisted in a form the Patriarch could have never imagined while alive. It persisted not as an individual consciousness, not as a unified presence that could think and make decisions, but as an influence, a way of thinking, an approach to understanding cultivation that spread like ripples from a stone thrown into still water, touching shores and creating new ripples in turn, touching shores that the original thrower could never have envisioned. And in that persistence, in that transformation from individual consciousness to collective understanding and shared practice, the final meaning of the patriarch's sacrifice became clear to those who grappled with it. He had not merely preserved his power for a successor to carry forward. He had preserved the understanding that truth was more important than authority, that knowledge was more powerful than force, that the revelation of what had been hidden could reshape entire civilizations and create better futures than suppression ever could. His sacrifice had been an investment in human freedom itself. The work continued. It would continue long after the people who had known Lin Feng were gone, long after the sects had completed their transformations, long after the last of the old hierarchies had crumbled into dust and memory. The revelation had become part of the cultivation world's foundational understanding, embedded in how every young cultivator was taught and trained. No amount of effort could suppress it again. The knowledge was free, distributed across thousands of minds, embedded in practices and techniques and philosophical inquiries that would persist and evolve across generations and centuries. The patriarch's unfinished Tao was no longer unfinished. It had been completed not by one person, but by the countless cultivators across the provinces who had accepted the truth and built their practices and their lives on it. Chapter 81. The weight of absence. The morning Mei learned that Lin Feng was truly gone. She was teaching a formation class in the Haven's central pavilion. A student had asked about the unfinished Tao's foundational principle, the one Lin Feng had drilled into them over and over. That growth comes from acceptance of incompleteness, not from the illusion of perfect control. Her hands had frozen mid-gesture. The unfinished Tao, Lin Feng's final words, recorded in the distributed consciousness before the forbidden technique consumed him, had been simple. It continues without me. That's the point. But knowing that intellectually and accepting it were two different things. Mei had spent 3 years studying under the Demon Patriarch's air, learning not just cultivation techniques, but an entire philosophy of freedom built on radical truth. Now, standing in that pavilion with 40 students waiting for her answer, she felt the weight of his absence like a physical thing. The unfinished Tao, she said slowly, was never Lin Feng's to keep. It exists now in all of us, in every cultivator who chooses to ask questions instead of obey blindly. He's gone because he finished what he needed to finish. Now we carry it forward. One of the older students, Wei Chun, raised his hand. Will the Haven change without him? Will we become something different? Mei considered the question carefully. The Haven network had transformed dramatically in the weeks following Lin Feng's death. The 4 hostile sects, once the guardians of absolute doctrine, had collapsed into civil war and reformation. 3 of them had begun accepting the truth about the constructed heavenly Tao, dismantling centuries of hierarchical control. The 4th, Eternal Sky sect, had fractured completely, half its members attempting to flee into the outer territories. Yes, Mei answered. We'll change. That's also the point. An unfinished Tao can't stay static. But change doesn't mean betrayal. It means growth. What she didn't say aloud was this. She was terrified. The responsibility of stewardship was a weight she hadn't anticipated. Lin Feng had been the visionary, the one who dared to challenge the fundamental structure of reality itself. Mei was a fighter, a student, someone who'd followed a brilliant light into darkness. Now the light was extinguished, and she had to learn to navigate by the principles it had illuminated rather than by the light itself. Over the next weeks, the impact of Lin Feng's absence rippled outward. The Haven had expanded to 12 major locations across the Eastern Kingdom, each with hundreds of cultivators, people drawn by rumors of freedom, by promises of truth, by the appeal of breaking chains. But without Lin Feng's presence to anchor them, disputes began to emerge. Mei found herself in endless meetings with the Haven's regional directors. The Cloud Mist Haven wanted to establish a merit-based rank system, efficient, logical. The Deepwood Haven argued for pure equality, claiming any hierarchy was a remnant of old control. The Starfire Haven proposed mandatory teachings from Lin Feng's writings in every curriculum, effectively making him a saint. Each faction believed they were honoring the unfinished Tao. Each was partially right and partially wrong. By the time May reached the great hall where the regional directors met, she'd made a decision. "We need to think differently," she announced, sitting across from them. "Lin Feng never told us to become one thing or another. He told us to question, to grow, to remain incomplete. That means the haven doesn't have one answer. It has 43 havens with 43 approaches." "But that's chaos," objected Director Huang from the Cloud Mist Haven. "A cultivation network needs unified structure." "No," May replied firmly. "It needs shared principles. Lin Feng didn't die so we could replace the heavenly Tao's tyranny with our own. He died so we could learn to choose our own structures and change them when they stopped serving us." It was the right call, though it terrified her because she couldn't know for certain. And that, she realized, was exactly as it should be. In the weeks that followed, the Haven Network became something unprecedented, a federation of semi-autonomous communities, each experimenting with different governance models, sharing knowledge freely through the distributed consciousness that Lin Feng had woven into the heavenly Tao itself. Some regions thrived, some struggled, some failed and restructured. It was messy, it was inefficient, it was beautifully, painfully alive. But there was a price to this freedom, and it came due sooner than anyone expected. Word reached the Haven in the 3rd month after Lin Feng's death. A movement was forming in the outer territories, a faction of cultivators who'd heard rumors of the heavenly Tao's constructed nature and drawn a very different conclusion than the Haven had. They called themselves the Unbounded, and they believed that if all structure was illusion, then all constraint should be abandoned. Chapter 82. The ideology of nihilism. The first unbounded cultivator to appear in Haven territory arrived during a harvest festival in the Cloud Mist region. His name was Zhen Mo, True Void, and he came alone, unarmed, and carrying a message of radical freedom that would shake the entire cultivation world. "The heavenly Tao is a cage," he announced to the assembled cultivators, his voice carrying through the festival grounds with the power of genuine conviction. Lin Feng proved it. The cultivation world has been built on lies designed to control you, to limit your potential, to keep you from achieving what you're truly capable of. But why do you still accept the Haven's authority? Why do you accept any hierarchy at all? True freedom means no rules. True freedom means transcending even the concept of structure itself. Every constraint, no matter how well-intentioned, is just another chain. May arrived at the festival grounds within hours, transported by emergency formation. She found Zhen Mo sitting in the center of the gathering with a crowd of curious cultivators listening intently. What struck her most was that he wasn't wrong, exactly. He'd simply drawn the wrong conclusion from truths that couldn't be disputed. "The heavenly Tao is constructed," she said calmly, standing before him. Lin Feng proved that. But he didn't prove that structure is inherently tyranny. He proved that imposed structure is. There's a difference. There's a world of difference between a cage built by someone else and a house you've chosen to live in. Zhen Mo smiled with the brightness of true belief. He was younger than she'd expected, maybe mid-20s in appearance, with eyes that held the fervent intelligence of someone who'd thought deeply and come to passionate conclusions. And who decides which structure is imposed and which is chosen? You? The Haven? You've already become the new authority, May. Didn't you learn that lesson at all? Didn't Lin Feng teach you that all authority is ultimately a form of control? The crowd shifted uncomfortably. It was a good argument, and Zhen Mo knew it. He'd clearly studied Lin Feng's teachings carefully, understood the deep structure of his philosophy, and found the pressure points where that philosophy seemed to contradict itself. "I'm not claiming perfect knowledge," May replied, which was close to the truth. "I'm claiming that some structures serve growth and others prevent it. The Haven is trying to build the first kind. You're proposing to destroy all structure and see what emerges. That's not freedom. That's gambling with people's lives. That's making a choice that affects everyone and calling it liberation." "No," Zhen Mo countered, his voice patient and reasoning. "Your way is gambling. You're assuming that humans naturally choose good structures. History says otherwise. Humans who gain power inevitably use it to dominate others. The only way to guarantee no tyranny is to have no structure at all. No hierarchy, no authority, no constraints of any kind. In true freedom, no one has power over anyone else." It was a compelling ideology, and over the following weeks, May realized just how compelling it was. The unbounded movement spread like wildfire through the cultivator communities, particularly among younger cultivators who'd known nothing but the old sect system and were hungry for something that felt genuinely radical. They had a simple message that cut through complexity. Freedom means no constraints, no ranks, no hierarchies, no authorities, not even the gentle guidance of the haven. Some cultivators heard that message and found it intoxicating. The possibility of truly unlimited growth, truly unbounded advancement, with no one telling them what they could or couldn't do. It was seductive in a way that the haven's more nuanced philosophy couldn't match. The haven brought in 3 of its senior cultivators to help May understand what they were facing. The oldest was Master Qing Shan, who'd studied the history of cultivation governance for 50 years and whose perspective was shaped by having watched multiple cycles of power and reformation. "This isn't new," Qing Shan said gravely, settling into meditation position across from May. "Every time a system breaks, nihilism emerges. People swing from absolute control to the desire for absolute freedom. It's a pendulum that swings back and forth through history. The question is whether we can help them swing toward balance instead. And the harder question is whether they'll listen to us, or whether they'll have to learn through painful experience." "How?" May asked desperately. Their argument is seductive because it's partially true. Structure can be oppressive. How do we convince people that some structure is necessary without sounding like we're just defending our own authority? How do we show them the difference between chosen constraints and imposed ones? Qing Shan was silent for a long moment, his aged eyes reflecting the candlelight. "We can't convince them with words, I'm afraid. Not ultimately. They have to learn by watching what happens when structure disappears entirely. They have to see the consequences for themselves. All we can do is be ready to help them when they discover they were wrong." Over the next months, that's exactly what happened. The Unbounded began not just preaching but acting, establishing the first of what would become their network of communes. These were communities where no rules governed behavior, where cultivation resources were shared without accountability or order, where masters didn't teach but merely facilitated self-discovery, where every person's individual will was theoretically supreme. Some of these experiments produced remarkable results. In communes where the participants were mature and thoughtful, where they truly internalized the concept of responsibility for their own choices, remarkable cooperation emerged. People genuinely did organize themselves effectively without formal structure. But most failed catastrophically. In one commune, a dispute over a rare medicinal herb, valuable for advancement, turned violent when there was no structure to mediate it. 5 cultivators died, and their deaths rippled through the unbounded movement like a shockwave. But rather than retreating or reconsidering, the Unbounded simply framed these deaths as the cost of freedom. Better to die free than live controlled, they preached at gatherings. These sacrifices prove the importance of what we're trying to achieve. May watch reports come in from the Starfire Haven, from the Cloudmist Haven, from Deepwood and Goldleaf and Pine Mountain. The Unbounded were recruiting heavily, and their rhetoric was undeniably powerful. They promised that joining meant liberation from all constraint, and for people who'd lived their entire lives under the weight of the heavenly Tao's false rules, that promise was almost irresistible. By the time Jin Mo had fully established his movement, the Unbounded claimed 17 allied communes and several hundred followers spread across multiple regions. More troublingly, they'd begun to radicalize further. The message shifted from, "we don't need structure," to "structure itself is evil and must be destroyed." It's a poison that has corrupted humanity since the beginning. When May received the intelligence report about their final plan, a plan so ambitious and so dangerous that it made her blood run cold, she understood that the Haven's real test had arrived at last. The Unbounded weren't going to build an alternative anymore. They were going to try to destroy the heavenly Tao construct itself. Chapter 83. The logic of destruction. The Unbounded's plan was both brilliant and catastrophically misguided. A proposal so intellectually coherent and yet so practically destructive that it forced every cultivator in the Haven to confront the deepest implications of their beliefs. May studied the intercepted documents with growing horror. Her senior council gathered around her in the Haven's central archive, where centuries of knowledge were preserved on scrolls and in consciousness recordings. They believe that by destroying the heavenly Tao's substrate, the foundational consciousness patterns that Lin Feng wove into it, they can free everyone, said Shueli, the Haven's chief scholar of the heavenly Tao's new structure, her voice tight with distress. They've developed an entire theoretical framework for how it would work. They think it's like breaking a chain. What would actually happen? May asked, though she suspected she knew the answer and dreaded hearing it confirmed. Catastrophe, Shueli said flatly, laying out the analysis document with trembling hands. The heavenly Tao, despite its origins as a control mechanism, now serves multiple vital functions beyond control. It allows cultivation of the fundamental energies of the world. It provides the framework through which qi flows. It creates the pathways that let a cultivator's soul advance through the stages. It maintains the basic coherence of the world's spiritual ecosystem. If you destroyed it entirely, you wouldn't free anyone. You'd collapse the capacity for cultivation itself. How many cultivators would die? Master Qingshan asked, his aged voice hard with the weight of understanding what the answer might be. Instantly, Shueli paused, consulting her notes with the precision of someone who'd done the calculation multiple times in hopes of getting a different answer. Perhaps thousands, those in the middle of advancement when the cascade started. Their souls would be stranded between states. Within a year? Potentially millions, as the world's qi began destabilizing in unpredictable ways. Within a generation, the human cultivation world might cease to exist. Humanity itself would be reduced to a pre-cultivation state, and the knowledge we've accumulated would be lost. The silence that followed was heavy with dread and the weight of impossible responsibility. And if Jean Mo and his faction understand this? May asked carefully, needing to know whether they faced opposition born of ignorance or of deliberate willingness to sacrifice millions for ideological purity. Then they're willing to accept mass death as the price of their ideological purity, Qingshan said grimly. They're not mad. They've calculated the cost, and they believe it's worth paying. It took 3 days of investigation to confirm what the Unbounded were actually planning. Through careful intelligence work, the Haven scouts discovered the ritual site they'd chosen, the cultivators they planned to involve, the timeline they'd set. The Unbounded had discovered a critical vulnerability in the heavenly Tao structure, a nexus point where the conscious framework intersected with the distributed awareness network that Lin Feng had built. If they could achieve a cascade failure at that point using precisely timed ritual cultivation from coordinated participants across multiple regions, they could theoretically tear apart the entire conscious framework. It was like striking a particular note on an instrument to create resonance that shattered the whole structure. Theoretically, the ritual had never been tested. It was based on fragmentary records and desperate leaps of logic that Shueli said were audacious but not impossible. But if there was even a chance it could work, the Unbounded were going to attempt it. They'd set the date for 3 weeks away, giving themselves time to gather their forces and prepare the ritual site. May called an emergency convocation of all Haven leaders. 23 directors and senior cultivators gathered from across the network in a secure formation chamber deep beneath the central Haven. The weight of what she was about to ask them to do hung over the gathering like storm clouds. We have a choice, May said without preamble. And it's not an easy one. We can prepare to defend the heavenly Tao against their attack, trying to stop them at the moment of ritual. Or we can attempt to prevent them from attempting it in the first place. The first option is reactive. The second requires us to take action that, while defensive, will still involve confrontation and possibly violence. Defense seems preferable, Director Huang said immediately, his practical nature asserting itself. If their ritual fails, it fails harmlessly. If we try to stop them, we risk direct conflict. We risk becoming the kind of oppressive force we're trying to move away from. Their ritual won't fail harmlessly, Shueli interjected, her voice sharp with frustration. If the cascade starts but doesn't complete, if something disrupts the ritual halfway through, it could destabilize the heavenly Tao in unpredictable ways. The damage could be worse than a successful destruction. And if we wait until they've begun the ritual to oppose them, we're essentially gambling with the lives of millions. Master Qingshan stood slowly, his joints creaking slightly. We need to ask ourselves a harder question. Is it our place to stop them? The Haven was founded on the principle of freedom. These cultivators have chosen a path we believe is wrong. Do we have the right to force them to abandon it? Aren't we becoming exactly what we fought against if we do? May felt the weight of the question settle over the room. It was the central tension they'd all been dancing around, never quite articulating. How do you defend freedom without becoming oppressive? How do you protect the right to choose without limiting choices? It was a paradox at the very heart of civilization itself. Yes, she said finally, and her voice carried the weight of a decision that would reshape the Haven's identity. We have the right because we also have the responsibility. Freedom doesn't mean the freedom to destroy freedom itself. The Unbounded aren't just choosing a personal path. They're trying to make a choice for every cultivator on this world. They're trying to eliminate the possibility of cultivation for everyone. That's not a choice that affects only themselves. It's a choice that ends choice for everyone else. That's what all tyrannies say, came a voice from the back. It was Rinwei, a younger cultivator May had brought into the Haven 2 years ago, someone who understood the seductive logic of the Unbounded's argument better than most. They say they're protecting something greater than individual freedom. They say the collective good justifies limiting individual choice. You're making the same argument now. May turned to face him directly, accepting the weight of the critique. You're right. I can't prove to you with perfect logic that I'm not becoming a tyrant. I can only act according to principle and let my actions speak. The principle is this. Genuine freedom includes the freedom to have your life and choices protected. The Unbounded's plan doesn't protect that. It destroys it. So yes, we stop them. But we stop them in a way that preserves their lives, that gives them the opportunity to understand why they were wrong, that doesn't turn us into the thing we're fighting against. The vote was closer than May would have liked, 14 in favor, 9 against, with several abstaining. But it passed. The Haven would defend against the Unbounded's plan. What followed was a hunt that May had never imagined she'd be part of. The Haven mobilized its network, tracking the 17 Unbounded communes, monitoring their movements, intercepting their communications. Some of the Unbounded's recruits, when confronted with the actual scope of potential destruction, abandoned the movement. Others doubled down, becoming more radical and more convinced that their cause was just. Jean Mo himself proved impossible to find, disappearing into the deep territories of the Outer Lands, where the Heavenly Tao's influence was thinnest and the Haven's reach weakest. But his followers remained active, continuing their preparations even without direct guidance from their leader. And as the weeks passed and the Unbounded began moving toward their appointed ritual site, a location in the Shattered Peaks, where the boundaries between the Heavenly Tao and raw, untamed Qi were most permeable, where the nexus point that Shueli had identified lay hidden in the deepest chasm, May realized that intelligence and negotiation alone wouldn't be enough. The Haven would have to fight. Chapter 84. The Gathering Storm training became everything. May spent 16 hours a day in the cultivation chambers with the Haven's advanced cultivators, preparing for what felt increasingly inevitable, direct conflict with the Unbounded at the ritual site. It was a strange kind of war to prepare for. The Unbounded weren't organized like a sect with its centuries of military tradition and training. They didn't have formations practiced through generations or tactics refined through conflict. But they had fanaticism, and they had numbers. By the time May's scouts finished their final count, the Unbounded had grown to nearly 3,000 followers willing to attempt the ritual together, drawn from 17 communes and countless individual seekers. The Haven, by contrast, had trained cultivators, but never as a unified military force. The network's strength lay in its diversity and distribution. Bringing that strength to bear on a single objective would require something unprecedented. Coordinating across 13 different regional havens, integrating their different training methods and philosophical approaches into a cohesive defense. We're not going to win this by being more unified than they are, May told her council a week before the planned ritual, sitting in the war room that the Haven had hastily established. We can't match their numbers or their desperation. We have to beat them with something they don't have, actual understanding of what the Heavenly Tao is. She was already forming the strategy, an approach born from desperation and desperate inspiration. Lin Feng had woven the distributed consciousness into the Heavenly Tao itself, a web of awareness that connected every cultivator who'd learned to sense it. The Unbounded believed they were destroying a chain, but they could be defended against using the very thing they were trying to destroy. I need you to teach me everything you know about the consciousness network, Mei said to Shueli. And I need volunteers who are willing to do something no cultivator has ever done before. Shueli's eyes widened slightly, understanding dawning. You're going to use the distributed consciousness as a defense mechanism. I'm going to merge with it, Mei said. And I'm going to teach whoever volunteers to do the same. When the unbounded try to enact their ritual, we'll be waiting inside the heavenly Tao itself, literally defending from within the system they're trying to destroy. It was dangerous. It was theoretically unprecedented. It might not work at all, but it was also exactly the kind of thing Lin Feng would have attempted, the kind of radical approach that only someone truly desperate and truly inspired could conceive. Over the following days, 47 cultivators volunteered to join Mei in the attempt. They came from every region of the haven, bringing different strengths and perspectives. Master Qingshan was among them. Despite his age, he volunteered immediately without hesitation. So did Wei Chun, the student who'd questioned Mei about change. Even Rinwei, who'd argued for the unbounded's right to choose, volunteered to help defend their lives from the consequences of that choice. The training was brutal and strange, nothing like conventional cultivation. Shueli guided them through meditation patterns that Lin Feng had developed, techniques for quieting individual consciousness and expanding awareness into the greater network. It wasn't like normal cultivation advancement. It was more like learning to hear a single voice in a vast chorus, and then learning to let yourself become part of the chorus without losing your own note. Mei was the first to achieve stable contact with the distributed consciousness. The experience of it hit her like surfacing for air after diving to impossible depths. She could sense the heavenly Tao around her like a vast, intricate mechanism, not cold and mechanical, but alive with intention and awareness. More than that, she could sense the presence of every cultivator currently using it, their intentions, their movements, their spiritual resonance like notes in a symphony. And she could sense something else that made her breath catch, the echo of Lin Feng. Not his consciousness, he was truly gone, had been gone for months. But the patterns he'd woven into the heavenly Tao, the principles he'd embedded in its foundations. They were like notes of a song that kept playing even after the singer had passed away. The unfinished Tao, continuing without its creator. It was beautiful and terrifying and profoundly moving. When Mei opened her eyes after hours of contact, tears were streaming down her face, and her hands were trembling with the weight of what she'd experienced. It works? Master Qingshan asked gently, having waited patiently through her immersion. Yes, Mei whispered. But he's still there. Not as a presence, but as an absence that's shaped like a person. The heavenly Tao carries his mark. All of it carries his mark. Every cultivator using it is partly under the influence of his still active consciousness. It's woven so deeply into the system that it can never be removed. By the time the appointed hour of the ritual approached, Mei had trained her team to a state of unified awareness that was almost miraculous. They'd learned to merge with the distributed consciousness without losing their individual agency, to act as a unified force while remaining distinct persons. It wasn't a perfect state. Shueli had warned them it might destabilize, but it was the best they could achieve in 7 days of intensive training. The unbounded were gathering. Scouts reported that Zhun Mo had been sighted entering the Shattered Peaks. The ritual was set for 2 days hence. The entire cultivation world held its breath, unaware that the battle for its future was about to be fought not in the physical world, but in the deep layers of consciousness itself. Mei made a final visit to the memorial stone they'd erected for Lin Feng in the Haven's central courtyard. The stone was simple, bearing only his name and a single line from one of his final teachings. The Tao that can be finished is not the eternal Tao. I don't know if this will work, she said quietly to the stone, to the echo, to the absence. But I know what you would have wanted us to attempt. So that's what we're doing. I'm going to try to defend the world using the tools you left us. I'm going to try to stop destruction by understanding structure. I'm going to try to prove that genuine freedom and genuine structure can coexist. If I'm wrong, at least I'll be wrong trying to honor what you showed us was possible. The next morning, Mei and her team of 47 prepared for departure to the Shattered Peaks. Chapter 85. Standing at the threshold, the Shattered Peaks were aptly named. An ancient catastrophe, some said a clash between immortals and ages past, others a cataclysm of the heavenly Tao itself, had fractured the mountain range into jagged spires and deep chasms, creating an unstable landscape where geology itself seemed to rebel against order. The peaks twisted and broke in ways that shouldn't be structurally possible. Waterfalls flowed upward. Stone formed patterns that hurt to look at directly. More importantly, for cultivation purposes, the peaks existed in a place where the boundary between the heavenly Tao and raw, untamed Qi was thin enough to see, almost thin enough to touch. The constructed nature of the heavenly Tao was visible here in ways it wasn't elsewhere. You could almost see the joins between the framework and reality, almost perceive the choice points where different rules applied in different ways. It was the perfect place for Jean Mo to attempt his ritual, and the perfect place for Mei to defend against it. Mei arrived with her team in the hours before dawn, transported by emergency formation. The Unbounded hadn't yet gathered. They were approaching from multiple directions, a coordinated assault that would converge around the nexus point that Shui Li had identified. That point lay in the largest chasm, a place where the rocks glowed faintly with qi and where, according to the research, the conscious substrate of the heavenly Tao was most accessible. Everyone in position? Mei asked through the communication formation they'd established. 47 voices responded affirmatively, spread across the peaks in a careful formation designed by Shui Li to create a web of mutual support and observation. Remember, Mei added, her voice carrying both strength and compassion, we're not trying to kill them. We're trying to stop the ritual. If any of them choose not to participate once they see the haven is defending, let them go. This is about preventing catastrophe, not about punishing belief. The vote among her team was silent but affirming. They understood the stakes. They understood what they'd been asked to do. The sun rose over the shattered peaks, illuminating the landscape in shades of gold and shadow. Mei could feel the heavenly Tao all around her, present and aware in a way it had never been before she'd learned to merge with it. The conscious network extended through everything, through the stone beneath her feet, through the qi in the air, through the distributed awareness of every cultivator currently online with the haven. It was like standing in the presence of something vast and aware and watching, waiting to see what its inhabitants would choose to do. The Unbounded began to arrive in mid-morning. First came the scouts and outriders, cultivators with sharp eyes and eager spirits, coming to prepare the ritual site. Then the main body, thousands of cultivators, moving with purpose and determination. They didn't look like terrorists or nihilists. They looked like people who believed they were saving the world, that they were about to strike the final blow against tyranny. Jean Mo appeared at the center of their formation, moving with the confidence of someone who'd already won a victory they hadn't yet fought. Mei took a careful breath, centered herself in her connection to the distributed consciousness, and stepped down from her vantage point onto a visible outcropping of rock. Jean Mo, she called out. I'm Mei of the Haven. I've come to ask you to stop. The Unbounded leader looked up, spotting her immediately. He smiled, not unkindly, but with the gentle condescension of someone addressing a child who didn't understand the stakes. It was the smile of someone who'd convinced themselves that they were right, and everyone who disagreed was simply not enlightened enough to see. Mei, he called back. I was wondering if you'd come. This is good. You'll see for yourself what liberation actually looks like. I'll see catastrophe, Mei replied, her voice steady. The heavenly Tao isn't the cage you think it is. It's evolved. You're not going to free anyone by destroying it. You're going to kill them. You're going to collapse the ability for anyone to cultivate, to grow, to advance. Better dead and free, Jean Mo said, and his voice carried the absolute conviction of someone who'd made peace with the cost of his ideals, than alive and enslaved. Mei heard echoes of propaganda in that statement, the kind of rhetoric that justified atrocities and convinced people to do terrible things. But there was also genuine pain behind it, the pain of someone who'd felt real constraint and now couldn't distinguish between necessary structure and oppressive control. That's not a choice you have the right to make for others, Mei said, and she made her voice as compassionate as she could while remaining firm. You're not choosing for yourself. You're choosing for everyone. Neither do you, Jean Mo countered, and his argument was sharp and cutting. And yet here you are, ready to use the Haven's power to stop us. You're defending a system, Mei. You've already become what Lin Feng fought against, an authority trying to preserve its authority. It was a good point, and May felt the weight of it settle on her shoulders like a stone. She'd been turning it over in her mind for days. The central contradiction of their position. They were defending freedom by limiting freedom. But there was a difference, and she believed it deeply. She had to believe it. "I'm going to do everything I can to stop this ritual," May said calmly, her voice carrying the weight of genuine sorrow. "Not because I believe I'm right and you're wrong. I believe you're wrong, but that's different from what I mean. I'm going to stop this because the right to choose how you live your life includes the right to have that life. Once you've destroyed the ability for anyone to cultivate, once you've erased the foundational possibility of growth, you've taken that right away forever. And I can't accept that." Jinmo's expression hardened. The moment of connection between them, brief and fragile, snapped like a thread. "Then we fight." The Unbounded began moving toward the nexus point in organized formation. May raised her hand, and Haven cultivators emerged from their positions across the peaks. Not to attack, not yet, simply to make their presence known, to form a barrier between the Unbounded and the ritual site. For a moment, the two forces faced each other across the broken landscape. On one side, the Unbounded, burning with the fervor of true belief, convinced they were about to liberate the world. On the other, the Haven, uncertain but resolved, committed to defending the possibility of choice. And beneath them both, the heavenly Tao, ancient and constructed and alive with distributed consciousness, waiting to see what its inhabitants would choose to do. The standoff lasted only a moment. Then Jinmo raised his staff, the ritual energy beginning to build, the cascade preparation starting to flow through the consciousness network. And May, drawing on training she'd only just mastered, reached down into the consciousness network and began to prepare her response. The clash was about to begin. Everything would change based on how it ended. Expansion section for Batch 1. These chapters provide deeper context on the Haven's early development and the philosophical foundations that would guide them through the consciousness wars. The interlude. Understanding structure in the weeks before the Shattered Peaks confrontation. As May trained her team in consciousness merging, there was a period of intense philosophical discussion in the Haven's central chambers. The question at the heart of it all was deceptively simple. What is structure, really? And when does structure serve freedom versus constrain it? Master Qingshan, drawing on 50 years of cultivation experience and wisdom, led many of these discussions. He would sit with groups of cultivators in the evening hours, when the day's training was done, and they would talk about the nature of systems and societies. "Consider a river," he said one evening to a group of 40 students. "It has banks. Does the river's freedom diminish because it's constrained by banks? No. In fact, the banks are what allow the river to flow. Without the banks, you have a flood, which eventually becomes stagnant water spread across a plain." One student, a young woman named Xiaoling, raised her hand. "But master, someone had to choose where the banks would be. Someone had to decide this river flows this way rather than that way. Isn't that a form of control?" "Yes," Qingshan acknowledged. "But consider, do you know who chose where this river flows? Does it matter to the river? The river simply accepts the constraint and becomes more, not less, through it. The question isn't whether constraint exists, it always does. The question is whether the constraint serves the thing being constrained." These were the kinds of conversations that made the Haven different from anything that had existed before in the cultivation world. There were no authorities pronouncing truth from above. There were just experienced people sharing insights while younger people asked hard questions. And out of that constant back and forth came deeper understanding. The preparation and the fear as the time for the ritual approached, something interesting happened. The Haven didn't become unified in a military sense. May and her team trained together, yes, but there was also visible dissent and discussion about whether they were doing the right thing. In the Deepwood Haven, a significant faction argued that they should let the Unbounded attempt their ritual, trusting that it would fail naturally, and that intervening would make the Haven no different from the sect masters they'd fought against. "We're choosing to use force to prevent someone else's choices," an elder cultivator named Hanshin argued. "How is that freedom? How is that not exactly what Lin Feng fought against?" The argument was compelling, and May never dismissed it, even though she ultimately disagreed with it. "You're right that we're preventing choices," she said in the debate. "But we're not preventing individual choices. We're preventing the elimination of all future choices." If you destroy the heavenly Tao, you don't create a freer world. You create a world where no one can cultivate at all. That's not freedom. That's the end of freedom. But the fact that this debate happened, the fact that the Haven didn't just obey Mei without question, proved something crucial. The Haven truly was different. Disagreement wasn't punished. Dissent wasn't suppressed. The organization had internal mechanisms to question its own decisions. Some members of the Deepwood Haven didn't go to the Shattered Peaks. They chose non-participation in what they believed was wrong. And the Haven accepted that choice. There was no punishment, no coercion. Just the genuine question. If you won't defend the system with us, what will you do instead? Most of those who stayed behind worked on other necessary projects, maintaining the networks, teaching the young, preserving knowledge. They supported the effort even if they wouldn't participate in the defense itself. That, too, was a form of freedom. The training beyond, in addition to the consciousness merging training, Mei's team engaged in something else that proved equally important. They practiced restraint. When you have the unbounded's ritual energy in your awareness, Master Qingshan taught them, you'll feel the impulse to destroy it, to fight it with force. Don't. The moment you try to overpower it, you've become what you're fighting against. You're trying to dominate. Instead, accept the energy, feel it, understand it, and give it a different path. It was a training in compassion, in a way, learning to interact with the enemy's strength without matching it with your own strength. One of the volunteers, a cultivator named Luo Jian, struggled with this. He'd experienced real harm in the old sect system, had been beaten for questioning authority. The idea of accepting the unbounded's ritual energy rather than destroying it felt like betrayal to him. They're trying to kill us, he said bitterly. Why should I treat them with gentleness? Mei met with him privately. Because the moment you treat them with cruelty, you've won the battle but lost the war. You've proven that violence is how we solve problems. You've shown Zhun Mo that he was right, that the powerful will use force to maintain control. But if you defeat him with compassion, if you stop him while refusing to become cruel, then you've proven something much more powerful. You've proven that a better way exists. Luo Jian didn't fully accept this, but he participated anyway. And in the consciousness wars, his conflict would become visible. His energy would sometimes flare with violence before Qingshan or Mei would gently redirect it. It wasn't perfect, but it was honest. That honesty, the fact that the Haven didn't demand perfect purity from those who served it, made the eventual victory more meaningful. Chapter 86. The consciousness wars. The moment Zhun Mo's ritual energy touched the nexus point, Mei felt it like a blade against her awareness. The distributed consciousness reacted, not with violence, but with something more complex, recognition. The heavenly Tao was designed to respond to cultivation intent, and the unbounded's intent was unmistakable. Mei had prepared her team for this moment in theory, but the reality was overwhelming. The consciousness network that she was now partially merged with wasn't a simple tool or weapon. It was a vast, intricate system of awareness spanning the entire cultivation world. And 43,000 cultivators, those currently online with the network, were about to become active participants in a struggle that most of them didn't fully understand. Steady, Master Qingshan's presence reached her through the network. His voice didn't sound like a voice. It was more like a pattern of intent that shaped itself into meaning. Remember your principle. We're not fighting to win. We're fighting to preserve choice. The principle, they weren't fighting for control. They were fighting to prevent a single action from destroying freedom for everyone. The unbounded's ritual energy surged again, and this time, Mei could see its structure clearly through the network's awareness. It was brilliant in its design, a coordinated cascade through the consciousness substrate, aimed at creating a feedback loop that would tear apart the very pathways that made cultivation possible. The ritual energy was like water finding cracks in stone, flowing along the fracture lines of the system, designed to exploit the weak points that Zhun Mo and his scholars had identified through months of study. Zhun Mo had studied the heavenly Tao deeply. He'd understood more than Mei had given him credit for. He'd found the pressure points, the places where too much disturbance could cascade into total collapse. He'd developed a ritual that was theoretically sound, beautifully conceived, and absolutely catastrophic in its implications. But he'd misunderstood one crucial thing. The distributed consciousness could be defended using the very principles it was built on. It could be protected not through force or domination, but through understanding and cooperation. May reached out through the network to the volunteers who'd merged with her. Now, she signaled, engage, not with force, but with presence. Show them what a defended system looks like. What happened next couldn't easily be described in conventional language. It wasn't a battle in any traditional sense. There was no violence, no weapons, no blood spilled. Instead, it was a conflict of consciousness and will, played out in the depths of the heavenly Tao's spiritual substrate. May positioned her consciousness like a shield at the nexus point where Zhen Mo's ritual energy was trying to cascade through. But instead of blocking directly, which would only create resistance for his energy to shatter against, she did what Lin Feng had taught the Haven to do. She accepted the input and gave it a new structure to flow through. The Unbounded's energy poured toward the cascading feedback loop, building momentum, gathering force. But May guided it through a different pathway, one that dissipated the coherence without destroying the system. She felt Zhen Mo's presence react with shock and anger. He recognized what she was doing. He was trying to destroy the system, and she was healing the wounds even as he made them. You can't stop us, he sent through the consciousness network, his presence a sharp point of intention like a spear aimed at her heart. Too many of us. Your defenses will break. Your philosophy will fail. We have more cultivators, more will, more desperation. You're trying to hold back a flood with your bare hands. But that was where Zhen Mo had failed to understand the Haven's true strength. May wasn't trying to win with a few skilled cultivators. She was drawing on the entire distributed consciousness. Every Haven cultivator currently online was now aware of the danger and responding. Some of them weren't fighting directly. They were simply lending their presence, adding their will to the network, creating a foundation of resilience that the Unbounded couldn't overcome. Thousands of voices, individual and distinct, all focusing on a single principle: preservation of the right to choose. Over the next minutes, though time moved strangely in the consciousness network, each moment expanding and contracting like a living thing, May felt the tide of the battle shift. The Unbounded's coordinated assault, which had begun with overwhelming force, was running into resistance everywhere. For every point where their ritual energy surged forward, Haven cultivators met it and deflected it without shattering it. For every cascade attempt, conscious defenders appeared to redirect the flow. And they were doing it with such remarkable gentleness. There was no cruelty in the defense, no desire to hurt the Unbounded cultivators. Just a steady, patient refusal to let the destruction proceed. It was like standing in a river and letting the water flow around you, not fighting the current, but simply remaining unmoved. May felt tears forming in her physical body. Her actual form was still standing on the ridge of the shattered peak, surrounded by guards and defenders, her physical vessel weeping even as her consciousness fought in a deeper layer of reality. The consciousness war was happening in a layer of reality that most people couldn't perceive, but it was no less real, no less important, no less desperate. Through the network, she reached out directly to Zhen Mo's consciousness. Not to attack him, but to communicate. Stop, she sent. Please. I understand what you want. I understand that you believe you're saving us. But this path leads to mass death. Let it go. Choose a different way. For a moment, she felt something like hesitation in his presence. A flicker of doubt. A moment where he questioned whether he was right. But then his pride reasserted itself. Zhen Mo pulled energy from deeper reserves, from the thousands of followers he'd connected to the ritual. They were willing to burn their cultivation reserves, to damage their spiritual cores if necessary, to achieve this one goal. It was a final gamble, a supreme effort that would cost them dearly even if it succeeded. The assault intensified. May felt her defenses straining. Even with the support of thousands of Haven cultivators, Zhen Mo's desperation was formidable. He wasn't trying to be elegant anymore. He wasn't trying to convince or debate. He was trying to be overwhelming through sheer force of will. And it was working. May felt the first real damage to the network. A pathway fractured under the assault, causing 3 connected cultivators to scream in pain through the consciousness link before Qingshan could pull them out of the merged state. He's trying to break us through attrition, Qingshan's presence warned. He realizes he can't win the overall battle, so he's trying to damage us enough that we collapse through accumulated harm. I know, May replied, and she was thinking furiously even as she maintained her defenses. But we have something he doesn't. Mei reached deeper into the heavenly Tao, down to the very foundations that Lin Feng had woven into it. And there, in those foundations, she found what she'd sensed before but not fully understood, the Demon Patriarch's mark. Not as a controlling force, Lin Feng had never used the system that way, but as a pattern of resilience, a structure designed to withstand exactly this kind of assault. Lin Feng had built the system to survive this moment. Because he'd known that the truth would eventually provoke a response like this. He'd known that someday, someone would reject his work and try to destroy it. And he'd built in the capacity to defend without dominating. Everyone may broadcast through the network, her consciousness expanding to touch every cultivator currently online. I'm anchoring us to the foundational principles. Trust them. Trust us. Trust each other. Trust that structure, when chosen freely, can be stronger than any force trying to break it. And the Haven cultivators did. They opened themselves more deeply to the consciousness network, accepting the pattern that Mei was drawing from Lin Feng's legacy. Not as command, not as control, not as tyranny of the collective, but as a shared structure that they all agreed to embody because they understood it served their growth. The Unbounded's assault shattered against that structure and couldn't break through. Not because it was stronger in raw power, but because it was rooted in something deeper than any single person's will. It was rooted in the collective agreement of thousands of people to preserve something precious. It was rooted in the choice to accept constraint in service of growth. It was rooted in the understanding that freedom wasn't the absence of structure, but the ability to choose structures that served genuine development. Through the network, Mei felt Jun Mo's desperation turn to rage, then to something else, comprehension. He finally saw what the Haven was defending. Not control, not a new cage, not the tyranny of collective will over individual choice, but the freedom to choose structures that served growth instead of domination. Chapter 87. The moment of choice. Jun Mo did something that surprised everyone. He stopped the ritual. It wasn't a surrender in the conventional sense. The unbounded leader simply ceased pouring his energy into the assault and instead began withdrawing from the consciousness network entirely. His presence, which had been like a spear trying to pierce through the Haven's defenses, faded and withdrew. Around the shattered peaks, his followers felt the shift and began pulling back as well. Some of them fought harder, unable to accept that their crusade had failed. A faction of about 300 unbounded cultivators, already too invested in the ritual to accept stopping, tried to continue the assault on their own. But without Jun Mo's coordinating presence, and without the massive resources he'd been deploying, their efforts were easily contained. The Haven's defenders simply let their energy flow harmlessly past, dissipating it like water flowing around a stone. Within minutes, the consciousness war was over. The heavenly Tao's substrate remained intact. The cascading feedback loop had been disrupted before it could do any lasting damage. And the cultivation world continued to exist. Mei slowly withdrew from the merged consciousness state, becoming once again a single individual inhabiting a single body on a mountain ridge in the shattered peaks. The transition was disorienting and profoundly strange. She'd become used to the vast awareness, the sense of being connected to thousands of minds at once. Returning to just her own perspective felt like a sudden narrowing of perception, like emerging from a vast ocean into a small pool. Around her, the other Haven cultivators were emerging from their merged state as well. Most looked exhausted beyond measure. Some were crying. Tears of relief. Tears of the release that comes after desperate struggle. Master Qingshan was holding himself up on a meditation staff, looking every one of his 70 years, and then some. Below them, in the vast chasm of the shattered peaks, the unbounded were gathering. Not in aggressive formation, but in confusion. Many of them looked like people waking from a dream, suddenly uncertain about what they'd been trying to accomplish. The certainty that had driven them had evaporated like morning mist. And Jun Mo stood alone at the center of the nexus point, looking up at Mei with an expression she couldn't quite read. It might have been defeat, but it might also have been enlightenment. Mei made her way down from the ridge, moving slowly. Her body was trembling with exhaustion. She learned quickly why the Haven cultivators usually kept their merged consciousness experiences to minutes rather than hours. The toll on both body and spirit was significant. Every part of her ached. Her awareness felt fragmented and distant. But underneath the exhaustion was a sense of triumph and completion. When she reached Jean Mo, the unbounded leader did something unexpected. He knelt. "I was wrong," he said simply, and the simplicity of the statement was somehow more powerful than any elaborate apology could have been. "I felt it in the consciousness network. I felt all of you choosing to defend something without forcing anyone else to that choice. I felt the difference you were trying to make, and it wasn't what I thought. It wasn't the new tyranny I was trying to prevent. It was actually, I can't quite articulate it, but I was wrong." May helped him to his feet, her hands surprisingly gentle. "You weren't entirely wrong," she said quietly, and she meant it. "Structure can be oppressive. Control is a real danger that we need to stay vigilant against. But there's a difference between rebelling against tyranny and destroying the foundations that let anyone choose anything at all. You were right to question. You just drew the wrong conclusion from what you discovered." "I see that now," Jean-Emo replied. He looked around at his followers, at the hundreds of unbounded cultivators watching to see what he would do. "I'm sorry. I thought I was liberating you. I was actually just trying to destroy, and not even for good reasons. For reasons born from my own pain and my own experience with oppression." The moment held for a long time. Then, slowly, some of the unbounded began to approach the Haven cultivators. Not aggressively, just to talk, to understand, to figure out what they actually believed now that the fervor of the cause had faded. May wasn't naive enough to think that a single consciousness battle had resolved everything. The ideological divisions between the Haven and the unbounded were deep and fundamental. But something profound had shifted. Jean-Emo had felt the distinction between control and structure in a way that no amount of argument could have conveyed. And now, his followers were beginning to feel it too. In the hours that followed, the unbounded faction began to splinter. Some cultivators were too invested in the movement's ideology to let go easily. They were angry, disillusioned by Jean-Mo's retreat, convinced that he'd betrayed the cause. A few hundred of them left the gathering, heading back into the outer territories to establish their own communes far from Haven influence. But the majority, nearly 2,000 cultivators, stayed. They were curious. They wanted to understand what the consciousness network actually was. They wanted to know what Lin Feng had built and why it mattered. They wanted to know if there was room for them in a system that didn't claim to be perfect. May's answer was one she'd struggled to formulate, but which now came clearly. Yes. But you have to accept that imperfect systems can still contain value. The Haven isn't trying to create a new tyranny. We're trying to create a space where people can cultivate growth together, knowing we'll make mistakes and learning from them. "How do we know you're not just saying that?" asked a young woman from the unbounded, her voice carrying both hope and skepticism. "How do we know this isn't just a more sophisticated form of control?" "You don't," May said honestly. "You can only watch what we do and hold us accountable. And if we fail, if the Haven does become oppressive, then yes, you should rebel against us. But don't rebel by trying to destroy the foundations. Rebel by building something better. Rebel by showing that a different approach works." The young woman nodded slowly, considering. Over the next days, an unexpected thing happened. The unbounded and the Haven began to integrate, not without friction, but genuinely. Some of the unbounded's critiques of Haven governance were legitimate, and their presence pushed the organization to be more transparent and more flexible. The Haven brought structure and experience. The unbounded brought the perspective of genuine critics who understood the seductive appeal of freedom without constraint. And out of the conflict came growth. The Haven became stronger not because it had defeated its enemy, but because it had integrated the challenge its enemy posed. When May finally left the Shattered Peaks a week later, heading back to the Central Haven, she found herself thinking about Lin Feng's most famous teaching. The Tao that can be finished is not the eternal Tao. The Haven hadn't defeated the unbounded movement by proving the Haven's way was right. The Haven had grown by proving that its way could integrate the truth of the unbounded's critique while maintaining its core principles. It was exactly how Lin Feng would have wanted it to end, not with victory, but with transformation. Chapter 88. The restructuring. The months that followed the Shattered Peaks crisis were marked by fundamental restructuring across the entire Haven network. May, now formally recognized as the primary architect of Haven policy, found herself working more hours than she'd worked in her entire life before. The integration of the Unbounded brought new voices and new questions into every region of the Haven. The Cloudmist Haven, which had wanted a merit-based hierarchy, suddenly had to defend that choice against people who viewed hierarchy itself with suspicion. The Deepwood Haven, which had advocated for pure equality, had to confront the reality that some people had more influence than others regardless of formal structure. And the Starfire Haven's impulse to enshrine Lin Feng as a saint was thoroughly challenged by the Unbounded cultivators, who argued that canonizing any person was a dangerous step toward tyranny and lost agency. "We need to formalize how the Haven makes decisions," May announced at a regional directors meeting 2 months after the battle. "Not in a way that creates new hierarchies, but in a way that ensures decisions are transparent and accountable." What emerged was something unprecedented in cultivation governance, a federation system where each region maintained substantial autonomy while committing to shared principles. Decisions affecting the entire network were made through a weighted voting system that considered both regional input and expert consultation. Leadership roles were term-limited and subject to recall. Financial resources were allocated by transparent formulas rather than by decree. It wasn't perfect. Some regions felt their voices weren't heard enough. Others felt that the system was too slow and cumbersome, that it took forever to make necessary decisions. But it was honest, and it distributed power in a way that no cultivation sect had attempted before. The 3 major sects that had accepted Lin Feng's teachings, the ones that had begun dismantling their own hierarchies, watched the Haven's evolution with intense interest. Slowly, some of their governance principles began to evolve in similar directions. The old system of absolute masters and obedient disciples began to transform into something more collaborative and more human. The cultivation world was changing, not through sudden revolution, but through the slow accumulation of small choices. But there were still problems. The 4th hostile sect, Eternal Sky Sect, had fractured too severely to reform cohesively. Some of its members had joined the Haven or allied sections. Others had disappeared into the outer territories, becoming rogue cultivators or founding new communities. A few had refused to accept that the heavenly Tao was constructed and instead claimed that the Haven's claims were lies designed to corrupt the true path. These last holdouts became increasingly dangerous over time. Cut off from mainstream cultivation discourse, isolated in their conviction that they alone possessed the truth, they radicalized. They began attacking Haven settlements, claiming they were trying to save the cultivation world from corruption. By the 6th month after the Shattered Peaks crisis, these fanatics had initiated 17 separate attacks, killing 43 Haven cultivators. May found herself making military decisions she'd never anticipated having to make. The Haven had always been a place of learning and growth, not war. But the reality was that some people would choose violence to protect their beliefs, and the Haven had to be prepared to defend itself without becoming violent in return. "We need to establish a militia," she told her council grimly, and the words felt wrong even as she said them. "Not an army. I won't allow the Haven to become martial-focused, but organized, trained defenders who can protect our people." The decision was controversial. Some Haven members argued it was a betrayal of their founding principles, a step toward becoming exactly what they'd fought against. Others accepted it as practical necessity. After substantial debate and careful deliberation, the council agreed to a limited militia under strict oversight, with explicit rules limiting when force could be used. Master Qing Shan, who'd become the de facto spiritual elder of the Haven, offered guidance that May found both helpful and unsettling. "The problem," he said, settling into meditation position, "is that you're trying to be absolutely good in a world that isn't absolute. Reality is messy and complicated. Sometimes you have to use force to protect the weak. Sometimes that force is necessary and right. But you also have to accept that using force changes you. The Haven will never be as pure as it was before you had a militia. That's the price. Is it worth paying?" May asked, and the question wasn't rhetorical. "Yes," Qing Shan said without hesitation. "But you should grieve what you're losing while you accept what you're gaining. That's how you avoid becoming the thing you fought against. You refuse to pretend that hard choices don't have real costs." The Haven's militia, when finally established, was different from any martial force in the cultivation world. Its members trained in combat, but also in philosophy, ethics, and restraint. They were taught to protect without dominating, to respond to violence without escalating it. Most crucially, they operated under the same system of accountability that governed the rest of the Haven. Within 2 months, the militia had reduced attacks on Haven settlements by 80%, not through overwhelming force, but through presence and credible readiness. The Eternal Sky fanatics, realizing that the Haven could defend itself effectively, gradually withdrew. By the 10th month after the Shattered Peaks battle, a new equilibrium was establishing itself. The old cultivation order, built on the illusion of a perfect heavenly Tao, was completely gone. In its place were 3 models competing for dominance: the Haven's distributed, federated approach, the 3 reformed sects' hierarchical but transparent systems, and the scattered communities in the outer territories that were experimenting with everything from pure meritocracy to anarchist collectives. And gradually, over time, the evidence was becoming clear about which models worked and which didn't. Some experiments thrived, some failed, but all of them were learning from each other. Chapter 89: The New Generation. 3 years after Lin Feng's death, Mei took on a new role she hadn't expected: Teacher of Teachers. The Haven had grown to encompass nearly 15,000 cultivators spread across more than 30 regions. Training them had become impossible through any single institutional structure. Instead, what emerged was a distributed teaching network where advanced cultivators like Mei trained regional instructors, who in turn trained the next tier down. It was a fractal structure, beautiful in its self-similarity, and it had the unexpected effect of strengthening the entire system. Knowledge spread faster. Mistakes were caught at local levels before they could propagate through the entire network. And innovations in cultivation technique developed in one region could be shared and adapted across all others. The first generation of Haven cultivators, those who'd studied under Lin Feng himself or under Mei in those early years, had begun to show remarkable achievements. They weren't just advancing through stages of cultivation at normal rates. They were innovating, asking new questions about how cultivation worked, developing new techniques that built on Lin Feng's principles while pushing into new territory. One of these new generation cultivators was Wei Chun, who'd asked Mei whether the Haven would change after Lin Feng's death. He was now a regional director in his early 30s and was developing what he called symbiotic cultivation, techniques where 2 cultivators worked together to advance, each supporting the other's growth rather than competing for resources. It's what the Haven should have been from the start, Wei Chun explained when he presented his work to the broader council. Lin Feng taught us that cultivation isn't about dominating others or hoarding power. It's about growing together. Why do we still teach cultivation as if it's an individual pursuit? His work opened up an entirely new dimension to how cultivation could be understood. Within a year, symbiotic cultivation techniques had spread through most of the Haven, and some of the reformed sects had begun to adopt modified versions as well. Mei watched this growth with a mixture of pride and something like loss. This was exactly what Lin Feng had wanted: a cultivation world where the work didn't depend on any individual genius, where principles could be explored and expanded by anyone, where the unfinished Tao could keep growing indefinitely. But it meant that Lin Feng himself was becoming less directly relevant. The echoes of his teaching remained, woven into the consciousness network, embedded in the texts that the Haven preserved, present in the very structure of how the Haven governed itself. But a generation was growing up that didn't know him directly, that thought of him the way previous generations had thought of the great Demon Patriarch, as a historical figure, important but distant. When Mei raised this concern with Master Qing Shan, the old cultivator smiled. "That's not loss," he said. "That's success. A teacher's real goal isn't to make themselves indispensable. It's to become unnecessary." Lin Feng would be pleased. Around this same time, Mei received an unexpected visitor, Jean Emo. The former leader of the Unbounded had spent 3 years reintegrating into mainstream cultivation society. He'd worked first as a regular cultivator in a Haven settlement, then as an instructor, and eventually had earned a position as a regional director in the Pine Mountain Haven. His past was known and discussed openly. The Haven's philosophy didn't require its members to hide their history, but it didn't define them. "I wanted to thank you," Jean Emo said when they met in Mei's private study, "and to apologize. Again, I know I've done both before, but I think I understand more deeply now what I was actually trying to accomplish." "What do you think you were trying to accomplish?" Mei asked carefully. I was trying to escape responsibility, Jean said bluntly. Structure feels like a cage because structure requires compromise, collaboration, accountability. I was attracted to the idea of pure freedom because it meant I didn't have to face the fact that my choices affect other people. It was a beautiful ideology, but it was really just cowardice dressed up as principle. May considered this. She didn't entirely agree with his self-assessment. There had been some genuine insight in the Unbounded's critique, but she recognized the truth in what he was saying. What changed, she asked. Working in the Haven, Jean replied. Actually trying to build something that serves people. I realized that freedom isn't freedom from structure. It's freedom to choose which structures you want to be part of. And that's infinitely harder than just saying no to everything. Over the next years, Jean became one of the Haven's most valuable administrators, someone who understood both the appeal of radical freedom and the necessity of functional systems. He never became May's subordinate. The Haven structure didn't work that way, but they developed a collaboration that proved very effective. As the third anniversary of Lin Feng's death turned into the fourth and then the fifth, May found herself stepping back from direct leadership. The Haven didn't need her to make every decision anymore. It had trained people who could do that work, who understood the principles deeply enough to adapt them to new circumstances. She turned her attention more to preservation and scholarship. Working with Shui Li and a team of historians, May compiled Lin Feng's complete teachings into a comprehensive archive. They established the Institute of the Unfinished Tao, a place where scholars could study not just what Lin Feng had taught, but how his teachings were evolving across different regions and generations. And slowly, gradually, May came to accept something that had seemed impossible when Lin Feng first died, that the Demon Patriarch's heir, the one who'd inherited his unfinished work, had done the most important thing anyone could do. He'd finished just enough to show the way, while leaving everything else unfinished. Chapter 90. The foundations hold 5 years after Lin Feng's death. The cultivation world had achieved something unprecedented, a stable period of growth without any dominant tyranny. It wasn't perfect. Conflicts still arose between different regions and different philosophical approaches. Some experiments failed spectacularly. The Starfire Haven's attempt at pure democratic voting in all decisions led to paralysis when decisions needed to be made quickly, and they had to restructure. The Deepwood Haven's anti-hierarchical principles clashed with the reality that some people were naturally better teachers than others, and they eventually accepted a form of meritocratic leadership if it was term-limited and non-hereditary. But these failures were contained and learned from. And most importantly, when mistakes happened, the system had built-in mechanisms to catch them and correct them before they could grow into the kind of systemic tyranny that the old sect system had maintained for millennia. The 3 reformed sects had continued to evolve as well. Under new leadership, not masters but councils of elected directors, they'd begun to look more like the Haven with each passing year. The hierarchies remained, but they'd been opened up. Merit and ability now mattered more than birth or political connections. Knowledge was shared rather than hoarded. The only remaining problem was the persistent eternal sky holdouts, the fundamentalists who refused to accept that the heavenly Tao was constructed. They'd retreated further into the outer territories and become increasingly hostile. But they were small enough now that they could be contained rather than defeated, and most cultivation communities simply ignored them rather than engage. May, now in her early 30s and recognized as one of the foremost authorities on the unfinished Tao, stood in the great library of the Institute and looked at the project that had consumed the last 2 years of her life. A comprehensive index of every teaching Lin Feng had left behind. It's still incomplete, Shui noted, joining her at the desk. We have maybe 80% of what he was known to have taught. Good, May said. An index can't be complete. It would be against principle. They were standing before the Hard Archive, a collection of 3,000 scrolls and texts organized not chronologically or by subject, but according to a principle that May had developed, how each teaching related to freedom, growth, and the necessity of incompleteness. It was a structure designed not to give answers, but to provoke deeper questions. What will you do next? Shui asked. May considered the question. For 5 years, she'd been focused on preservation and interpretation. But there was still more to do. New generations of cultivators were approaching problems that Lin Feng had never directly addressed. The Haven's Federation governance system was now being studied by scholars in other countries. The distributed consciousness techniques that Lin Feng had pioneered were being adapted for purposes he'd never imagined. I think, Mei said slowly, it's time for me to step back from the Haven's direct operations. We have capable leaders now who don't need me to validate their decisions. And there are new challenges emerging that need attention from someone outside the immediate structure. She was thinking of the reports from the eastern provinces, where scholars were beginning to question whether the consciousness network techniques could be used not just for collaborative cultivation, but for actual transformation of consciousness itself. Could cultivators develop true telepathy? Could they share not just awareness, but actual memories and experiences? The ethical implications were staggering, and Lin Feng had left very little direct guidance on such questions, which meant, Mei realized, that the cultivation world was ready for a new generation of thinkers to tackle them. The unfinished Tao continues, Shueli said, seeming to follow her thoughts. Forever, Mei agreed. That was always the point. That evening, Mei made an announcement to the Institute that she was transitioning to an emeritus status. She would remain available for consultation, would continue her scholarly work, but would no longer attend Haven Council meetings or make policy decisions. Instead, she would serve as a kind of roving teacher, going to different regions to help new leaders understand not just what the Haven's principles were, but how to apply them to situations that hadn't existed when those principles were first formulated. The announcement caused some controversy. Some cultivators felt abandoned by the woman who'd become a symbol of continuity after Lin Feng's death. But most understood, Mei's greatest gift to the Haven was precisely this, stepping back at the right moment, refusing to become indispensable, trusting the system to continue without her. As she prepared to leave the Central Haven for the first of what she planned would be many travels, Mei made one final stop at the memorial stone bearing Lin Feng's name. I think I understand now, she said quietly. Why you had to die? Why you couldn't just keep leading? A finished teacher creates finished students. An unfinished death creates teachers who never stop learning. A teacher who dies at the right moment becomes eternal in a way that no immortal could ever achieve. The stone, of course, gave no answer. But in that silence, Mei heard something like approval. She turned away and began packing for her journey. Expansion section for Batch 2. The Aftermath, Learning and Healing. In the weeks following the consciousness war at the Shattered Peaks, both the Haven and the Unbounded had to grapple with what had just happened. The battle had been fought not in physical space, but in the shared consciousness network, but its effects were very real. Some of the Unbounded cultivators who'd been deeply connected to the ritual when Zhun Mo withdrew found themselves psychologically adrift. They'd invested not just energy but identity into the attempt. For weeks or months, they had psychological difficulty adjusting to the fact that their cause had failed. The Haven, showing remarkable compassion, established healing centers where unbounded cultivators could process what they'd experienced. These weren't punishment or re-education camps. They were simply spaces where people could talk about their beliefs, about why they'd been drawn to the unbounded, about what they'd discovered. Mei herself spent hours in these healing sessions, not in a position of authority, but as someone willing to sit with pain and confusion. She wasn't there to convince anyone that they'd been wrong. She was there to help them understand what they'd experienced and to help them find new direction. One unbounded cultivator, a man named Shen Tao who'd been a fervent believer, spent 3 months in one of the healing centers. In his final session with Mei, he said something that captured the complexity of the moment. I still believe that constraint is sometimes oppressive. I still think the Haven could become tyrannical if it's not careful. But I'm beginning to understand that my solution, destroying everything, wasn't addressing those real concerns. It was just running away from the problem. This kind of nuanced understanding, where people could hold multiple truths at once, that constraint is sometimes oppressive and that some structure is necessary, that the Haven has real flaws and that it's still better than what came before, became the foundation for genuine integration. The Unbounded as a movement ceased to exist, but many of its members remained, now working to improve the Haven from within rather than destroy it from without. Integration and growth. The practical process of integrating the Unbounded into Haven communities took years. It wasn't seamless. There were conflicts. Some Unbounded members joined communities where their nihilist critiques created genuine tension, with traditional Haven teachings. Some Haven members remained skeptical of people who tried to destroy the very foundations of their world. But the Haven's governance structure, with its emphasis on transparency and accountability, proved strong enough to handle the conflicts. Disputes were addressed openly. Concerns were heard. Compromises were negotiated. In the Cloudmist Haven, which had favored merit-based hierarchy, the integration of unbounded members who questioned whether merit could be objectively measured led to a more nuanced system. Merit still mattered, but it was recognized as partial and contextual rather than absolute. In the Deepwood Haven, which had favored pure equality, the Unbounded's critiques of how equality, sometimes masked in formal power structures, led to new practices around transparency in decision-making. Each region found its own way to integrate the lessons from both the Unbounded's challenge and the Haven's response. The shadow work, what often went unspoken but was deeply important, was the psychological shadow work that both groups had to do. The Haven had to confront uncomfortable truths, that they'd made the choice to use force against people who were trying to make a different choice, that they'd been willing to limit freedom in the name of preserving freedom, that some of their motives, while not entirely selfish, weren't entirely pure either. Some Haven members had acted partially out of desire to protect their own power and influence, even if that wasn't their primary motivation. The Unbounded had to confront truths about their own movement, that they'd been attracted to nihilism partly because it was simpler than engaging with genuine complexity, that some of their followers were drawn to the movement not by genuine philosophical conviction, but by desire for revolution and destruction, that their proposed solution would have caused immense suffering, and that their willingness to accept that suffering in pursuit of ideological purity showed a moral blindness. Both groups, in the best versions of themselves, did this shadow work. They acknowledged the darkness in their own motivations. They took responsibility for their contributions to the conflict. This willingness to acknowledge moral complexity, the refusal to see themselves as simply heroes or villains, became another foundation for genuine reconciliation. Chapter 91. The Distant Voices. 8 years after Lin Feng's death, a new generation had come of age in the Haven's Federation. They were cultivators who'd never known the old sect system, who didn't carry the weight of that history in their bones. They asked different questions, demanded different answers, approached familiar problems with fresh perspectives unburdened by tradition. One of these new generation scholars was a young woman named Lan Shui, who'd been born in a small farming village in the southern province and discovered cultivation capability only in her 16th year. She came to the Haven with no preconceptions about how cultivation should be taught, no attachment to traditional methods or hierarchies. Her mind was clear and uncluttered by the baggage that older cultivators carried. Lan Shui's contribution to the unfinished Tao came from an unexpected place. She began to study the consciousness network not as a cultivation tool or as a system of governance, but as a form of communication with the past. Lin Feng's presence is still there, she explained to a gathering of Haven scholars when she was only 22 years old, her voice carrying the confidence of someone who discovered something important. Not as an act of consciousness, May was right about that. He's truly gone. But as patterns, the things he chose to emphasize repeatedly, the values he encoded into the network, the questions he asked over and over again, the philosophical principles he returned to again and again. We can learn to read those patterns like reading a text. We can understand not just what he taught, but how he thought. The technique she developed was called echoed inquiry, a form of deep meditative conversation with the consciousness network that let modern cultivators effectively ask themselves the questions that Lin Feng would have asked in new situations. It wasn't channeling the dead or communing with spirits. It was using the structure that the dead had built to access principles that transcended any individual person. How would Lin Feng approach this problem? What would he ask if he encountered this situation? What principles from his teaching apply here? It's beautiful, May said when she learned about Lan Shui's work, understanding immediately the profound implications. It solves the problem of succession without creating succession. The Haven doesn't need another Lin Feng. That would be a disaster, actually. It would mean we'd learned nothing from his teaching about the dangers of depending on individual genius. But the Haven needs access to how he thought, to the fundamental patterns of his reasoning. This gives us that. Lan Shui's work became foundational to the next phase of Haven development. Young cultivators who might have felt adrift without a clear leader to follow could instead develop a direct relationship with the principles that shaped the system. And those principles, filtered through the consciousness network and interpreted through echoed inquiry, naturally adapted to new circumstances. It was exactly how May imagined Lin Feng would have wanted the inheritance to work, if he'd thought about inheritance at all. But the most significant change of those 8 years came from an unexpected source: the Eternal Sky remnants in the Outer Territories. A small group of Eternal Sky cultivators, including some who'd been devoted to the old ways and some who'd inherited the sect identity from their elders, had gradually come to a realization through careful scholarship and meditation. If the heavenly Tao was truly constructed, and if that construction had served a purpose beyond the mere whim of tyrants, then what they should be studying wasn't how to restore the old way. They should be studying why control had been thought necessary in the first place. What problems had the original founders been trying to solve when they built the constraints into the system? This intellectual inquiry led them into unexpected conversations with Haven scholars. And through these conversations, something remarkable happened: synthesis, not agreement. There remained deep differences of opinion, but genuine synthesis. The Eternal Sky cultivators brought with them knowledge of ancient governance structures, the original texts of sect leadership, the historical reasoning behind hierarchies that had been maintained for thousands of years. They brought understanding of why centralized power had seemed necessary at various points in history. The Haven scholars brought innovation, new questions, and the benefit of having already dismantled the old system and seen what emerged when constraints were removed. Together, they began to develop a new field of study: comparative cultivation governance. What worked? What didn't? Under what conditions did different systems thrive or fail? What problems did freedom solve, and what problems did it create? This is what real growth looks like, Master Qing Shan, now in his 80s but still actively teaching, said when he learned about the collaboration. Not that everyone agrees with us, but that even those who disagreed with us fundamentally are now our colleagues in understanding. We're not trying to prove we're right anymore. We're trying to understand how the world actually works. Over the next months and years, the dialogue between Eternal Sky scholars and Haven scholars produced remarkable insights. They discovered that some constraints had actually served important purposes, preventing the emergence of warlords, ensuring equitable access to basic cultivation resources, maintaining social stability. But they also discovered that those same purposes could be served through different mechanisms: education, transparent governance, voluntary association. It was a profound realization. The old sect masters hadn't been evil or stupid. They'd been responding to real problems with the tools they had available. But they'd overestimated how much constraint was necessary and underestimated human capacity for growth. By the time the 10th anniversary of Lin Feng's death arrived, half of the remaining Eternal Sky cultivators had integrated into Haven or reformed sect communities. The other half had established their own autonomous region in the northern mountains, governed by a hybrid system that incorporated both traditional Eternal Sky teachings and the distributed consciousness techniques. The cultivation world was becoming not unified, that might never be possible or even desirable, but coherent. Different regions, different philosophies, different experimental approaches to governance and growth, all connected through the consciousness network, all learning from each other's successes and failures. Chapter 92. The scholars questioned 10 years after Lin Feng's death. A document surfaced that shook the entire cultivator community to its foundations. It was found in the archives of the Eternal Sky sect by a young scholar named He Tao, buried in a restricted section that had been sealed after the sect's partial reformation. The document was written in the personal code of the Eternal Sky's founder, a cultivation master named Che Xing, who'd lived 2,000 years in the past. When the code was finally broken and the document was translated, a process that took months of careful work, it revealed something that forced everyone to confront a reality they'd been avoiding. The heavenly Tao's construction had been intentional. More than that, it had been created by a committee of 6 ancient cultivation masters who deliberately built the control mechanisms into the system because they believed humanity needed them. We cannot trust mortals with unlimited power, Che Xing had written in his careful classical script. History shows that any system which leaves advancement entirely to individual will inevitably create warlords and tyrants. The strong dominate the weak. The ambitious crush the humble. We have seen it happen again and again across generations. Therefore, we have made a structure. It may appear to be a prison, yes, but it is a prison designed to prevent a worse prison. The prison of tyranny that emerges when the strong are given unlimited power over the weak. The document went on to detail the founders' reasoning, their fears, their hopes that eventually humanity would mature enough that the controls could be removed. But there was an implicit admission in the text. They'd never expected that removal to be possible. They believed they'd made themselves necessary forever. They'd thought that they or their successors would need to maintain the system perpetually. The reaction to this discovery was immediate and complex. Some cultivators used it as vindication of the old system. See, the controls were necessary. The founders were wise to implement them. We should restore them. Others used it as condemnation. The founders lacked faith in humanity, and we've proven them wrong. We don't need their controls, and we're free because of it. But May, when she received a copy of the document and read it with careful attention, understood something more subtle and more important. The founders weren't wrong, she told the assembled scholars in a formal presentation. They were partially right and partially wrong, the way all humans are. They correctly identified that unlimited power does corrupt. They correctly worried about warlords and tyrants dominating the weak. History confirms that their fears were based on real patterns of human behavior. But they underestimated human capacity for growth and education, and they overestimated the necessity of external control. She paused, letting that sink in. What Lin Feng proved wasn't that the founders' fears were baseless. He proved that those same fears could be addressed through genuine education and voluntary association, rather than through constraint. He showed that humans can choose not to dominate, if they've been taught to ask better questions about what power is for. He showed that freedom and responsibility can go together, and that people often rise to responsibility when genuine freedom makes that choice possible. The document became the subject of intense scholarly debate. Some regions began to study the original heavenly Tao construct more carefully, trying to understand what controls Che Xing and the others had built and why. This led to a remarkable discovery. Many of the supposed laws of cultivation that seemed to be fundamental facts about reality were actually constraints that could be altered or removed if enough cultivators agreed to do so. A region in the southern province called the Jade Haven became famous for their experiment. They deliberately suspended one of the fundamental constraints, the one that limited how many disciples a master could effectively teach without losing quality, and discovered that with proper techniques and honest communication, a single master could teach effectively to 10 times the previous limit. This discovery had massive implications. If the heavenly Tao's constraints weren't immutable facts of reality but deliberate design choices, then the cultivation world could potentially evolve even more radically than anyone had imagined. But it also created new problems. Some cultivators began experimenting with removing constraints without understanding the implications or the reasoning behind them. One region attempted to remove the control on chi density in a closed area, thinking it would let cultivators advance faster. Instead, it created a chi storm that destabilized the local environment, killed over 100 people, and required months of careful work to repair. The haven called for extreme caution, and most regions agreed. Further experimentation with the heavenly Tao's basic constraints would need to be done very carefully, with extensive research and preparation, with full transparency about both the potential benefits and the potential risks. But the knowledge itself couldn't be unlearned. The cultivation world now knew that it could potentially re-architect its own basic reality, and that opened up possibilities that no one had fully considered. May spent months in the Institute of the Unfinished Tao, working with Lan Shui and other scholars, trying to understand what Lin Feng would have said about this development. Through the technique of echoed inquiry, they posed the question to the consciousness network: the heavenly Tao can be modified. Should it be? The answer that emerged, filtered through the patterns Lin Feng had embedded in the network, was characteristically nuanced and wise. Only if the change serves growth. Only if the people affected consent. Only if you're willing to accept that you might be wrong and to change course if necessary. And never from a place of thinking you know better than everyone else. Never from arrogance. Always from humility and genuine collaboration. It was, May reflected, exactly what Lin Feng would have said if he could speak. Perhaps better, because the principle had been refined and tested against reality. Chapter 93. The Crisis and the Choice. 14 years after Lin Feng's death, a crisis emerged that forced the entire cultivator community to confront its maturity and its wisdom. In the eastern provinces, a coalition of scholars, brilliant minds, genuinely well-intentioned, but ambitious, had been working on a modification to the heavenly Tao that would effectively eliminate the need for years of cultivation study. Through a series of carefully orchestrated changes to the consciousness network, they believed they could compress decades of advancement into months. We could democratize cultivation strength. Their leader, a brilliant but ambitious cultivator named Shun Ran, argued before the Continental Council. His presentation was eloquent and compelling. Instead of only those who can dedicate decades to study reaching high levels, anyone could rapidly advance. A farmer could become a master cultivator in 6 months. A merchant could reach soul formation in a year. We could eliminate the inequality that comes from unequal access to time and resources. The proposal was seductive. For the first time since the Reformation, significant voices advocated for a dramatic restructuring of the heavenly Tao itself. Shinran's followers pointed out that the current system, while better than the old sect system, still privileged those with time and resources. It still created inequality. It still made rapid advancement available only to those who could afford to devote themselves to cultivation. May, now in her late 40s and still recognized as the primary keeper of the unfinished Tao's legacy, was asked to offer her perspective. This would be a betrayal of everything Lin Feng died for, she said flatly, and the strength of her conviction carried weight. The room erupted. Shinran's supporters demanded to know what she meant, asked how preventing rapid advancement served freedom. Lin Feng didn't free us from constraint so we could pursue effortless advancement, May explained carefully. He freed us from constraints that prevented growth. But growth requires struggle. Understanding requires time. Wisdom requires experience. If you compress cultivation into months, you'll create a world full of powerful people with no understanding of their own power. You'll create warlords, exactly what the original sect founders were worried about. But you're using the same argument the old sect masters used, Shunran countered, and his point was sharp and cutting. They said cultivation had to be restricted to the worthy. They said people needed to earn the right to power. You're just replacing the worthy deserve advancement with those willing to suffer deserve advancement. It's still elitism. It's still a form of control. And he had a point. May felt the weight of the critique settle on her shoulders. Yes, she admitted honestly. The Haven system is still elitist in some ways. It privileges those with the time and resources to study cultivation deeply. That's a real problem that we should address. But the difference is that the Haven never claimed the constraint was immutable. Anyone who wants to commit the time can advance. The constraint is one of commitment, not birth or favor. And that's still a constraint that advantages the wealthy, Shenran replied, pressing his advantage. Someone born poor can't afford to spend decades in study. Your system perpetuates inequality even if it doesn't create it. The debate raged for 3 days. The Continental Council chambers echoed with passionate arguments from both sides. Some supported Shinran's proposal as a solution to genuine inequality. Others, like May, argued that rapid advancement without understanding would create worse problems. And what became clear was that this wasn't actually a simple issue with a simple answer. Shinran was right that the current system did perpetuate inequality. The proposed solution would create different problems, a world where power was divorced from understanding, where advancement was divorced from growth. It fell to Lan Shui, now in her 50s and widely recognized as one of the brightest minds in the entire cultivation world, to formulate an answer that seemed to encompass the deepest truth of Lin Feng's teachings. The question, she said carefully, isn't whether to constrain or to free. It's how to structure systems so that growth is accessible while remaining meaningful. Lin Feng believed that growth without struggle becomes hollow. But he also believed that struggle shouldn't be artificially prolonged or unnecessarily painful. The answer isn't faster advancement. The answer is better teaching that makes advancement more efficient while keeping it meaningful. The result was a compromise that would have been impossible in the old rigid system. The Jade Haven agreed to develop a parallel track for cultivation advancement, designed for people without the resources for traditional study. It would be faster, yes, but still require genuine learning. It would remove barriers, not meaning. The experiment began with 200 volunteers. Within 5 years, it was clear that the new pathway worked. Cultivators advanced to mid-level through the accelerated program. Then almost all of them chose to continue through the traditional pathway for deeper advancement, having discovered that the early power was empty without the understanding that came from study. More importantly, the success of the experiment proved that the cultivator community could evolve and improve its systems without abandoning its principles. The Haven didn't have all the answers, but it had principles solid enough to survive being questioned. And that, May understood, was the real legacy. Not a perfect system, but a system that could be trusted to improve itself. Chapter 94. The emergence of the third generation. 16 years after Lin Feng's death, something remarkable happened. A generation of cultivators reached adulthood who'd been born after his death, trained entirely within the new system, and who saw him purely as a historical figure. These young cultivators, the oldest now in their early 20s, approached the cultivation world with a different perspective than May's generation had. They weren't reacting to the old system or defending against it. They weren't trying to prove that freedom was possible. They were simply trying to understand how to grow in the world they'd been given. One of these young cultivators was Shun Rant's daughter, Yuxue. Unlike her father, who was driven by the ambition to accelerate advancement, Yuxue was fascinated by something different. She wanted to understand what happened after a cultivator reached high levels of power. "We spend so much time focused on advancement," she said in a paper that circulated through scholarly circles. "But we spend almost no time thinking about what cultivation is for." Lin Feng advanced to soul formation and then used that power to reshape the world. But what about cultivators who just want to live well? What about those who want to help others without seeking power themselves? Are there paths of cultivation designed for those goals? Her work led to the development of a completely new category of cultivation practice, contextual cultivation, where advancement was tied to specific life goals rather than to abstract power levels. A teacher could cultivate specifically for teaching, developing techniques that made their knowledge transfer more efficiently. A healer could cultivate for healing, advancing in ways that directly enhanced their capacity to help others. A scholar could cultivate for understanding, developing mental capabilities that made learning faster. A farmer could cultivate for connection with the land, developing sensitivity and capability in agricultural practices. It wasn't that these paths hadn't existed before. They'd always been possible within the Haven's flexible system. But Yuxue made them explicit and systematic. She created frameworks, techniques, advancement stages specifically designed for each purpose. The effect was transformative. Suddenly, cultivation wasn't just about reaching high levels of power. It was about becoming better at whatever you chose to do. An entire section of society that had never thought of themselves as cultivators, craftspeople, artists, administrators, farmers, healers, teachers, began to see cultivation as relevant to their lives. The Haven's population exploded. Not in numbers. The core federation remained at roughly 30,000 active members, but in diversity. Where once the Haven had been populated mostly by people seeking power or enlightenment, it now drew people from every walk of life. And the system adapted. New governance structures emerged to represent the needs of these new populations. New teaching centers were built, some of them run by and for craftspeople. New scholarship focused on understanding how these different forms of cultivation interacted and supported each other. May watched this evolution with the satisfaction of someone who saw a vision being carried forward by people who didn't need the visionary anymore. By her late 40s, she'd stepped even further back from direct involvement, though she remained available for consultation. What struck her most was that the unfinished Tao continued to grow not through grand gestures, but through accumulated small choices. Each region was making its own decisions, learning from its own mistakes, contributing its own innovations. The consciousness network that connected them all meant that knowledge spread quickly, but it spread as suggestion rather than command. It was the opposite of how systems usually worked, and it actually worked better. Chapter 95. The horizon 20 years after Lin Feng's death, the entire cultivation world had transformed so completely that it was hard to remember what it had been like before. The three reformed sects, while still maintaining some structural distinctions from the Haven, had adopted so many of its principles that they were effectively part of the same evolving system. The outer territories, once home to rogue cultivators and anarchic communes, had gradually reorganized themselves along lines that blended autonomy with connection. There were still conflicts, still regions that struggled, still experiments that failed. But there was also something unprecedented, a cultivation world that could acknowledge its problems and work to solve them without descending into tyranny or fragmentation. May, now in her 60s, received an unexpected visitor at her private residence in the Institute of the Unfinished Tao. It was Zhen Mo, the former unbounded leader who'd spent the past 20 years quietly working to build understanding between different cultivation philosophies. "I wanted to show you something," he said, presenting May with a collection of texts. "These are teachings from 20 different regions, each one grappling with the question that I raised all those years ago. If there are no rules, what makes a rule good rather than bad?" May read through them slowly, spending hours with the collection. Each region had come to slightly different conclusions about governance, about structure, about freedom and constraint. But there was coherence underlying the diversity. They all recognized that rules could serve freedom or constrain it, depending on their nature and how they were enforced. They all understood that the question required constant re-examination and adjustment. "This is beautiful," May said finally, and she meant it with her whole being. "This is Lin Feng's actual legacy, not a set of answers, but a way of asking questions that keeps evolving. Not a truth frozen in time, but a living practice that grows and changes." "I wanted to thank you," Zhen said, "and also to apologize again for what I tried to do. I can see now how close I came to destroying not just the heavenly Tao, but the entire capacity for cultivators to advance. I can see that the world has become better not by listening to my extremism, but by integrating the truth in my critique while rejecting the destructive conclusion." "You were a necessary crisis," May replied. "The Haven needed to be tested by someone who genuinely thought through the deepest problems. You're part of why the system is strong enough to survive challenges from outside." After Zhen Mo left, May spent the evening in meditation, something she did less frequently now than she once had. She dipped her consciousness briefly into the distributed network, just enough to feel the vast web of connected awareness that Lin Feng had woven. The system was alive. More than that, it was learning. Every day, thousands of cultivators were asking new questions, making new discoveries, pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Some of them would fail. Some would create problems that would need to be solved. But the overall trajectory was clearly upward. May withdrew from the consciousness network and returned to her individual awareness. Through her window, she could see the evening sky, pink and gold as the sun descended toward the horizon. She thought about Lin Feng, dead these 20 years. She thought about how the Demon Patriarch's heir had accomplished something impossible, creating a legacy that didn't depend on him remaining present. He'd finished just enough to show the way. He'd left everything else unfinished, trusting that those who came after would be capable of continuing the work. And they were. Not perfectly, not without mistakes, but with genuine care for growth, genuine commitment to freedom, genuine willingness to question and improve. The unfinished Tao had become not just Lin Feng's teaching, but humanity's teaching. And the horizon, May understood, would always remain just beyond reach, the place where growth continued toward impossible dreams. She smiled and began preparing her evening tea, satisfied in the way that only those who've done their work well can be. Expansion section for Batch 3, The Long View. 30 years of transformation. By the time May reached her 60s, the immediate crises of the early post-Lin Feng era had faded into history. The consciousness wars at the Shattered Peaks were 30 years past. The unbounded movement had been fully integrated. New generations had grown up knowing nothing but the transformed cultivation world. And yet, in some ways, the most important work was just beginning. Because the question that emerged over time was not how to prevent catastrophe, but how to sustain transformation across generations. May had watched systems before. The old sect system had lasted for millennia through sheer inertia and enforcement. Would the Haven's Federation last? Or would it gradually slip back into tyranny, reform itself into new patterns of control, become corrupted by the very power that was supposed to be distributed? The question haunted her sometimes in the quiet hours of the evening. But then she would see evidence that the system was working. She would see a regional director chosen for her competence, and then willingly stepping down when her term ended. She would see conflicts resolved through genuine dialogue rather than through authority decree. She would see young people who'd never known the old system arguing passionately about what was wrong with the haven and what could be improved, not in secret, not with fear, but openly and directly. And she understood. The haven was reproducing itself not through perfect design, but through the continuous engagement of people who genuinely cared about whether it worked. The problem that wouldn't disappear, but there was one persistent problem that never fully went away: the question of inequality. Even in the haven, even with the best intentions and the most fair governance systems, inequality persisted. Some people were born with more talent for cultivation. Some were born into families with more resources. Some had the luck to be in the right place when the right opportunities appeared. The contextual cultivation frameworks that Yue developed helped, but they didn't eliminate the problem entirely. A person who devoted their life to the art of healing had less combative power than a person who devoted their life to martial cultivation. Was that fair? Was that inequality? Gradually, the cultivation world's understanding shifted. Inequality wasn't the problem in itself. The problem was unjust inequality, inequality that oppressed people and prevented their growth. A person who was powerful in combat but weak in healing had a different kind of power from a person whose strength lay in understanding. Neither was objectively better. The problem arose only when one type of power was used to dominate another. This understanding didn't eliminate the inequality problem, but it transformed it into something more manageable. Instead of trying to force perfect equality, which was impossible, the Haven worked to ensure that different forms of power were recognized and valued equally. The scholarly divisions. By the time Mei was in her 70s, the scholarship on the unfinished Tao had divided into several distinct schools of interpretation. The traditionalists, led by a scholar named Deng Fu, believed in preserving Lin Feng's teachings as precisely as possible, trying to understand exactly what he'd meant and then teaching that to subsequent generations. The progressives, led by Lan Shui, believed that Lin Feng's teachings were meant to evolve, that applying his principles to new situations meant sometimes arriving at conclusions he wouldn't have predicted. The integrationists, who included many former unbounded members, believed that the deepest truth of Lin Feng's teaching was that it could incorporate opposition and become stronger through it. These three schools often argued with each other, sometimes bitterly, but the arguments themselves became part of the living tradition. The cultivation world didn't have one correct interpretation of the unfinished Tao. It had a constantly evolving conversation about what the unfinished Tao meant. And Mei, watching from a place of relative retirement, found this endlessly fascinating. Lin Feng's teachings, by refusing to be finished, had created space for genuine intellectual diversity. Different regions could follow different interpretations. People could disagree about the fundamentals and still remain part of the same community. That capacity for diversity within unity was, she believed, Lin Feng's greatest achievement. The evidence of success. Visible transformation. By year 45, the cultivator world had physical evidence that the transformation was real and sustained. The old sect temples, once centers of authority and control, had been repurposed. Some became libraries. Some became gathering spaces. Some became homes and schools. The cultivation world's architecture changed. Where once there had been imposing towers meant to display power, now there were humble community centers. Where once there had been fortresses meant to defend privilege, now there were open spaces where cultivators gathered as equals. But more importantly than the physical changes was the social change. A person could now rise from poverty to significant cultivation ability without needing to be chosen by an authority. A person could question teachings without fear. A person could propose new approaches without seeking approval from above. The risks of success, and yet Mei understood something that few people wanted to admit. Success created its own risks. When things were difficult, when survival was at stake, it was easy to maintain unity of purpose. Everyone understood why the rules mattered. But as the cultivation world became more stable, more comfortable, people began to forget why certain safeguards existed. She saw the first signs of this in her 60s, a region beginning to centralize power without quite realizing it was happening. A young leader who was so capable, so visionary, that people gave him more and more authority almost without noticing. The Haven system caught it before it became problematic. The checks and balances that had been built and worked. But the incident highlighted a crucial truth. The unfinished Tao would have to be actively maintained, or it would naturally slip back into the old patterns. Power concentrated naturally, like water flowing downhill. To keep power distributed required constant effort, constant vigilance, constant willingness to question and adjust. This realization led to new structures. Term limits were strictly enforced. Leaders were actively encouraged to step down. New processes were implemented to ensure that power bases didn't develop. None of it was perfect, but the attempt to maintain balance while acknowledging its difficulty was itself a kind of success. The question of expansion as the cultivation world stabilized, the Haven began to face a new question. Should it try to expand beyond the Eastern Kingdom? There were rumors of other cultivation communities in distant lands, other ways of organizing power and growth. The Haven had received visitors from beyond their borders, people curious about how the transformation had happened. May was cautious about expansion. "We built this system in a specific context," she said to the Continental Council when the question was raised. "In a place that had experienced real tyranny and wanted to escape it. If we try to impose our way on other cultures, other systems, we become exactly what we fought against." Instead, the Haven established centers of learning where outside cultivators could come to study and learn, and then return to their own lands to experiment with the principles. It wasn't proselytization. It was sharing knowledge while respecting autonomy. This approach meant that the unfinished Tao spread in fragmented ways, adapted to different cultures and contexts. Some lands took the democratic principles and modified them heavily. Others took the consciousness network concepts and used them for purposes the Haven had never imagined. And the Haven, understanding that Lin Feng's teachings weren't meant to be proprietary, accepted this fragmentation as a form of success. Chapter 96. The Archive Keeper. 25 years after Lin Feng's death, a new role had emerged in the Haven, the Archive Keeper. It was a position held by someone who dedicated their life to preserving and organizing the accumulated knowledge of the past 25 years, ensuring that future generations could access and learn from it. The first official archive keeper was Wei Chun, now in his mid-50s, who'd stepped down from his position as a regional director to take on the role. It was considered a position of honor, not power, but deep respect and responsibility. Wei Chun spent his days cataloging the innovations of the new cultivation world, the contextual cultivation frameworks that Yushui had developed and that were now being taught in hundreds of communities, the symbiotic cultivation techniques that he himself had pioneered and that were creating new forms of human connection and growth, the modifications to the consciousness network that various regions had proposed and tested, the governance experiments that had succeeded and those that had failed catastrophically. One afternoon, he was reviewing a set of texts from the Starfire Haven when a young scholar named Ku Yuan approached him with a question that felt both innocent and profoundly important. "Archive Keeper Wei, I'm studying the consciousness network's development, and I've noticed something strange. The modifications that the eastern provinces proposed, the ones that would have compressed cultivation advancement, they're actually still being studied in some regions. Why hasn't the Haven shut that research down?" Wei Chun smiled. He'd anticipated this question, had thought carefully about how to answer it. Because that would be tyranny. The Haven could forbid the research, but that would mean we're afraid of where the research leads. We're afraid of new ideas. We're afraid of change. Instead, we let it continue with proper safeguards and careful oversight. Some regions are working on acceleration without compression, ways to make advancement faster while keeping it meaningful. But what if they're wrong? Ku Yuan pressed, and there was genuine concern in his voice. What if they create something dangerous? What if they discover a technique that actually works to compress advancement, and it creates a world full of powerful people with no understanding? Then we'll learn from the danger, Wei Chun said quietly. Growth requires risk. The question isn't whether risk exists, it always does. The question is whether we're willing to take risks and learn from them, or whether we prefer safety that requires total control. Ku Yuan walked away thoughtfully, the satisfaction of understanding settling on his face. And Wei Chun returned to his cataloging, satisfied that he'd passed on one of Lin Feng's most important lessons, the capacity to trust people even when they might be wrong, the capacity to let people make mistakes and learn from them. That same year, the Institute of the Unfinished Tao published a comprehensive study called 25 Years of Growth, an assessment of the post-constructed heavenly Tao. It was hundreds of pages long, analyzing every major development in the cultivation world since Lin Feng's death. The conclusion was subtle and important, written by Mei herself with contributions from Lan Shui and dozens of other scholars. The cultivation world had not solved the fundamental problem of power distribution. Some regions remained wealthier than others. Some cultivators advanced faster than others due to natural talent or access to resources. Some philosophies had more followers than others. But what had changed fundamentally was that these inequalities no longer had the inevitability of divine law. They were understood as the results of human choices that could be changed. And that possibility of change, the study argued, was everything. Chapter 97. The return of echoes 30 years after Lin Feng's death. A phenomenon began to appear in the consciousness network that no one had anticipated, what scholars called temporal echoes. These were moments where cultivators, deep in meditation with the network, seemed to make contact not just with Lin Feng's principles, but with something that felt like his presence. It wasn't communication in any conventional sense. Lin Feng had been dead for 3 decades. But the patterns he'd woven into the consciousness network, viewed from a certain angle and with a certain depth of understanding, could be felt as almost sentient. Lan Shui, now in her 60s and recognized as one of the foremost experts in consciousness network studies, was fascinated and disturbed by the phenomenon. She spent months studying it, meditating with the network, talking with other cultivators who'd experienced the echoes. "What are we experiencing?" she asked in a paper that circulated through scholarly communities. "Are we communing with Lin Feng's actual presence, trapped somewhere in the network? Are we simply projecting human consciousness onto complex patterns? Or are we discovering that the network itself has developed a form of emergent consciousness?" The answer, when it finally came, was provided by no single scholar but by the accumulated insight of thousands of cultivators who'd experienced the phenomenon. The temporal echoes weren't Lin Feng himself. They were something more subtle and perhaps more profound. They were the collective consciousness of all the people who'd studied his work, internalized his principles, and added their own insights. Lin Feng had died, yes, but his influence had been so thoroughly woven into the consciousness network and into the culture of the cultivation world that something like his consciousness continued to evolve through the work of others. It was a form of immortality, but not the kind he'd sought. It was continuation through influence, through the shaping of those who came after. It was the kind of immortality that only comes through being completely unattached to immortality, through dying in such a way that your absence becomes more powerful than your presence could ever have been. When Mei learned of this development, now in her 80s and rarely leaving her private residence, she wept, not from sadness, but from the realization that it confirmed what she'd always believed. Lin Feng had finished his work perfectly by refusing to finish it. "He becomes more wise the more we use his wisdom," she said to Lan Shui when the scholar came to visit her. "Because his wisdom isn't static. It grows through being applied by people who add their own understanding to it. He's dead, and because he's dead, he can evolve in ways that the living never could." It was the highest form of victory any teacher could achieve, to become irrelevant to the day-to-day functioning of the world, while remaining eternally influential to how people thought about growth. Chapter 98. The New Equilibrium. 35 years after Lin Feng's death, the cultivation world had achieved something that scholars called dynamic equilibrium. It wasn't perfect balance. Perfection was impossible and undesirable. But it was a state where the system could absorb changes without collapsing, where experiments could fail without destroying the whole, where diversity thrived without descending into chaos. The Haven Federation had expanded to include more than 200 distinct communities, each with its own governance model and philosophical approach. Yet they remained connected through the consciousness network, sharing knowledge and learning from each other's experiences. The reformed sects had continued to evolve, becoming less like traditional sects and more like philosophical schools, places where people gathered around shared ideas rather than hierarchies. Even the term sect had become somewhat archaic. Scholars now referred to them as cultivation communities. In the outer territories, the experiments in pure equality and pure freedom had mostly failed, but their failure had been educational. Scholars were now developing hybrid models that combined strong individual autonomy with sufficient structure to support community needs. None of them would have been possible without the failed experiments proving what wouldn't work. And most remarkably, the knowledge about how the heavenly Tao was constructed, the fact that its laws were actually design choices, hadn't led to the chaos that the old sect masters had feared. Instead, it had led to something more powerful: understanding. Cultivators no longer simply followed rules. They understood why rules existed and were able to choose which rules to accept and which to challenge. Most chose to accept the basic structure. It clearly worked. But the capacity to choose transformed compliance into consent. On the 30th anniversary of the Shattered Peaks crisis, where May had stopped the Unbounded from destroying the heavenly Tao, a commemoration ceremony was held. It wasn't a celebration of victory. The Haven didn't think in terms of victory and defeat. It was a reflection on how confrontation with sincere opposition had strengthened the entire system. Jean Mo, now in his 60s and still active in cultivation communities, gave a speech that had become famous throughout the cultivation world. I was wrong, but I was productively wrong. I forced the Haven to explain itself more clearly. I pushed them to examine their principles more deeply. And I was eventually proven wrong not by force, but by seeing that genuine freedom includes the freedom to have chosen structures that serve growth. The Haven didn't defeat me. They integrated my critique. They took the truth in what I was saying and incorporated it into their system. That's what it means to actually believe in freedom. Not that you're never challenged, but that challenges make you stronger rather than weaker. After the ceremony, Jean Mo made a quiet pilgrimage to the place in the Shattered Peaks where the consciousness battle had been fought. He stood for a long time in meditation, feeling the echoes of that conflict that had changed everything. When he emerged from meditation, he was smiling. "Thank you," he said quietly to the absent Lin Feng, to May, to all the Haven cultivators who'd chosen to stop him without destroying him. "Thank you for proving that a better world was possible. Thank you for refusing to become what you fought against." Chapter 99. The legacy acknowledged 40 years after Lin Feng's death. The cultivation world formally established a new institution, the House of Unfinished Paths, dedicated to studying and advancing the work that Lin Feng had begun. It wasn't a temple, though some pilgrims visited it seeking spiritual connection. It wasn't a school in the traditional sense, though students studied there and learned from the work. It was simply a place where scholars could come to grapple with the deepest questions about growth, freedom, structure, and the nature of power itself. The first director of the house was Lan Shui, now in her 60s and recognized as perhaps the finest mind studying the consciousness network and its philosophical implications. "We're not here to preserve Lin Feng as a historical figure," she said in her inaugural address, her voice carrying the weight of understanding what the real work would be. "We're not here to maintain a museum or a shrine. We're here to continue the work that he left unfinished. And the most important part of that work is the understanding that it will always be unfinished. Every generation will add to it, challenge it, improve it. That's not a failure. That's the entire point." The House of Unfinished Paths attracted scholars from every region of the cultivation world, and some from beyond it. Word of the heavenly Tao's constructed nature and the Haven's governance innovations had begun to spread to lands beyond the Eastern Kingdom. Some of these foreign scholars came with skepticism. Others came with hope that such transformation might be possible in their own cultures. Few of them stayed. Most returned to their homelands to work on their own transformations. But all of them left changed, carrying with them the fundamental insight that structure didn't have to mean tyranny, and freedom didn't have to mean chaos. More importantly, 50 years after Lin Feng's death, historians were able to write comprehensive accounts of what had actually happened. The forbidden technique that had killed him, the consciousness battle at the Shattered Peaks, the gradual integration of the Unbounded, all of it was now documented and taught to new generations. And crucially, it was taught honestly, with all the failures and compromises included. The Haven hadn't smoothly transformed into a perfect system. It had stumbled, made mistakes, and corrected course. Some of its experiments had failed catastrophically. Some of its ideals had proven impossible to fully achieve. But that honesty made the legacy stronger, not weaker, because it showed that genuine transformation was possible even in the face of real failures. It showed that you didn't need a perfect plan or perfect execution. You needed principles and the willingness to keep learning and improving. Chapter 100. The horizon remains 50 years after Lin Feng's death. Mei passed away peacefully in her sleep at the age of 99. She'd lived long enough to see the cultivation world completely transformed, to see a new generation born and come to maturity within the system she'd helped build, to witness the unfinished Tao become not just a philosophy, but a lived reality across thousands of communities. At her funeral, thousands of cultivators gathered from every region of the Haven, from the reformed sects, from the independent communities. They shared stories of how Mei had influenced their lives, their practice, their understanding of what cultivation could be. Wei Chun, now in his 80s, spoke of her willingness to step back at exactly the right moment. Lan Shui spoke of her integrity and her refusal to claim certainty she didn't possess. Zhen Mo, gray-haired but still vigorous and active, spoke of her mercy toward those she could have destroyed. But perhaps the most meaningful tribute came from a young cultivator who'd been born after Lin Feng's death and had studied Mei's teachings only through texts and oral tradition. When asked to speak, she said simply, "I never met Mei or Lin Feng, but I carry both of them with me every day in the choices I make about how to cultivate, how to teach, how to relate to power. They're not gone. They're just distributed across all of us now." In the year after Mei's death, a final comprehensive record was compiled, the complete teachings of the unfinished Tao, a work that drew on 50 years of accumulated scholarship and included contributions from more than 3,000 scholars from every cultivation community in the known world. The final section of the work was written by Lan Shui, now recognized as the living authority on the unfinished Tao and the keeper of its traditions. Lin Feng died 50 years ago, but his death was perhaps his most important teaching. He showed us that genuine transformation doesn't depend on any individual's continued presence. It depends on principles strong enough to survive without their creator, on communities wise enough to learn from them without enslaving themselves to them, on a culture willing to question everything, including the questions themselves. The heavenly Tao remains partially constructed, but we've learned to live with that knowledge. Structure isn't tyranny if we understand it as a choice rather than a necessity. Constraint isn't oppression if it serves growth rather than control. And freedom isn't the absence of structure. It's the ability to choose which structures to accept and how to modify them when they no longer serve. The unfinished Tao continues to evolve. New regions develop new interpretations. New generations ask new questions. Some of those questions will lead to mistakes. Some experiments will fail. But the cultivation world is strong enough now to absorb those failures and learn from them. This is not the end of the story. It's the continuation of a story that will never end, because an unfinished Tao can never be finished. And that's exactly as it should be. 50 years later, on the centennial of Lin Feng's death, every cultivation community in the world paused to remember the Demon Patriarch's heir, who'd spent the last years of his life not building monuments, but planting seeds of possibility. Historians wrote that he'd been the greatest cultivation master of his age. Philosophers debated whether he'd been wise or reckless to give his life for principles that might not survive. Cultivators of all levels meditated on what his unfinished work meant for their own practice. But the deepest truth, understood without words in the consciousness network that he'd woven, was simpler. Lin Feng had shown that the greatest power isn't in commanding others, but in inspiring them to command themselves. The greatest legacy isn't in being remembered, but in making yourself unnecessary. The greatest victory isn't in winning, but in creating conditions where everyone can keep winning, keep growing, keep moving toward horizons that remain always just out of reach. The cultivation world continued. Different regions, different philosophies, different experiments, all connected, all learning, all reaching always towards something just beyond the horizon. And that, in the end, was the unfinished Tao. Not a set of answers, but the eternal question about how to grow. Not a finished teaching, but a practice that would continue forever. Not a destination, but a journey that had no end because the destination itself was impossible to reach. And that impossibility was what made it worth pursuing. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. Your likes and comments help this channel grow and bring more stories like this one to life. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. It truly means everything. Expansion section for Batch 4. The inheritance and practice in the 50 years after Lin Feng's death. The way that his teachings were transmitted and understood evolved in fascinating ways. The Haven didn't have priests or masters who could definitively interpret his work. Instead, it had a distributed network of teachers, each bringing their own understanding. A teaching from Lin Feng about accepting incompleteness might be interpreted by one teacher as guidance for personal cultivation practice. Another teacher might interpret the same teaching as guidance for governance. A third might see it as guidance for the creative arts. All three interpretations could coexist in the same Haven community, and often, the different interpretations would inform and enrich each other. By the time Mei passed away, there were more than 1,000 different books and papers in circulation that attempted to explain some aspect of Lin Feng's teachings. There was no single canonical interpretation. Instead, there was a rich tapestry of understandings, all connected by core principles, but diverging in their specific applications. This was exactly how Mei had come to understand the unfinished Tao should work, not as a fixed doctrine, but as a living practice that grew and evolved as it was applied by different people in different contexts. The question of power, one of the recurring debates in Haven governance, concerned the nature of power itself. Did power necessarily corrupt? The old sect system had assumed that it did, which was why it concentrated power and tried to balance it through external constraints. The Haven's approach was different. It tried to distribute power while acknowledging that power would always be present. No one had zero power. Even the least influential person in the Haven had some power, the power to speak, to vote, to choose which community to be part of. The question became not how to eliminate power, but how to ensure that power was wielded with awareness and accountability. This led to some surprising innovations. One Haven community developed a practice called power transparency, where anyone holding a leadership position would regularly meditate in the consciousness network and share their experience of power, how it felt, what temptations they experienced, what fears arose. It wasn't perfect. Some leaders were better at this practice than others. But the attempt to be honest about the experience of power, rather than pretending it didn't affect them, created remarkable growth. The knowledge that needed to be preserved as Mei aged, she became increasingly concerned with preservation. There was so much knowledge that had been generated over 50 years. So much experience. So many insights and innovations. She worked with archivists to establish systems for recording not just what decisions had been made, but why. Not just what worked, but what failed and what was learned from the failures. Because Mei understood something crucial. A generation from now, there would be new people who didn't remember the old sect system. They wouldn't feel in their bones what it meant to live under external constraint. They might become complacent. They might begin to assume that the Haven's way was the natural way, rather than a choice they had to actively defend. So the archive needed to preserve not just the successes, but the reasons behind them. It needed to preserve the struggles and the debates. It needed to make clear that the Haven's way wasn't inevitable or natural, but hard-won and continuously vulnerable to corruption. The young scholar and the old teacher. One of Mei's last major works was a series of conversations with Lan Shui, recorded and preserved for future generations. The conversations ranged widely, covering topics from governance to cultivation theory to the nature of teaching. In one conversation, Lan Shui asked Mei a question that seemed simple but was deeply important. Did we succeed? Mei considered it carefully. That depends on how you define success. If you mean, did we prevent the unbounded from destroying the heavenly Tao? Yes. Did we create a system that will never again fall into tyranny? No. No system can guarantee that. But if you mean, did we prove that a different way was possible? Did we show that humans could distribute power without it immediately concentrating again? Did we demonstrate that freedom and structure could go together? Then yes, we succeeded. And that success is available for future generations to build on, modify, improve, or even reject if they find something better. Lan Shui nodded, understanding. So the inheritance is not a finished thing, but an ongoing project. Exactly, Mei said. And that's how it should be. Lin Feng understood that. He made sure his teachings couldn't be finished because he knew that finished teachings become dead traditions. Living teachings have to stay alive by being used, questioned, modified, and regenerated by every generation. These conversations between Mei and Lan Shui became foundational texts for the next generation of Haven scholars. They weren't scripture. Mei was careful never to present them as such. But they were recorded wisdom from someone who'd been present at the beginning of the transformation. The final reflection in her final years, Mei would often sit in the great library of the Institute and look at the thousands of texts, the countless records of 50 years of growth and struggle. She thought about Lin Feng sometimes. She wondered what he would have thought of how the cultivation world had evolved. Would he have approved? Would he have wished for different choices in some cases? But mostly, she understood that those questions didn't matter anymore. Lin Feng was gone. The cultivation world had to chart its own course now. It didn't need his approval. It needed only to keep asking the questions that his absence left open. The unfinished Tao would continue beyond her, beyond all of them. It would be finished and unfinished simultaneously. Finished in the sense that it had achieved what it set out to do. Unfinished in the sense that it would never stop evolving. And that, Mei understood, was everything. The continuity question, one of the most difficult conversations in the House of Unfinished Paths, happened in year 52, when a young scholar proposed that they move away from emphasizing Lin Feng as the source of the teachings. He's been dead for 52 years, the scholar, named Shen Wei, argued. In another 50 years, he'll be so historically distant that people won't connect to him. Why build everything on one dead man's ideas? Why not emphasize that the unfinished Tao is humanity's project, not Lin Feng's project? Lan Shui, who was 90 years old and near the end of her life, considered the proposal carefully. Because, she said finally, people need anchors. People need to remember that this way of thinking came from a specific person in a specific time who had the courage to die for his beliefs. If we make it too abstract, too universal, people might forget the cost. They might take it for granted. But she also acknowledged the young scholar's point. At the same time, you're right that overemphasizing Lin Feng as a saint or a hero limits the teaching. The solution isn't to forget him. The solution is to remember him accurately, as a brilliant, flawed person who happened to show a way forward. Not as the only way forward, just as one way forward. This conversation led to a shift in how Lin Feng's legacy was taught. Instead of presenting him as a saint or a final authority, new texts tried to present him as a complicated person with doubts and failures, someone who'd done remarkable things, but who was also vulnerable and human. It was a delicate balance, honoring the real contribution while refusing to mythologize it. The question of children, another challenge, emerged as the first generation of Haven-raised children came of age and began asking new questions. They hadn't known the old sect system. They hadn't felt the weight of external constraint. In some ways, this was exactly what Lin Feng would have wanted, a generation unburdened by the past. But in other ways, it created new challenges. These young people sometimes didn't understand why the Haven had so many safeguards against concentration of power. They sometimes viewed the checks and balances as inefficient. Some argued for more centralized authority to make decisions faster. The older generation had to teach not just the principles, but the reasons behind them. They had to transmit lived understanding to people who'd only read about the old system in books. This intergenerational struggle became normal and healthy. Each generation had to choose, freshly, whether to maintain the unfinished Tao or to move towards something different. No generation could simply inherit it passively. They had to actively choose to continue it. The final wisdom in her very last days, Mei sat with Lan Shui, who was even closer to the end than she was, and they talked about what it meant to be bearers of an unfinished teaching. We thought, Mei said slowly, that our job was to finish what Lin Feng started, to complete his work. But I think we finally understood, our job was the opposite. Our job was to make sure his work could never be finished, to embed in it principles that would force every generation to keep asking questions. Lan Shui, her voice barely above a whisper, smiled. We succeeded then. The questions are still being asked. The Tao is still unfinished. And will be, Mei said, for as long as humans exist to ask questions about how to grow. The two old women sat in comfortable silence, watching the sunset, satisfied that they'd done what they came to do. not to finish something, but to ensure it could continue forever unfinished. If you enjoyed this story, please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a new audiobook. Your likes and comments help this channel grow and bring more stories like this one to life. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. It truly means everything. Epilogue. The Eternal Return. 100 years after Lin Feng's death, the cultivation world had become something entirely new yet still rooted in his teachings. The consciousness network he'd woven had evolved beyond anything he could have imagined. The Havens Federation had become a template studied by scholars across the world. The question of how to balance freedom and structure had become the central philosophical debate in human civilization. But what was most remarkable was this. Every 100 years, the question would need to be asked again from the beginning. A new generation would arise that didn't remember the crises of the past. They would argue that the safeguards were unnecessary. They would push for more efficient centralization. They would test the boundaries of the system, seeking to break it or improve it. And each time, the cultivation world would have to choose. Would it maintain the principles that had sustained it? Or would it evolve towards something new? This eternal return, this constant need to re-choose the unfinished Tao rather than inherit it passively, was perhaps Lin Feng's greatest gift. He'd created a system that couldn't calcify, a system that had to stay alive by being actively chosen by every generation. It was harder than having a finished, perfect system. It was more chaotic, but it worked. And somewhere in the consciousness network, in the patterns that Lin Feng had woven, his presence remained as an absence, a teaching that could never be finished because finishing would mean death. His death had given birth to an eternal teaching. His incompleteness had given structure to all completeness. His refusal to provide final answers had made possible an infinite series of questions. The unfinished Tao continues, forever unfinished, forever alive, forever becoming. And humanity, in cultivating it, cultivates itself.